Now there are two martial arts books in front of you. One is the immortal grade martial arts book, Teichu Longxiang Scroll, which has an unprecedented speed of cultivation and can help you reach the top in one step. The other is the inferior yellow grade longevity skill, which has an extremely slow cultivation speed but can increase your lifespan. You looked at the martial arts book in front of you, smiled slightly, and chose the yellow grade longevity skill without hesitation. Everyone laughed at you for being an idiot, but they didn't know that you could see the upper limit of any martial arts book. The immortal grade Teichu Longxiang Scroll can only be cultivated to the peak of the Wangxiang realm, but the longevity skill has no upper limit. At this time, hundreds of young men and women stood straight in rows on the Loyu Mountain Temple Square. Although their cheeks and ears were red from the cold, their faces were still full of expectations. It turned out that this was a world where demons were rampant. Mortals could only seek self-protection through martial arts. The mountain gods worshipped by people would protect them from the invasion of high-level demons and would also grant them appropriate skills according to their talents. However, if they privately passed on the skills to others, they would be severely punished. Today was the day when the mountain god would bless them. Brother Changshan, my father got a heavenly level technique from the mountain god, so I shouldn't be any worse, right? A slightly childish voice sounded in the cold wind. The person who spoke was a thin boy. His small body was huddled under a slightly bulky cotton coat, but he still couldn't stop shivering. It was unclear whether it was because of the cold or the anxiety in his heart. Hearing this, Lu Changshan did not answer, but stared straight at the huge ball of light above his head, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It has been 3 years since he traveled to this place. During this period, he has seen countless warriors flying in the sky, hiding in the ground, and splitting mountains and rocks. 3 years ago, when Lu Changshan woke up, he inexplicably traveled to a country called Dakian. He suddenly became the eldest grandson of the Lu family in Linen County, but he was also an unpopular bastard. Although this world is still in the feudal system, demons are rampant here and cannibalism is common. Mortals can only seek ways to protect themselves by practicing martial arts. The martial arts techniques practiced by the people of Linen County all come from the Loyu Mountain god enshrined in this temple. According to rumors, the god of Loyu Mountain has protected Linen County from being invaded by high-level demons for hundreds of years. On the first day of the Lunar New Year every year, all the young boys and girls who have reached adulthood in Linen County come here to receive the blessing of the mountain god. The god of Loyu Mountain will grant you the most suitable skills according to your talent. There is a high probability that the martial arts technique is hereditary. What the original body's father obtained was the only immortal martial arts technique, Teichu Dragon Elephant Art. 1 day to strengthen the body, 1 year to open up the meridians, 3 years to attain enlightenment. At such a young age, he was already the best fighter in Linen County. It's a pity that due to his youthful recklessness, he eventually died tragically at the hands of a demon due to an accident. Lu Changshan secretly swore in his heart that if he could also obtain the Teichu Dragon Elephant Art from the blessing of the mountain god, then he must survive for 20 years and go out to explore the world only after he is strong enough. There was a sudden tremor in the air, and the huge ball of light above seemed to have life, and 2 red balls of light appeared and floated towards a young man in gorgeous clothes at the front of the queue. "It's Master Su," someone in the crowd exclaimed. "It seems that Su Yichen has the best talent among our group this year." Everyone was talking in low voices, with envy and a hint of jealousy in their eyes. The god of Loyu Mountain will distribute skills to everyone according to their talents for them to choose from. Choose one of the 2, Falling Sun Divine Art and 9 Flame Magic Art. Hearing the ancient and vicissitudes voice of the mountain god, Su Yichen looked at the red ball of light floating in front of him without the slightest hesitation and said loudly, "Mountain god, I choose the Falling Sun Divine Art." Luyang Magic Art is one of the few top-grade martial arts that can enable Qi to have attributes. His father, the patriarch of the Su family, had made a great name for himself in Qingzhou by relying on the Luyang divine art. The head of the Su family unleashed his fire-attributed energy, which was as hot as the scorching sun and had incredible power. When it hits the demon, its skin and flesh will be torn apart instantly, and it will howl in pain, as if it were burned by the scorching sun. As soon as Su Yichen finished speaking, the red ball of light on the left slowly fell down like a light feather. When it fell into Su Yichen's palm, it miraculously turned into a yellowed ancient book. There are 4 big characters written on the surface of the ancient book, Luyang Divine Art. After obtaining this long-desired martial art, Su Yichen's eyes flashed with irrepressible excitement, and he immediately couldn't wait to open the ancient book, because he knew clearly that he only had 1 month to learn this technique. Once the deadline arrives, This top-grade martial arts technique must be returned to the Lord Mountain God. Looking at the secret book of martial arts in the hands of the young man in gorgeous clothes beside him, Lu Changshan's expression looked a little strained. Falling sun magic, upper limit, peak of the myriad realm. Is this my cheat? A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across Lu Changshan's eyes. As a time traveler from Blue Planet, he naturally knew about the Golden Finger. At the beginning of his time travel, Lu Changshan had tried many times to find out what his Golden Finger was. But I didn't expect it to appear at this time. Upper limit. Does it mean that the highest realm for people who practice the Luyang divine art is the peak of the Wangxiang realm? As far as I can remember, the patriarch of the Su family was only in his 40s and had just broken through to the Wangxiang realm. The biological father of this body had already reached the peak of the myriad realm in his 20s. What is the upper limit of the Teichu dragon elephant art? A hint of curiosity emerged in Lu Changshan's heart. The next person to receive the mountain god's blessing was a beautiful and cool woman. The skill she acquired was called Aixu Divine Art. It is also a martial art that can give chi energy attributes, and its upper limit is also the peak of the all-seeing realm. A sense of uneasiness flashed through Lu Changshan's mind. Logically speaking, the immortal level skills should be higher than the heavenly level skills, so why hasn't he reached his level yet? Every martial art is unique, and the quality of the martial arts you obtain will become worse as time goes by. Not long after, the person next to Lu Changshan made a sound of surprise. Lord Mountain God, I choose the rock and earth Vajra Kung Fu. Lu Changhang looked at the yellowed ancient book in his hands, his tone full of excitement. Brother Changshan, it's the rock and earth Vajra Kung Fu. I didn't let my mother down. Lu Changshan nodded slightly and said, Congratulations. The other party was born to a concubine of the original body's third uncle, and his status in the Lu family was almost the same as his. In this world, the reason why there is a status gap between legitimate sons and illegitimate sons lies in the traditional marriage model of martial arts families. Most martial arts families will follow the ancient tradition and choose to marry women from martial arts families who are of equal status. In this way, when the couple gives birth to a child, he or she will receive a heavenly or earthly blessing during the blessing ceremony. Then he could obtain the resource support of two families, and his cultivation speed would be faster than that of a bastard who also obtained a top-grade technique. However, in the end, this world still respects the strong. After the old man abdicates, if the third uncle is able to inherit the family throne, then with the help of the rock and earth Vajra Kung Fu, Lu Changhang is very likely to replace his elder brother, who is the legitimate son, and become the successor of the family. The prerequisite is that he has to work hard on his own. After all, her mother is a concubine with no identity or background and cannot give him any help in practicing martial arts. As time passed, most of the boys and girls in the square had received the blessed skills from the god of Loyu Mountain. The choice of techniques between them is not just one or the other. There are 3 choices, 4 choices, and even 5 choices. They either looked surprised or kept shaking their heads and sighing. However, what is worrying is that, at this moment, many sons of common people have received the blessing of the mountain god, but it is still not Lu Changshan's turn. Oh no, could it be that this body didn't inherit his father's talent? After the young boys and girls in the square obtained the skills, and left one after another with expressions of satisfaction or disappointment, it was finally Lu Changshan's turn. Choose one of the two, Teichu Longxiangju and Changsheng Gong. Listening to the sound emitted by the light ball above his head, Lu Changshan hesitated for a moment, then said, Lord Mountain God, I choose the eternal life skill. Lu Changshan looked at the 2 light balls slowly floating in front of him with a calm expression. Teichu Dragon Elephant Secret. Upper limit, peak of the myriad realm. What's going on? How come the upper limit of the Teichu Dragon Elephant art is only the peak of the myriad realm? Lu Changshan was slightly puzzled, then looked towards the other ball of light. Longevity skill. Upper limit, none. Choose one of the 2. Teichu Longxiangju and Changsheng Gong. It's the Teichu Dragon Elephant art. Hearing the voice of the mountain god, the young boys and girls who had not yet left looked towards Lu Changshan, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. You know, ordinary top-grade skills require 7 days to develop chi strength and enter the realm of body refining. However, the Lu family's rising star many years ago broke people's perception of the speed of cultivation. When he practiced Teichu Dragon Elephant art, he successfully cultivated chi power in just 1 day and successfully entered the first level of body refining. Afterwards, his cultivation speed was even faster. He mastered the meridians in 1 year and mastered the profound arts in 3 years. When he was 30 years old, he was the #1 master in Linen County. Oh, I thought it wouldn't show up this time either. a young man muttered to himself, with a hint of unwillingness and envy flashing in his eyes involuntarily. Ever since Lu Changshan's biological father obtained the Teichu dragon elephant art during the blessing ceremony of the Luoyu Mountain Temple more than 10 years ago, this martial art seemed to have disappeared into the vast fog and never appeared in the blessing ceremony of the Luoyu Mountain Temple again. For the sake of this Teichu dragon elephant art, countless martial arts families in Kayan Kingdom tried every means to insert their bloodlines into the 3 counties near Luoyu Mountain. Just like himself, his mother is the eldest daughter of the Kayan family, a top martial arts family in Kayan country, and her status is extremely noble. However, for the sake of the Teichu dragon elephant secret, she had to obey her family's arrangements and marry into the Su family in Qingshui County. In the vast land of Kayan State, the mountain gods or water gods worshipped in different places are different. They seem to possess a mysterious method that allows them to accurately determine whether the other party is their believer. If people from Linen County go to temples in other places to try to obtain martial arts, they will definitely return empty-handed and will not receive any martial arts. On the contrary, people from other places who come to the Luoyu Mountain Temple are also unable to obtain the blessed skills here. It seems that there is an invisible rule covering the blessing ceremonies in various places, unless they are the offspring they have with the locals. Lord Mountain God, I choose the eternal life skill. Hearing what Lu Changshan said, everyone who had not left the square was stunned. Su Yichen shifted his gaze away from the martial arts in his hands and looked at Lu Changshan with surprise. Why didn't you choose Teichu dragon elephant art? Lu Changshan shook his head and replied, I feel that I have a connection with the eternal life skill. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the suddenly quiet square. Between having an upper limit and having no upper limit, is there still a choice? You have a connection with the eternal life skill. I'm so happy. At this time, a young man from the Su family in Qingshui suddenly laughed out loud. The laughter echoed in the air with a bit of sarcasm and mockery. Yuan Fang, did you hear that? He actually chose the eternal life skill just like your great-grandfather. The young man laughed and shouted to his companions, with a gloating gleam in his eyes. I remember that your great-grandfather seemed to have given up the heavenly grade Kung Fu as well. Now he has been practicing for more than 100 years before he finally opened up his meridians right. After a short pause, he continued, but it's not too bad. He can at least live for more than 150 years just like your great-great-grandfather. After hearing his companion's calls, the young man named Yuan Fang also turned his gaze to Lu Changshan with a complicated look in his eyes. Isn't this guy a fool? He shook his head slightly, unable to understand Lu Changshan's thoughts. He chose the legendary technique, Teichu dragon elephant art, instead of the eternal life skill, which is even worse than the yellow grade technique. However, Brother Renji is right. It is not too bad to live for more than 150 years like his great-grandfather. After all, his grandfather had passed away years ago, but his great-grandfather was still alive. Is this eternal life skill really so lame? After hearing this, Lu Changshan looked in the direction of the young man from the Su family in Qingshui. When he saw clearly the light curtain on the other party's martial arts, he couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly. 3 oxen and 1 tiger Kung Fu. Upper limit, cave vein peak. No, buddy, the upper limit of your skills is only at the peak of the cave vein. Why are you laughing at me? At least I can still live forever, and there's no limit to my lifespan. As far as he knew, a person must practice whatever martial arts the mountain god bestowed upon him, and must not disobey. If anyone passes on the skills to others without permission, they will be severely punished. The god of Luoyu Mountain protects them from being disturbed by high-level demons, so naturally no one dares to violate this rule. As for what the punishment would be, no one knew. What puzzled Lu Changshan even more was that if he secretly practiced someone else's martial arts, how would the god of Luoyu Mountain know? After hearing Lu Changshan's answer, although Su Yichen's heart was full of incomprehension, the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. In his opinion, Lu Changshan's giving up of Teichu dragon elephant art was undoubtedly an extremely wrong decision. In this way, at the 3-county martial arts competition next year, it is very likely that his Su family will take the lead. Although the 3 counties are protected by the mountain god, they will not be invaded by high-level monsters. But there are still some low-level monsters living in this land. From time to time, people from each family would send warriors to conduct hunting and clearing in their respective areas to ensure the safety and stability of the people in the county and the surrounding areas. Why did the family that won the 3-county martial arts competition have a wider hunting area? The reason is that the flesh and blood of demons are also of great benefit to martial artists. Long-term consumption of demon flesh and blood can help warriors improve their strength. Even some demon bones can be used to make weapons. These weapons are not only strong and durable, but also have special properties and power. Therefore, the martial arts competition among the 3 counties is of great significance. It not only determines the hunting range of the families in the 3 counties near Loyu Mountain, but also shows the Lord Mountain God their growth in the past year. His thoughts returned to reality, and Su Yichen put away the secret manual of martial arts. Really? Then I wish you good luck in martial arts, Su Yichen said calmly, without much emotion in his tone. After saying that, he walked towards where the Su family gathered. The reason why Su Yichen is still staying in the square is just to fulfill his father's instructions and see whether Teichu Dragon Elephant art will appear this year. After all, Lu Changshen's father left a huge shadow on their generation. I wish you good luck in martial arts too, Lu Changshen also replied, and then looked towards the Changsheng gong in his hand. When he first opened it, he found the words difficult to understand. At this moment, a panel suddenly popped up in front of me. Can be bound to the South Pole immortal secret of immortality. Bindings, the Southern Pole immortal art of immortality. Isn't it called the art of immortality? Seeing this, although Lu Changshen was confused, he still muttered to himself, Bind. The next second, the panel suddenly changed, and countless unfamiliar memories flooded into the mind like a tide. As he digested the cultivation method of the Antarctic immortal secret of longevity in his mind, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Changshen's eyes. You've learned it already. Something seems a little wrong. Host Lu Changshen. Cultivation, none. Kung Fu, South Pole immortal secret of immortality. Practice benefit, 1000%. Something's wrong, something's wrong. After digesting the memories in his mind, Lu Changshen stared at the panel in front of him with a frown. As far as I can remember, people who practiced martial arts had to temper their bodies and concentrate their energy every day. However, this Southern Antarctic immortal secret of longevity was very different from the traditional method of practicing martial arts. It actually taught him to meditate and breathe in the chi of heaven and earth, refining essence into chi. No, isn't this the way of cultivating immortals in the online novels of the past? Am I ahead of the times? As far as I can remember, although practicing martial arts can strengthen the body by concentrating energy, it cannot increase lifespan. Moreover, I heard from the person just now that his great-grandfather cultivated to the Dongmai stage and seemed to have lived to be over 150 years old. This age is considered extremely longevity, whether in the ancient times or in the feudal dynasty like Dacian today. A kind of thing. This is the method of cultivating immortals, right? And what does this 1000% cultivation benefit on the panel mean? Brother Changshen, let's go. Sister Yaoyu and the others will come in for a duel later. Hearing this, Lu Changshen came back to his senses and looked at Lu Changheng, who had a strange look on his face. Brother Changshen, why didn't you choose Teichu Dragon Elephant art? Lu Changheng asked with a puzzled look on his face. He was very puzzled. It was obvious that as long as Lu Changshen chose Teichu Dragon Elephant art, he would be highly valued by the family like him. Teichu Dragon Elephant art is an immortal skill that people in the 3 counties cannot even dream of. He really didn't understand why Lu Changshen would give up such a great opportunity. At the same time, he also felt a glimmer of hope. If Brother Changshen chooses Teichu Dragon Elephant art and becomes the head of the family after successful cultivation, I will definitely assist him wholeheartedly. But now, it seems that I am the only one in this generation of the Lu family who has been blessed with the heavenly grade martial arts from Lord Mountain God. As a result, after a few years, he will have to sit on the position of head of the family reluctantly. Thinking of this, Lu Changheng felt a little proud and a little regretful. I've already said it. I feel like I have a connection with this eternal life skill. Lu Changshen was too lazy to explain more and looked at the secret book of martial arts in the other party's hand. Rock and soil Vajragong, upper limit, late stage of Vientiane, is this heaven-grade technique only in the late stage of Wangxiang. In his memory, his original third uncle also practiced this technique. However, this technique has no special attributes. It just makes the skin a little rougher, and other than that, it seems to have no other outstanding features. Moreover, after practicing this technique, one's senses seem to become duller, which means one will be more resistant to attacks. Oh, Lu Changheng replied briefly, then followed Lu Changshen towards the outside of the temple. When we got outside the temple, the wind and snow seemed to be even more intense. At this time, a bearded man saw Lu Changshen walking out of the temple gate and ran over in a hurry. Changshen, I heard from them that the mountain god gave you the Teichu Dragon Elephant art, but you didn't choose it. What's going on? Chen Yang asked anxiously, his voice full of doubt and confusion. Uncle, Lu Changshan opened his mouth and began to think quickly about how to explain. Do I have to tell him that although the Teichu dragon elephant art can be practiced quickly, it has an upper limit, and the technique he had chosen now was a technique for cultivating immortality. This was obviously impossible. Even if he died, he would not let others know about the golden finger. If some common people who have obtained top-grade martial arts from the mountain god want to obtain more resources for cultivation, they have no choice but to marry into a martial arts family. Chen Yang was married to his second aunt, who is now his uncle. At the same time, Chen Yang was also a follower of his original father. Over the years, I have been taking care of my original self and the one who came through. Seeing that Lu Changshan had not responded for a long time, Chen Yang sighed heavily, and the look in his eyes changed rapidly. There was anger, confusion, and disappointment, but in the end they were all replaced by relief. Oh, never mind. Chen Yang's tone was filled with helplessness and disappointment. It's better to be ordinary. At this time, a young man who looked 50% similar to Lu Changshan snorted coldly and said meaningfully, "You are smart." Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned, feeling that there was something else behind the other party's words. This person is the son of his biological father's wife and is now his half-brother. Although it was a marriage of arrangement, the other party's mother was at least the legitimate daughter of a top martial arts family. But the original body's adoptive father went against the family's wishes and insisted on marrying the original body's biological mother home first. As a result, both families lost face. Perhaps because of the heavy pressure from his family and other aspects, he finally had no choice but to marry Qin as his wife. A few days later, the sky was covered with dark clouds. The Lu family was also shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere, as if shrouded in a gloomy and depressing atmosphere, like a pool of stagnant water. At the three-county martial arts competition held not long ago, the Lu family's performance was once again dismal. Like in previous years, they once again ranked last among the three counties. The hunting range was compressed again, which meant that the family's resources would be further reduced. Misfortunes never come alone, and even heavier blows followed. Lu Changheng, the only person in the Lu family who was blessed with a top-grade martial art this year, was mysteriously poisoned to death in the Lu family mansion. The old man of the Lu family was furious and vowed to cut the person who poisoned him into pieces. However, he was only angry for a short while. There are serious implications behind this. After learning about this, Lu Changshan finally understood why his half-brother said such inexplicable words that day. Third uncle's wife is from the imperial capital's Li family. Do they want to use this method to sideline the Lu family and make it their pawn? Is it just for the Teichu dragon elephant art? Lu Changshan has observed over the past few days that although the so-called top-grade techniques have a fast cultivation speed, their upper limits are not as good as some yellow-grade techniques. Take, for example, a sister from the same clan who had acquired a yellow-grade martial art. The upper limit of her yellow-grade martial arts technique, called Nine Yang Burning Heaven Technique, was the blood transformation realm, which she had never heard of in her memory. It is even more ferocious than Su Yichen's Luyang divine art. This situation made Lu Changshan feel confused, but this is not something he should worry about. Opening his eyes, Lu Changshan thought about it and unfolded the panel. Host Lu Changshan, Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 1. Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Practice benefit, 1000%. As early as 3 days ago, Lu Changshan had already cultivated the sense of Qi in his Danshan and entered the first level of Qi refining. I heard that Su Yichen, the much-praised prodigy, had only just developed Qi yesterday and had just entered the first level of body refining, which took him 6 days. The top-grade martial arts is nothing special. However, this is still thanks to his golden finger. The cultivation benefit was 1000%, which really made his cultivation speed 10 times faster. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and then Chen Yang's familiar voice came into Lu Changshan's ears through the crack in the door. "Changshan, Master Taishan asked me to inform you of something." "Second uncle." After opening the door, Lu Changshan looked up at Chen Yang outside the door, called out, and then asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Chen Yang's face showed a complicated expression. He opened his mouth but didn't know where to start. "Alas, I don't know whether this brat is smart or stupid." After a few breaths, Chen Yang sighed softly, then slowly said, "Come with me to the reception room and you will find out." Hearing this, although Lu Changshan was confused, he did not ask any more questions. He nodded, walked out, turned around, closed the door, and quickly followed Chen Yang. The two walked out of the courtyard, passed through the archway, walked along the winding path, and went straight to the Lu family's reception room. Ever since breaking through to the first level of Qi refining, Lu Changshan discovered that his senses seemed to have been enhanced. On the way, he couldn't help but hear some gossip. Logically speaking, He shouldn't be able to hear whispers from 10 meters away. Second brother, look, that's Lu Changshan. He chose the eternal life skill instead of the Teichu dragon elephant skill. The person who spoke had a sneer on his face and a look of contempt, as if he was looking at an extremely stupid person. Today, Lu Changshan has become a huge joke in the eyes of these collateral descendants. Some people even had doubts and speculated whether Lu Changshan had some spiritual deficiency. Otherwise, who would give up an immortal grade technique and choose an eternal life technique, which was inferior to the yellow grade one, just based on the eternal life skill. They seriously doubted whether Lu Changshan would be able to break through to the first level of body refining at the martial arts competition a year later. Hearing these doubts, Lu Changshan just glanced at them lightly and then continued to follow Chen Yang's footsteps. You are arrogant because of your low-level skills, and once you are stuck and cannot break through, your life or death will be in danger. Arriving at the reception room, at this time, the old man of the Lu family, Lu Tiancheng, was sitting upright in the main seat, with a majestic look without even being angry. Looking around, the tea on the other tables and chairs was still steaming, as if it was still telling the aftertaste of the conversation just now. When he saw Lu Changshan walk in, Lu Tiancheng frowned slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Grandpa, Lu Changshan clasped his fists respectfully and bowed deeply. Lu Tiancheng nodded slightly as a response. After a moment of silence, he looked calm and said slowly, I have arranged 2 marriages for you. Hearing this, Lu Changshan was slightly stunned, then frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. However, after only a moment of confusion, Lu Changshan figured out the reason. Since he was also able to obtain the Teichu dragon elephant secret from the great blessing of the mountain god, it means that he must have inherited the talent of his original stepfather. So there is a high probability that his descendants can also inherit it. After all, talent and skills are hereditary. In Dacian, it is not uncommon for the same skill to be passed down for 4 or 5 generations in a martial arts family. Just a few days after the blessing day, the old man arranged 2 marriages for him. It is obvious that the families behind these 2 marriages are definitely after his seed. Am I being treated as a stud? Lu Changshan felt helpless. You don't have to be that anxious, do you? This body is only a little over 16 years old, almost 17. However, Lu Changshan was also clear in his mind that in the eyes of these people, if his descendants could also obtain the Teichu dragon elephant art from the god of Loyu Mountain, then with the support of resources from 2 families, their future achievements would definitely be higher than his grandfather's. After all, the biological mother of the original body's adopted father was just a concubine with no background, and he had achieved such amazing achievements solely relying on the resources of the Lu family. However, this group of people did not know that there was an upper limit to Teichu dragon elephant art, and the highest level of cultivation was the peak of the all things realm. Once a practitioner reaches this level, no matter how many resources are invested, it will be of no avail. It's no wonder that the original body's adoptive father chose to go out and explore the world. It is very likely that he was looking for a way to break through the bottleneck. A sense of displeasure suddenly welled up in Lu Changshan's heart. From this perspective, there is a high probability that his descendants will become tools behind the scenes of their mother's clan. However, looking at the old man's tone of, I'm just informing you, not discussing with you, he secretly estimated that there was really no possibility for him to refuse. Damn arranged marriage, isn't free love good? Lu Changheng was poisoned to death in front of the whole family. The old man probably still feels angry about this, so it is better for him not to touch this bad luck for the time being. Yes, Grandpa. Lu Changshan bowed slightly with a respectful look. After hearing this, Lu Tiancheng cast his gaze towards Chen Yang, who was standing beside Lu Changshan, and said calmly, You should leave first. Yes, Master Tarzan. Before leaving, Chen Yang looked at Lu Changshan with a complicated expression, and then sighed softly. In his opinion, since Lu Changshan has no support from his mother's clan, it might be a good thing for him to be ordinary. After he left, Lu Tiancheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Changshan, and seemed to let out a breath with some disappointment. His voice was low and questioning. Why didn't you choose Teichu dragon elephant art? Hearing this, Lu Changshan had already thought of an excuse in his mind when he came. Grandpa, I think I am more suitable for practicing the longevity skill. As soon as the words fell, the living room fell into silence. At this moment, Lu Changshan could even clearly hear the old man's breathing seemed a little rapid. Lu Tiancheng looked at Lu Changshan, who was respectful in front of him, with complex expressions in his eyes, mixed with a bit of self-blame. The Lu family today is no longer what it used to be. Although he is the head of the family, several factions have secretly emerged within the family, and behind these factions are martial arts families with deeper roots as support. Alas, Lu Tiancheng sighed and said slowly, You can go back now. The wedding will be arranged in the next few days. Get ready as soon as possible. Yes, Grandpa. Lu Changshan nodded slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, Grandpa, I want to know which families I am married to. One is the Su family in Linen County. This is the marriage contract your father had arranged when you were born. And the other one? Lu Tiancheng frowned slightly, his expression full of hesitation. At the same time, in the Su family, in an elegant courtyard. In the room, Father, you once promised your daughter that as long as she obtained the heavenly skills from the mountain god, you would let her choose her own marriage. Su Yingsu frowned slightly, her tone full of resistance. Hearing this, Su Yunju stood outside the door and frowned slightly. This marriage was an agreement he had made with Lu Zhengdao when he was young. The two made this decision out of consideration for the long-term development of their respective families. Kung Fu has a hereditary nature. Thinking back to the past, when Lu Zhengdao had agreed to his promise, he had secretly rejoiced, thinking that he was marrying above his station. But who could have thought that the brat would give up the Teichu dragon elephant art and choose the eternal life art, which is even inferior to the yellow grade art. Moreover, it was agreed that she would be the principal wife, but now she has become a concubine. Then Su Yunju sighed slightly and said, Forget it, I will obey you. Since she is a concubine, he has more than one daughter anyway. Returning to his own courtyard, Lu Changshan's gaze slowly turned to the slightly larger house in the middle of the courtyard. The courtyard was actually not very big. This house was originally where his biological mother lived, and he himself had always lived in the side room on the right. I heard that the side house he lives in now was built later. As for the main room, since the biological mother left, the original body, including Lu Changshan, has never set foot in it again. Slowly pushing open the long dust door, a strong smell of dust hit my nose, making me almost cough. The room was simply furnished. A collapsed wooden bed lay quietly in the corner, dusty tables and chairs were placed by the window, and there was a wooden wardrobe leaning against the other corner. There is nothing else besides this. Now this room needs to be cleaned up, because in a few days it will become the bedroom of him and his wife. The side room where he had been living would become where his concubine lived in the future. One wife and one concubine? Lu Changshan frowned slightly. These two sudden marriages were too abrupt for him. This is no less than the previous life. A blind date in the morning, checking into a hotel in the evening, and getting the marriage certificate tomorrow. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even know what the bride looked like. It has been 3 years since Lu Changshan traveled here, and he has always been alone. He never thought that he would suddenly become a family of 3. What made him even more headache was that the old man gave him a strict order, requiring him to have at least 5 people in his family within 2 years. Do you really treat me as a stud? Speaking of the concubine, there is a complicated story. Originally, she should have been the legal wife. That was the marriage arranged by his biological father when Lu Changshan was born. However, things are unpredictable. With the appearance of the current wife, her status can only be reduced to a concubine. I heard from the old man that he should have seen this concubine. She is the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Her name seems to be Su Yingsu. She is the younger sister of Su Yichen. They are twins, a boy and a girl. Lu Changshan had some impression of her. The martial arts she chose for the blessing was called Aixu Divine Art, which was also a martial arts method that could give Qi some attributes. It's a pity that the upper limit is only the peak of the all-seeing realm. Young master, as he was lost in thought, a gentle voice sounded behind him. He came to his senses and turned around. The person who came was the maid who was in charge of cleaning. With servants around, he doesn't have to worry too much about furniture, and the old man will naturally arrange it. Soon, the servants who came to tidy up the master bedroom arrived one after another and began to work in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Lu Changshan turned around and went back to the side room where he was currently living. The side house he lived in was more than half the size of the main house. The courtyard space was limited, and it was estimated that it could not be built very large at that time. However, as the saying goes, a sparrow may be small, but it has everything. The room is fully equipped with tables, chairs, beds, wardrobes, and other furniture. But these furniture are placed a little too compactly, making it look a bit cramped. Sitting back on the bed, Lu Changshan crossed his legs, slowly closed his eyes, and soon entered into a state of cultivation. The air around him gathered around him, as if it were invisible. However, not long after, Lu Changshan opened his eyes again, and a hint of confusion and thought flashed in his eyes. In the past 2 days, Lu Changshan noticed a crucial problem. People who practice martial arts will condense their energy, and after breaking through the first level of body training, their strength will increase greatly, which will also enable them to fight against demons. However, after he broke through the first level of Qi refining, apart from his senses becoming sharper than before, there seemed to be no other significant changes. Lu Changshan even didn't know how to use the faint breath in his dancing. In other words, when facing demons, he is still as powerless as an ordinary person. Could it be that I really made the wrong choice? If he had chosen Teichu Dragon Elephant Art, which would have increased his cultivation speed tenfold, he would have started showing off a long time ago. Soon, Lu Changshan shook his head again. There was definitely no choice between having no upper limit and having an upper limit. Let's see what changes will happen next. Thinking of this, Lu Changshan slowly closed his eyes, held his breath, and immersed himself in cultivation again. A few days passed by like a flash, and in the blink of an eye, the happy day arrived. The wedding was grand, and the scene was simply astonishing. Every household was hung with bright red cloth, and looking down from above, the entire Linen County seemed to be engulfed in a festive sea of fire. The Lu family was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and it was extremely lively. Even many courtyards were vacated, and tables of sumptuous banquets were set up. On the dining table filled with delicacies, many meat dishes were made from demon meat. When he thought about the fact that his wife's surname was Jai, Lu Changshan felt that there was nothing surprising about the table full of demon meat dishes. In Dakian, there are many martial arts families with many surnames, and it is not uncommon to see people with the same surname. However, there is only one Jai surname. Lu Changshan was wearing a bright red wedding dress, a faux hat on his head, holding a red ribbon in his right hand, and slowly walked into the hall. On his right, the bride was wearing a phoenix crown and a bridal robe, walking with light lotus steps. Pearls shone brightly on her green and red wedding gown, and the long hem of her skirt dragged about 3 feet to the ground. Inside the lobby, Lu Tiancheng sat upright on the main seat with a solemn expression. He quietly looked at his eldest grandson, who was wearing a wedding gown and walking slowly towards him. And suddenly, a complex and incomprehensible look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to travel through the torrent of time and return to more than 10 years ago. At that time, Lu Changshan's father, Lu Zhengdao, looked the same, wearing the same bright wedding dress and with the same expression on his face. The two faces gradually overlapped in Lu Tiancheng's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In this complicated situation, with the support of His Majesty, Lu Changshan's descendants will be able to avoid repeating Tianhong's mistakes and no longer be persecuted by others. Thinking of this, Lu Tiancheng couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. In addition to him, the head of the Lu family, there are many elders from the side branches and many family members. They should have been united, however, due to the interference of outsiders. The Lu family began to kill each other. Bow to heaven and earth! As this loud shout rang out, the wedding entered the most important part, and Lu Tiancheng returned to reality from his thoughts. At this time, in the center of the hall, Lu Changshan and the bride opposite him were slowly bowing to each other. Time quietly came late into the night. Even though the alcohol content of the alcohol in this world was not very high, after round of toasts, Lu Changshan began to feel that his body was becoming light and his steps were unsteady, like a feather floating in the wind. The Lu family is a martial arts family with many elders. According to etiquette, he needs to toast every elder. This is an unavoidable tradition. However, this is just a pretense. There was a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm on their faces, to a greater or lesser extent. Returning to his own courtyard, Lu Changshan stopped under the archway. He slowly raised his head and looked at the newly renovated main room. The candlelight shone through the window paper, and the light in the room flickered. There was a strange flash in Lu Changshan's eyes. I didn't expect that after traveling through time, I would have the chance to share a bed with a princess. Chapter 6. Why is it a little yellow-haired girl? Gently pushing open the door, the bride in wedding dress was sitting quietly on the bed with her head covered. The lights are on, and the candlelight is flickering. Lu Changshan walked slowly in front of him, with a complicated look in his eyes. He could feel that when the other party was getting married today, all his movements were very stiff, as if he was extremely reluctant. Lu Changshan picked up the wedding scale and gently lifted the bride's veil. The snow-like neck first caught the eye, emitting a soft luster under the candlelight, followed by the tender pink lips with a little lip balm. Lu Changshan suddenly felt that this marriage was too boring and somewhat dull. There is absolutely no such excitement as in my previous life, when I wanted to marry my first love. When the bride's entire appearance appeared before his eyes, Lu Changshan couldn't help but marvel in his heart. She is worthy of being the emperor's daughter. However, Lu Changshan could not see even a trace of shyness in her eyes. Her skin is as white as cream, her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque, and her nose is high. With the phoenix crown on her head and the green and red wedding gown on her body, she looks like a fairy walking out of a painting, showing her nobility and other than worldly style. When they looked at each other, they could not find a trace of familiarity in each other's eyes, only strangeness. After all, before today, they were two strangers who would never have any contact in this life. The red thread of fate only forced the two together, but failed to bring their hearts closer to each other. Jai Qingyu remained silent, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, slowly raising her eyes to look at Lu Changshan. Her eyes were clear and quiet, like a deep spring, without any of the shyness and nervousness that a newlywed woman should have. For a moment, the whole room seemed to be plunged into an awkward and subtle atmosphere. After a moment, Lu Changshan broke the silence first, and there seemed to be a hint of temptation in his voice. "My wife." "Yeah," Jai Qingyu responded softly, her voice as cold as snow. Then she actually began to reach out and untie her wedding dress as if no one was around, moving slowly and steadily. Soon, she was left with only a red undergarment with gold edges. Jai Qingyu raised her jade hand and reached towards the rope behind her neck. Although her movements seemed light and smooth, they revealed her inner struggle. As the underwear showed signs of loosening, a pair of delicate collarbones that were whiter than frost and snow appeared before her eyes, and the proud snow-white peaks were about to emerge. However, at this critical moment, "My dear, we haven't even had our wedding wine yet." Seeing this scene, Lu Changshan was stunned for a moment. He widened his eyes slightly, and his voice was filled with a hint of astonishment. However, Jai Qingyu's expression did not change. She just opened her pearly teeth slightly and uttered two words lightly, as if she was impatient with these red tapes. "It's complicated." But even so, she stopped what she was doing, sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her eyes like cold stars looking at the table, waiting for Lu Changshan to hand over the wine that he had already prepared. When drinking the wedding wine, the two looked into each other's eyes again. Looking at the other person's calm eyes, Lu Changshan couldn't help but feel a little complicated. After finishing, Jai Qingyu reached out her hand again to untie the rope behind her neck, but this time her movements were much faster and seemed to be more determined. However, after Lu Changshan put the wine jug back on the table, he suddenly turned around without warning and walked out of the house. "I know you are reluctant, but I am also reluctant," Lu Changshan's voice slowly sounded in the silent room. Hearing this, Jai Qingyu stopped what she was doing and looked at Lu Changshan's back as he gradually walked out of the room, with a complex look in her eyes. There are doubts, confusion, and also a hint of relief. In Dacian, as a princess, although she seems to be extremely noble, she is often helpless and can only become a pawn in marriage alliances. After Lu Changshan closed the door, Jai Qingyu gently raised her jade hand and slowly touched her own stunningly beautiful face. She was somewhat puzzled by the deeper meaning behind Lu Changshan's move and didn't understand why he would give up so easily. Was it because she was not charming enough? Knowing what she was thinking at the moment, Lu Changshan would definitely not be able to help but tease her. "You are so narcissistic." However, Jai Qingyu does have the capital to be narcissistic. On the other side, after Lu Changshan left Jai Qingyu's room, he strode towards the side room where he used to live. Looking at Jai Qingyu's cold expression, he couldn't muster any interest at all. What's the difference between this and looking at a piece of rotten meat? Moreover, he is now in the stage of refining essence into qi, and he must not break his yuan-yang body. Otherwise, his cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. Let's play hard to get first. After all, we still have a long time to spend together, so there is no need to rush. He also remembered that before the marriage, he heard from the old man that the Su family seemed to change their minds after learning that they were going to marry their daughter to him as a concubine. Lu Changshan was slightly puzzled. Who was the figure illuminated by the candlelight in his original room at this moment? I slowly pushed open the door, and in an instant, a panicked cry came into my ears. "Ugh!" Su Yao was originally sitting on a chair, enjoying the pastries on the table with a comfortable look on her face. When she saw Lu Changshan pushing the door open, she was suddenly startled. Her eyes fell on Lu Changshan. After seeing the groom's attire clearly, she immediately knew the identity of the man in front of her. He was her husband whom she had never met. Husband? There was a hint of trembling in Su Yao's voice. Lu Changshan frowned and looked at the young girl in front of him. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why is it a little yellow-haired girl? At this time, Su Yao was sitting awkwardly in a chair, looking a little helpless, with some pastry crumbs still left at the corners of her mouth, just like a child who was caught stealing food. "Husband?" Su Yao seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly got down from the chair and then knelt on the ground. This helpless look is somewhat cute, but also a bit embarrassing because of the food residue on the corner of the mouth and the panicked and awkward movements. In this world, concubines have an extremely low status and strict rules. They must kneel and kowtow when they see their husbands. "Get up!" Lu Changshan helped the other person up helplessly. In his place, there was no distinction between wife and concubine. Su Yao stood up obediently. She lowered her head slightly, not daring to look directly at Lu Changshan, and her heart was full of doubts. Shouldn't the husband be spending the night with his wife in the bridal chamber? Why did he come to her place? After letting go of the girl, Lu Changshan slowly paced in the seemingly narrow room, looking around calmly. Everything here has also changed a lot, and all his belongings have been moved to the main room. Now this room is filled with Su Yao's things. He slowly walked to the table. His eyes fell on the books on the table, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. This little girl likes reading. However, when Lu Changshan saw the panels suddenly pop up, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and his mind instantly became clear. I grass a kind of plant. Chapter 7, My Wife Helps Me. Lu Changshan slowly picked up a yellowed ancient book on the table, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Although the ancient book exudes an old atmosphere, the moment his fingertips touched it, Lu Changshan could feel that its material must be extraordinary. It looks simple, but has no signs of decay. Technique, Daoshan Talisman Book 1. Learnable, he muttered to himself. Study. The next moment, countless unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind like a tide, and all kinds of information about how to use the Danshan's spiritual energy to make talismans came flooding in. Talisman, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on Lu Changshan's lips. Not long ago, he was still worried that he had the ability to practice, but no means to support himself. Unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better so quickly. Lu Changshan's pupils turned, and he looked towards another ancient book. Technique, Daoshan Formation Canon Volume 1. Learnable, study, Lu Changshan said to himself without any hesitation. Immediately afterwards, countless memories about how to use talismans to create formations flooded into his mind. Gather the talismans into a formation. After Lu Changshan slowly digested these massive memories, he turned around and cast his gaze at Su Yao behind him. At this time, Su Yao lowered her head, feeling uneasy, and her little hands tugged at the corner of her clothes anxiously. Where did you get these books from? My husband, these are all left by my mother. Su Yao pursed her pink lips and explained timidly. My mother said that our ancestors were once a wealthy family, and these books are very valuable. She left them to me before she passed away. She paused as if lost in memories, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. My mother told me that if I marry a chicken, I follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I follow the dog. I will bring these books to my husband's home in the future. Su Yao's voice became lower and lower, until it was almost inaudible, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Now it all belongs to my husband. If Dad had been able to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband, perhaps Mom would not have passed away in illness and despair. Lu Changshan exhaled lightly, trying to adjust his emotions and make his voice sound gentler. What's your name? How old are you? His young lady already looked so sad. It would be too inhumane if he suddenly laughed. This, the first volume of Daoshan Talisman, is simply a treasure to him. It records hundreds of methods of making talismans, from simple to difficult, from killing type, defensive type, to various functional talismans with wonderful uses. All are available. The first volume of Daoshan Formation Classic recorded dozens of methods of using talismans to form formations, but his current cultivation level was far from enough to use them. At least one has to reach the foundation building stage. Only then will the spiritual power in the body be sufficient to support the implementation of these complex formations. This young lady's ancestors were not just from a wealthy family, they were clearly cultivators. However, this is not a problem for Lu Changshan. If he stays in Linen County for 20 years and then goes out, he will have already established his foundation. My husband, my name is Su Yao, and I am 2 years old this year. Su Yao responded softly, her voice trembling slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of sob in her words. Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned. Su Yichen, your father is really a piece of shit. 14 years old, that would be fine in the previous life, but even in Dakian, he is not yet an adult. However, judging from Su Yao's clothes, the other party was most likely a child born to a concubine. What she was wearing was not even a red wedding dress, but ordinary clothes that she wore in the Su mansion. But it doesn't matter. Even if you are not favored in the Su family, you will have your own husband to spoil you when you come to the Lu family. Although Su Yao still looks young now, one can vaguely tell that she is a beauty, just like a flower bud about to bloom, especially that delicate and chubby little face that looks like a porcelain doll. She will definitely be a round-faced, sweet girl when she grows up, which is exactly the type that Lu Changshan liked in his previous life. Lu Changshan came to the table and gently ran his slender fingers through the girl's hair, stroking it again and again, and said softly, "Eat, these are all yours." At this time, most of the pastries on the table had been eaten by Su Yao, but Lu Changshan didn't care about it at all, and his eyes were always on the girl. Eat more so that you can evolve into a round-faced, sweet girl sooner. Hearing Lu Changshan's words, Su Yao was flattered. She nodded slightly and sat back in her chair. Thank you, husband. After saying that, She began to turn her grief and anger into appetite and continued to eat the pastries on the table. It was not until this moment that Lu Changshan finally understood what it meant to have a virtuous wife helping me to achieve my lofty ambitions. In the first volume of Daoshan Talisman, most of the talismans recorded therein are mainly about killing. The most important thing is that you don't need to get close to the enemy when using it. It can exert its power from a distance. This is very consistent with the image of immortal cultivators as mages in previous life novels. Just like the immortal in the legend, he can cast magic spells and kill enemies thousands of miles away with just a wave of his hand. If you can release the waves, who would want to fight with you in close combat? Even if the enemy accidentally gets close to you, you still have the Vajra talisman to resist the attack. Fighting with demons is no joke. We need to prepare more of these Vajra talismans, Lu Changshan thought to himself. The Vajra talisman happens to be one of the easiest talismans to make. However, spiritual paper is needed to make talismans. Although ordinary paper can be used, it cannot store spiritual power for too long. However, as far as I can remember, spiritual paper can also be made through some special means. For example, paper soaked in demon blood. The blood of demons contains spiritual charm. When paper is soaked in it, it can effectively slow down the loss of spiritual power in the talisman, which is crucial for making high-level talismans and extending the retention time of the talismans. The blood of the demon, Lu Changshan murmured to himself. He glanced at Su Yao, whose cheeks were puffed up, frowned slightly, and then walked out of the house. There is also demon blood in the clan, but it needs to be exchanged with family contributions. However, all the contribution points left by the original body's adoptive father were in the hands of his legal wife, Qin. It seems that I can only use the things I have saved. After making up his mind, Lu Changshan no longer hesitated and walked towards the main room. Pushing the door open, the lights flickered in the house. Jai Qingyu had already put on her luxurious wedding dress again, sitting quietly on a chair near the window, her figure graceful. When she saw Lu Changshan come in, she frowned slightly, thinking that the other party regretted it. But to her surprise, Lu Changshan only stared at the drawer in front of her, and then said, "Madam, please move aside for a moment. I need to get something." After hearing this, Jai Qingyu slowly stood up from the chair, took light steps, and stood aside. Lu Changshan quickly walked to the drawer, reached out and took out the longevity lock inside. This longevity lock is made entirely of gold and flickers faintly under the candlelight. It is Lu Changshan's last precious thing and his most precious treasure. Lu Changshan had already made plans. After kneeling down to pay homage to the old man and offering him tea tomorrow morning, he would take the longevity lock to the pawnshop to sell it. Then go to the shop opened by the Su family to buy some monster blood and prepare for making talismans. After thinking about it, he walked towards the side room with the longevity lock. After living there for 3 years, he felt more comfortable in the old place. After Lu Changshan left, he actually forgot to close the door, leaving it ajar. The courtyard was not big to begin with, and the moonlight made everything in the courtyard clearly visible. Inside the house, Jai Qingyu stood quietly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Changshan's back until he entered the side room. Chapter 8, Making Talismans. Husband, why are you back again? Su Yao puffed her cheeks, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were full of confusion. Woo! Suddenly, her face turned red as if dyed by the sunset, and she opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to speak, but it seemed as if something was choking her throat, and she couldn't make a sound. Why are you in such a hurry to eat? No one is going to snatch it from you. Seeing this, Lu Changshan shook his head helplessly, hurriedly picked up the kettle, quickly filled a cup of water, and then handed it to the panicked Su Yao. After finally swallowing the pastry that was choking her throat, Su Yao covered her chest with one hand, held the water cup in the other, and spoke while panting softly. "Ha, thank you, husband." Then, as if answering Lu Changshan's question, she whispered to herself, "I've never eaten so many cakes before." Upon hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly. It seems that he has lived a pretty good life in the Lu mansion over the years, with his second uncle occasionally taking care of him. In this world, concubines' daughters were of extremely low status. They were not even qualified to go to the mountain temple to receive blessings, let alone hope to practice martial arts. If you want to eat it in the future, tell your husband. Lu Changshan's voice was gentle, and he had other ideas about the use of this longevity lock. You know, the reason why he was able to master the method of making talismans was all thanks to his little wife. If it weren't for her, I would probably have to focus on cultivation without any help. Once attacked by demons, you will definitely not be able to fight back and can only be slaughtered by them. Really? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise suddenly flashed in Su Yao's eyes, and her eyebrows curved. "Thank you, husband." Lu Changshan nodded. While eating the remaining cakes, Su Yao seemed to remember something and spoke in a stammering voice. Husband, I heard from my sisters that there is a fool in your Lu family who refused the immortal grade skills from the mountain god. Who is he? Hearing this, Lu Changshan's eyes twitched slightly and his face was speechless. That fool is your husband. Su Yao opened her mouth slightly, and the half-piece of mung bean cake in her hand fell to the ground, and she widened her eyes in disbelief. Lu Changshan shook his head, sat down at the table, and prepared to start trying to make talismans. Su Yao, behind him, bit her lower lip when she saw this. Realizing that she had said the wrong thing, she bent her short legs and knelt on the ground with a plop. I'm sorry, my dear husband, I was wrong. Seeing this, Lu Changshan quickly stood up from his chair, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. What did you do wrong? I'm not angry. He corrected her. From now on, when you talk to your husband, you are not allowed to kneel down. Hearing this, Su Yao nodded her head. When I came, my elder sister held my hand and reminded me that I was married to be a concubine, and I must be careful and not make my husband angry. Otherwise, you will end up like your mother. Thinking of what happened to her mother, Su Yao felt an irrepressible anger in her heart. At least in her opinion, her husband was much better than her father. Her father always looked impatient when he spoke, and his tone was stiff and cold. My sister said that her husband's words were the law, and her husband said that she wouldn't have to kneel anymore, so she wouldn't have to follow all those red tape anymore. When her thoughts returned to reality, Su Yao had already been helped by Lu Changshan back to her chair. Her eyes inadvertently swept across the mung bean cake that fell on the ground. The originally sweet cake was now covered with dust. Su Yao couldn't help but pursed her lips, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. On the other side, Lu Changshan sat back in his chair, tore a piece of red paper in half, and then, according to the method he remembered, slowly mobilized the spiritual energy in his danshan and tried to start carving talismans on the paper. However, the process of making talismans was far from as easy as Lu Changshan had imagined. After a while, he felt dizzy, and his vision was spinning. Lu Changshan never imagined that making talismans would be so mentally exhausting. He rested one hand on the table, covering his head tightly, squinting his eyes to rest for a while. Then his eyes drooped slightly and looked at the unfinished, semi-finished product on the table. A faint golden light was emanating from the patterns on the red paper. Not only had the inscription on this half Vajra talisman been engraved halfway, but more than half of the spiritual energy in his body had already been consumed. What's worse is that the strong feeling of dizziness makes it difficult for him to concentrate and mobilize his spiritual power to continue carving. Lu Changshan slowly stood up from his chair, looking a little tired. He walked to the bed and sat cross-legged. At this moment, he needed to restore the spiritual energy in his danshan through practice, while also restoring his mental strength that was consumed by making talismans. However, when Su Yao saw Lu Changshan's action, a hint of shyness blushed across her fair and fleshy face. Is my husband hinting at me? But today is his wedding day with his wife. Shouldn't he spend the night with his wife in the new house? My sister has also taught me some things. Su Yao blushed and began to take off her clothes at the edge of the bed. Hearing the rustling sound beside his ears, Lu Changshan opened his eyes and frowned slightly. What are you doing? At this time, Su Yao was only wearing a moon-white belly band with a lotus pattern on it. Unlike the majestic mountain of the first wife, the second wife is just showing her sharp corners. Su Yao blushed, lowered her eyes, and said timidly, My husband, don't you want to have sex with me? The weather is still a little cold now. Su Yao's petite body is trembling slightly in Lu Changshan's eyes, making her look adorable. Seeing this, Lu Changshan sighed helplessly. How old are you? Who taught you these things about sex? It's a few sisters, Su Yao replied in a low voice. She also remembered that after her sisters learned that she was going to marry into the Lu family, they repeatedly told her that if she had the chance to go back, she must tell them what that fool looked like. But she never imagined that the fool her sisters were talking about was actually her own husband. You go to sleep first, your husband still has things to do. As Lu Changshan said this, he stood up and gently helped Su Yao to the bed. Su Yao still had a bit of childishness on her face, so he would have to keep this little wife for 2 or 3 years before deciding on whether to do so. Lying in the quilt, the chill on her body finally began to ease. Su Yao bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a low voice, Does my husband want to sleep with my wife first? Hearing this, Jai Qingyu's cold and beautiful face like ice emerged in Lu Changshan's mind. My husband has other things to do. After saying that, he returned to the bed again, slowly crossed his legs, and entered a state of cultivation. Compared to his first wife, Lu Changshan still likes this younger wife a little more, especially her shy attitude that makes her ready to be picked by anyone. It's a pity that it's still too small now. Su Yichen, your father is really a piece of shit. When Su Yao saw that her husband was just sitting on the bed as he had just done, many doubts flashed through her little head. But at this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy. Looking back, it seemed that the water her husband gave her was a little strange, and it felt a little spicy in her throat when she drank it. After a while, soft breathing sounds were heard in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Changshan finally opened his eyes again. At this time, the candles in the room had burned out and the entire space was pitch black. Outside the door, the cold moonlight shone down, illuminating a figure. Chapter 9 Increased Benefits. Lu Changshan pushed open the door, but found that there was no one outside, as if the scene he had just seen was just an illusion. The cold moonlight shone down, and he frowned, muttering to himself, "Did I see it wrong?" His mental strength had almost fully recovered. Lu Changshan gently closed the door and lit a candle on the table. In an instant, light dispelled the darkness and quickly filled the entire room. Under the flickering firelight, Su Yao's little face was faintly flushed, with a curve at the corner of her mouth, as if she was immersed in a beautiful dream. Lu Changshan moved his chair slightly to block the firelight, so as not to disturb his sleeping wife. Then he calmed himself and turned his gaze to the unfinished product. At this moment, the patterns previously carved on the red paper were flashing with a faint golden light and seemed to be about to disappear at any time. Lu Changshan knew clearly that he had to circulate his spiritual power as quickly as possible to complete the remaining inscriptions. If the spiritual energy dissipated, all previous efforts would be in vain. He immediately held his breath and concentrated, slowly directing the spiritual energy in his danshan to his fingertips, then continued carving at the place where the inscription was broken. This time, Lu Changshan discovered that the speed of consuming mental energy had improved compared to before. Although there was still consumption, after the Vajra talisman was made, although he felt a little tired, he did not experience the strong discomfort of dizziness as before. When the Vajra talisman was completed, a faint golden light began to appear on its surface. The light seemed to have life, flowing slowly along the carved patterns. At the same time, the color of the paper was changing rapidly, from the original red to a dazzling gold. Seeing this scene, Lu Changshan understood that this was a phenomenon caused by the paper being contaminated by the spiritual energy in the inscription. Unfortunately, ordinary paper has great limitations. Even with the help of the inscription, it can only preserve the spiritual energy in the talisman for about a month at most. However, due to the existence of the inscription, if spiritual energy is re-input into the talisman can be used again. This is just like a candle. You use up the original melted wax and then add a new wick and it will burn again. Looking at the finished product in his hand, Lu Changshan showed a look of satisfaction on his face. We need to find an opportunity to test the defensive effect of this Vajra talisman. With a thought, the light curtain unfolded. Host Lu Changshan, Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 1. Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Techniques, Daoshan Talisman Cannon Volume 1. Daoshan Formation Cannon Volume 1. Practice Benefit, 1200%. When did the training benefit become 1200%? Lu Changshan couldn't help but be slightly stunned, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be because I have just learned these two new techniques? He pondered in his mind and gradually came up with a guess. Could it be that the more I learn, the faster I will practice? With this thought in mind, Lu Changshan looked towards the ancient book that he had ignored at the beginning. Daoshan Heart Sutra, Upper Limit, Early Stage of Hedao Realm. Su Yao brought only these three ancient books and placed them on the table. One of them was a cultivation method, which was useless to Lu Changshan, so he ignored it when he saw the panel popped up by the golden finger at first. Moreover, Lu Changshan had long realized that the Daoshan Talisman Dayan and Zhenjin Dayan he was learning were only the first volume. Does that mean there are a second and a third volume? He turned slightly and his eyes fell on Su Yao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Forget it, I'll ask you tomorrow, Lu Changshan whispered to himself. At this moment, a strong sense of sleepiness came over him like a tide. He blew out the candle, slowly stood up from the chair, and walked towards the bed. It's probably getting late now, and I have to get up early tomorrow to pay my respects to the old man and Qin. I don't know how long it took, but the cold moonlight sprinkled on the eaves, covering them with a layer of silver frost. Jai Qingyu, dressed in a gorgeous wedding dress, stood quietly on the tiles. At this moment, she had taken off the heavy phoenix crown, and her 3,000 black hair fell down like a waterfall, fluttering slightly in the night breeze. That plain yet absolutely beautiful face, illuminated by the cold moonlight, looks like a fairy from the Moon Palace who is detached from the world. However, a barely perceptible hint of doubt flashed across her ethereal eyes. Why? She parted her red lips and whispered to herself. After watching for half the night, the movement that Jai Qingyu had imagined in her mind still did not come. The next day, inside the Liu family hall, today Jai Qingyu has taken off her luxurious green and red wedding dress and is wearing a light blue cloud silk long skirt. Her jet black hair was neatly tied behind her head, and a pearl-studded magnolia hairpin was inserted in her hair. As she moved, the hairpin swayed slightly, sparkling brightly. Jai Qingyu moved lightly, holding a cup of tea steadily in her hand, bent her knees slightly and said softly, "Grandpa, please have some tea." Jai Qingyu's voice was still so flat, without much emotion in it. Taking the tea handed over by Jai Qingyu, a complex look flashed in Lu Tiancheng's eyes. "Your Highness." As soon as he opened his mouth, he seemed to come to his senses and quickly changed his words. "Qingyu, if you feel uncomfortable living here, you don't have to worry, just tell me." He knew very well that the courtyard where his eldest grandson lived was far inferior to that of the palace in terms of scale and luxury, and was indeed rather simple. After the tea ceremony, Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu walked side by side along a winding path. Lu Changshan's body has not yet fully matured. When the two of them stand side by side, their heights are almost the same. Moreover, his eldest wife seemed to be 3 years older than him, which made Lu Changshan recall a sentence from his previous life. A woman who is 3 years older than his husband is a gold brick, but his wife is a cold gold brick. They were silent all the way, and it seemed very peaceful, but they just ignored the angry children of the Liu family. "Why?" One of the collateral descendants cursed under his breath while gritting his teeth. After practicing martial arts, one becomes full of vigor and vitality, with a strong fire burning in the heart. Now, after seeing Jai Qingyu's extremely beautiful face, which looked like a fairy from heaven, his anger was further ignited, and he was filled with dissatisfaction. Lu Changshan was so ignorant that he refused the blessing of the immortal skills from the mountain god. How could such a fool be worthy of the favor of Her Royal Highness the Princess? In their eyes, Jai Qingyu had a cold look, like an untouchable flower on a mountain top. Her appearance was even 3 points better than that of Su Yingsu, the most beautiful woman in Linen County. As he was walking, Lu Changshan seemed to suddenly think of something and stop. He looked at Jai Qingyu and said, "My lady, I suddenly remembered that I have something important to do, so I won't go back with you." After saying that, he turned around quickly and walked quickly towards the Liu family's gate. Chapter 10 Linen Pawn Shop. Linen Pawn Shop. Looking at the plaque above his head, Lu Changshan raised his head slightly and murmured softly. He subconsciously grasped the longevity lock in his hand, and a sense of reluctance arose in his heart. This item is the only thing left to him by his original parents. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Changshan walked into the pawn shop. After all, his current situation is very embarrassing. At the beginning, just because he gave up Teichu Longxiangju, the old man's opinion of him completely changed, and now he treats him as a stud. All the resources allocated by the family were taken away by his half-brother, because he had obtained a low-grade martial arts technique and had the support of the Qin family. In the eyes of the clan members, his future was not bad, and he had hope of reaching the Wangxiang period in the future. As for Lu Changshan himself, before he had children, he could only be guaranteed food and shelter in the Liu family, and no other benefits. Hearing footsteps, the mustache-wearing shopkeeper behind the counter raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Lu Changshan casually. When he noticed that there was no sign of energy fluctuation in Lu Changshan's body, and he seemed to be just an ordinary person, he lowered his head again, and his gaze fell on the account book on the table again. It seems that they have determined that this ordinary person will not bring in any big business. However, just as he thought, even if the longevity lock in Lu Changshan's hand was made of solid gold, since it was worn by infants, its weight was estimated to be only about 1 or 2 taels. "Shopkeeper, I want to exchange this longevity lock for some demon blood and some small change." This pawn shop is run by the Su family in Linen County. It is an integrated pawn shop and a business store with a unique business philosophy and also supports barter transactions. After all, within the 3 counties, there are many civilian warriors who are not affiliated with the major families. When the major families hunt, they will not cross the edge of the territory protected by the god of Loyu Mountain out of consideration for their own safety and the scope of their territory. As a result, these civilian warriors had no choice but to take risks and go hunting outside the territory. If they are lucky enough to encounter a low-level demon and successfully hunt it down, they will choose to bring its flesh and blood here and exchange it for some gold and silver to make a living. You know, for these civilian warriors, the flesh of demons is not food that can be enjoyed at will. Eating it every day is too luxurious. The most important thing is that they have to support their families. After all, warriors are full of vigor and vitality. In this feudal dynasty society, there are not many entertainment activities at night, so there are usually many children in the family, and the burden of life is heavy. Besides, the power of demons should not be underestimated. Even if it is a low-level body-refining demon, it requires the joint efforts of several human warriors of the same level to ensure that it is killed and prevented from escaping. After a hard battle, even if the hunt was successful, each person would not get much in the end. His thoughts returned to reality. When the shopkeeper heard Lu Changshan's words, he raised his head again, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the longevity lock on the table. He reached out his hand, picked up the longevity lock, felt its weight, and squeezed it to make sure it was real gold. Then he said, 1 ounce and 2 cents can't be exchanged for much demon blood. Shopkeeper, I know. To redeem the pawn, 1 ounce for demon blood and 2 ounces for silver. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded slightly and began to draft the deposit paper. As he wrote, he raised his voice and shouted inside, Erlang, go to the back storehouse and get 1 ounce of demon blood. In his opinion, even if it is a small profit, it is still a profit, and a little bit will add up to a lot. Lu Changshan frowned slightly. 1 or 2 ounces of demon blood is indeed not much. I wonder how many talismans can be made with it. In this world, the value of demon blood is no less than that of demon flesh. It has special uses and can even be used to train the physical fitness of underage children in advance. For a martial arts family like the Lu family, demon blood is an important resource for training future generations. A body that has been tempered by demon blood will have a higher chance of receiving heavenly blessings when receiving blessings from the mountain god in the future. Even in the process of practicing in the body-refining realm, one will be faster than ordinary people. However, this method is quite difficult, and it would take an unknown amount of demon blood to refine it. Only the children of martial arts families like them can afford to use it. Moreover, the blood in the demon's body is limited. If it cannot be captured alive during the hunting process, a large amount of blood will be lost due to the trauma of battle. Therefore, it is not easy to obtain enough demon blood. Soon, a man dressed as a shop assistant came out from behind a door, holding a clay pot in his hand. "Boss, who is this for?" the clerk asked. Hearing this, the shopkeeper raised his head slightly, tilted his chin slightly upwards, and looked towards where Lu Changshan was, without any excessive emotion in his eyes. Seeing this, the clerk came quickly to Lu Changshan with a pottery pot in hand and asked in confusion, "Little brother, what are you holding?" Hearing the clerk's question, Lu Changshan quickly took out a demon's skin that he had prepared long ago from his bag and spread it out in front of him. Skin is the cheapest part of a demon's body, and most of it is used to make cloth bags and some clothes. Seeing this, the waiter frowned slightly and gave some instructions. "Little brother, you must hold it firmly. If the demon blood leaks, we won't give you a replacement." After hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded solemnly and signaled to the clerk that he could pour the demon blood into the center of the leather. After a short while, the clerk picked up the pot and said loudly, "It's enough. It's already 1 or 2 ounces." "That's all." When Lu Changshan heard this, his brows slightly frowned and he was speechless. I saw that the demon's blood had only gathered into a small puddle in the depression of the demon's skin, which was pitifully small. Lu Changshan sighed helplessly, then carefully began to close the demon's skin from both sides. After all, this was almost all his belongings. After closing it, he took out a thin rope from the bag he carried with him, tied it tightly around the gathered part of the demon's skin, and tied a knot. At this time, the shopkeeper had already prepared the deposit paper, and Lu Changshan walked forward. 1 tael of silver a month? So shady. Lu Changshan frowned, his eyes full of astonishment. He didn't expect the pawn redemption interest to be so high, but now that things had come to this, Lu Changshan had no other choice. Talismans made of spiritual paper are not only more powerful, but can also be stored for about a year. Unlike those martial artists who practice physical training, he must prepare in advance for the hunting day in the middle of the year. After taking a deep breath, he pressed his fingerprints, completed a series of operations, put away his things, and turned to walk outside. After returning home, Su Yao was sitting on a low stool, basking in the sun comfortably. Unable to practice martial arts and without other entertainment options, she had no choice but to kill time this way. Hearing the footsteps, Su Yao opened her eyes and looked at Lu Changshan, who walked into the archway. "Husband!" She hurriedly stood up, bent her short legs, and was about to kneel down when Lu Changshan's words from yesterday suddenly rang in her ears. She stopped and just looked at Lu Changshan quietly. Seeing this, Lu Changshan walked closer and took something out of his bag. "This is for you." Su Yao took the candied haws handed to her by her husband, and a look of surprise immediately flashed in her eyes. "Thank you, husband." Seeing his concubine eating so happily, Lu Changshan shook his head slightly. She was coaxed into this state by just a candied haws. How hard must her life in the Su family been before? At this moment, Lu Changshan suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Chapter 11, I, Lu Changshan, do not live off others. It felt like a pair of eyes were staring at me in the dark. Lu Changshan quickly turned his head and looked towards the main room. "Madam," he called tentatively. At this time, Jai Qingyu was sitting quietly on a chair, basking in the sun quietly. The sunlight shone on her, casting a faint golden halo, but it could not dispel the coldness in her body at all. Those ethereal eyes were as calm and deep as ever, making it impossible to detect any emotion at all. "Yeah," Jai Qingyu nodded slightly, her voice very soft and faint. To her, since they had already worshipped heaven and earth, they were husband and wife, so she had no aversion to Lu Changshan's address to her. At this moment, Lu Changshan suddenly reached into his pocket and took out something. "Ma'am, this is for you." Looking at the candied haws wrapped in a thin layer of oil paper in Lu Changshan's hand, Jai Qingyu's eyes flashed with an imperceptible look. She slowly raised her slender hand, took the candied haws, and whispered in a cold voice, "Thank you, husband." The tone was stiff, but one could tell that she was trying hard to imitate Su Yao. Seeing this, Lu Changshan laughed secretly in his heart. Sure enough, although his first wife seemed cold and indifferent, there was still a hint of comparison in her heart. Jai Qingyu raised her eyes, and her gaze met Lu Changshan's again. They say eyes are the windows to the soul, so why is his wife so cold and indifferent? Seeing that the other party had no intention of eating, Lu Changshan did not ask any more questions and turned to walk towards the side room. For him at the moment, making talismans was the most important thing. He planned to use the talisman dyed with demon blood to make a mid-level killing talisman. However, at this moment, Jai Qingyu suddenly spoke, her voice as cold as an ice spring. "You are short of money." Hearing this, Lu Changshan turned around, raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded and said, "Of course we are short of it. Then why didn't you choose Techu Dragon Elephant Art?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly. Why is this question again? When he was about to answer, he saw Jai Qingyu stretch out her hand and gently touch her other wrist, and a jade bracelet appeared in her palm. "Go and redeem your longevity lock." Lu Changshan was slightly puzzled and pondered to himself. How did she know that I pawned the longevity lock? Seeing Lu Changshan standing still, Jai Qingyu spoke again, her voice cold and majestic with an unquestionable tone. "Take it." "What if I refuse?" Lu Changshan asked tentatively. Hearing this, Jai Qingyu remained silent, and her actions did not change at all. However, there seemed to be a hint of coldness in those ethereal eyes. "This is your stuff," Lu Changshan tried to persuade again. "Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. What's mine is yours." This, Lu Changshan felt helpless. He knew in his heart that the items your princess was wearing were obviously very valuable at first glance, and he simply didn't need so much money right now. Besides, Lu Changshan didn't want to be a gigolo, but his wife was too tough. How could he refuse? After Lu Changshan took the jade bracelet, Jai Qingyu spoke again, her tone unquestionable. "Go now." Okay, let's go now." Before leaving, Lu Changshan asked casually, "Madam, do you want to leave this longevity lock for our future child?" As soon as these words were spoken, the courtyard suddenly became quiet, so quiet that one could almost hear each other's breathing. After Su Yao finished eating the candied haws, she still looked at the empty stick in her hand with a lingering look. After a moment, Jai Qingyu nodded slightly. The voice was still as clear and cold as before, without any ripples. Seeing this, Lu Changshan turned around and prepared to fulfill his wife's request. Before leaving, he chose to leave the monster's blood in the house first, and then walked towards the Lu family's gate. Lu Changshan returned to linen pawnshop again. At this time, there happened to be two familiar figures in the shop. "What are you doing here?" When Lu Changyu saw Lu Changshan, he frowned and there was a hint of contempt in his tone. "My dear brother, do you really not want to see your brother?" In memory, they often played and had fun together when they were children. Hearing this, Lu Changyu snorted coldly. In his opinion, Lu Changshan came here just to pawn his items. Besides, what good things could his mother leave for him? Hearing the conversation between the two, the shopkeeper, who was talking to a beautiful woman, glanced at Lu Changshan out of the corner of his eye, with a hint of imperceptible surprise in his eyes. The elder brother of Madame Qin's son, he thought to himself. Could he be the fool who refused the Techu Dragon Elephant Art during the Mountain God's blessing ceremony? He retracted his attention, looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, nodded, and said, "Madame Qin, please wait a moment. I will ask someone to get it." Qin Shuang nodded when he heard this, then slightly turned his head and looked towards Lu Changshan, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Hello, mother." Lu Changshan greeted respectfully. However, Qin Shuang turned a deaf ear to Lu Changshan's greetings. Lu Changshan was not annoyed and looked normal. After all, he was used to it. That incident caused a lot of uproar back then. The original body's father was desperate to marry a singer and refused to accept Qin Shuang as a marriage partner no matter what. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to a woman's self-esteem. Seeing that the shopkeeper was free at this time, Lu Changshan stepped forward, took out the previous bail ticket and said, "Shopkeeper, I want to redeem the longevity lock and use this in exchange." After saying that, he placed the jade bracelet Jai Qingyu gave him on the table. After seeing what Lu Changshan took out, Su He's originally calm look was immediately replaced by shock. "Mr. Lu, do you really want to pawn this thing?" There was a hint of doubt in his voice, as if he was confirming something important. Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly, then nodded to confirm. "Yes, I will use it to redeem the longevity lock that I pawned before, and then re-sign it." "Where did you get this thing?" Qin Shuang suddenly spoke with a hint of shock in his eyes. "Was it left behind by your mother?" she asked immediately, and there seemed to be a hint of coldness in her voice, which made people shiver slightly. "You know, the value of this bracelet far exceeds all the betrothal gifts that Lu Zhengdao gave her back then." Hearing this, Lu Changshan became even more confused, and his brows furrowed slightly. Seeing that Qin Shuang recognized the value of this item at a glance, so he put away his thoughts, sighed lightly, and slowly explained. "Mr. Lu, this bracelet of yours is made of demon bones." Looking at the exquisite carvings on the bracelet, Sui exclaimed, "This item is made from the heart bone of a three-tailed sky heart fox. It is worth a lot of money. Do you really want to pawn it?" Chapter 12, Three-Tailed Sky Heart Fox. Three-Tailed Sky Heart Fox. Lu Changshan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. In his memory, objects made of demon bones all had some miraculous effects. So Lu Changshan asked, "What is the function of this bracelet?" Hearing his question, Sui patiently explained again. "This three-tailed Tiangxin fox has hair as white as frost and snow, and its head can transform into a human face, which is also as white as jade and flawless. This monster only drinks the heart blood of women." At this point, Suhi paused, looked at the bracelet, and continued. "So this bracelet made of the heart bone of the three-tailed sky heart fox is naturally of great benefit to women." Recalling his first wife's skin as white as jade, Lu Changshan roughly understood the effect of the bracelet. "It's just whitening. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? What do you want? Just tell me and I can exchange it with you." Qin Shuang suddenly broke the silence, his eyes fixed on the bracelet. Hearing this, Lu Changshan shook his head without thinking. "No, Lu Changshan, you were planning to pawn this thing anyway. Why can't you exchange it for my mother?" Seeing Lu Changshan's refusal, Lu Changyu frowned and spoke with a questioning tone. Hearing this, Lu Changshan sighed softly, his tone seeming somewhat helpless. "This bracelet is a precious thing of my wife's. It is only temporarily pawned in the pawn shop. I can redeem it when I have enough money in the future. But if it were you, it would be completely gone. I can also sign a written agreement with you," Qin Shuang said while gritting his teeth. However, Lu Changshan shook his head and put away the bracelet. "This thing is so precious, so I'd better not accept it." After saying that, he turned around without hesitation and strode out of the pawn shop. To be honest, if he really pawned this bracelet, Lu Changshan was a little confused. For a moment he had no idea what to exchange it for. Back in the courtyard, as soon as Lu Changshan's figure came into view, Jai Qingyu asked, her voice as cold as ice, "Where is the longevity lock?" When Lu Changshan heard this, he did not answer. He walked straight to Jai Qingyu, slowly squatted down, then gently lifted the other's slender white right hand and put the bracelet back on Jai Qingyu's wrist. "After much consideration, I think this item is best worn on your hand. As for the longevity lock, if we have a child in the future, I will definitely make a unique one for him. It's not important to you." Hearing this, Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect Jai Qingyu to ask this question. This item is naturally extremely precious to the original owner, and it is the only thing his parents left for him. However, he is a time traveler who has taken over someone else's home, so what does it have to do with him? Lu Changshan shook his head. "It doesn't matter." Hearing this, Jai Qingyu stood up, walked lightly back into the house and closed the door. "Are you angry?" Lu Changshan muttered to himself. Although they just got married yesterday, Jai Qingyu always gave Lu Changshan the impression of being indifferent, like a flower on a high mountain, keeping people at a distance. But just now, he actually saw different emotions in her eyes. This was the first time. "This is like a normal person with flesh and blood." The corners of Lu Changshan's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He shook his head slightly, then turned and walked towards the side room. However, Lu Changshan didn't know that Jai Qingyu didn't move at all after closing the door. She stood there quietly, and a hint of complexity flashed across her eyes, which had always been calm. Not important? Then why did he show such cherishment in his eyes last night? He's really weird. On the other side, when Lu Changshan returned to the side room, he saw Su Yao had already crawled into bed and was sleeping soundly. Lu Changshan frowned, shook his head helplessly, and sighed softly. My two wives are weirder than each other. One is as cold as a robot, and the other sleeps right after eating. He shook his head again, sat down at the table, and took out the small bag of demon blood and the talisman paper that had been prepared long ago from the drawer. Lu Changshan untied the string and carefully stained the blood with paper. The good news is that the demon's blood is enough to dye 12 pieces of talisman paper. It was a little more than Lu Changshan had expected. He carefully spread the talisman paper stained with the demon's blood, but not yet dried on the demon's skin, then took a deep breath and began to concentrate, preparing to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to carve the inscription on the talisman paper. For the first one, he decided to try the extremely powerful flame explosion talisman among the killing talismans. As the spiritual power slowly flows out from the danchan, it gathers at the fingertips and flows toward the talisman paper. The next moment, Lu Changshan suddenly felt that the spiritual energy in his danchan and his own mental power were rapidly dissipating as if being siphoned. Is the intermediate level talisman so difficult? He frowned, his heart full of surprise. Or is it because my cultivation is too low? Lu Changshan stretched out a hand to support his head, and when the dizziness gradually disappeared, he turned his gaze back to the talisman paper. He had only carved less than 2 strokes on the talisman paper when it became like this. Forget it, let's use the beginner fireball talisman and giant force talisman to make the transition first. Lu Changshan shook his head slightly, a bitter smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. As expected, you can't be too ambitious in doing anything. Time passes by like a white horse passing by in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it was the day to go to the mountain temple to return the skills. During this period, Jai Qingyu still seemed to be angry and treated Lu Changshan coldly and indifferently. There was not much progress in their relationship. During this period, Chen Yang and Lu Changshan's second aunt also came to visit several times. Every time they met, Chen Yang's sharp eyes were always on the 2 girls. When Lu Changshan's second aunt told him that the 2 girls were still virgins, she couldn't help but look anxious. The couple secretly pulled Lu Changshan aside more than once and asked in a low voice, "Why hasn't there been any progress on this matter yet?" Lu Changshan felt both embarrassed and helpless about this. The first wife is as cold as ice and has no interest in him at all. The second wife is too young and needs to be supported for another 2 years. Moreover, he is now in the stage of refining essence into qi, so maintaining his yang energy is crucial. During this period of time, Lu Changshan also successfully broke through to the second level of qi training, and he only used 6 of the 12 talisman papers stained with the demon's blood. 2 fireball talismans, 2 giant strength talismans, and 2 vajra talismans. These talismans stained with demon blood are about twice as effective as ordinary talismans due to their special materials. Of course, the difficulty of production has also increased greatly. Every carving requires more spiritual energy and mental strength. These 6 talismans can serve as his trump cards, used to save his life during the mid-year hunting ceremony. I have to go to the temple to return the skills tomorrow, and there seems to be a competition, which can be used to test the defensive effect of the ordinary Vajra talisman. Chapter 13. The first wife is a warrior. The next day at dawn, a thin golden light enveloped the entire Lu family like a veil. The atmosphere in the ancestral temple is solemn and dignified. Lu Changshan held 3 incense sticks in his hands and followed the movements of a Lu family member in front of him, solemnly performing the ritual of 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. The person leading the team in the front should have been the eldest grandson Lu Changshan, but because of his cultivation level, the responsibility naturally fell to the eldest son of the 3rd room, Lu Chang's. Lu Chang's is now a 2nd-level body refining warrior, and his speed is comparable to that of Su Yichin. I hope all the ancestors will protect my Lu family and make it prosperous in military affairs. Lu Chang's muttered to himself, and this low and pious voice echoed in the dim ancestral temple. While bowing and kowtowing, Lu Changshan looked up, and his sight happened to fall on the tablet of his original father. In the Lu family, Wang Xiangjing is already the best in the family, and only the legitimate son is worthy of entering the ancestral temple. Of course, there are exceptions. The original body's father was a top-level warrior. Even though he was a bastard, he successfully gained the recognition of the family with his strength and contributions to the Lu family, and was included in the ancestral temple. Next to his tablet, The solemn plaque belongs to his uncle Lu Zhengyang, who is also the old man's eldest son. The old man had 4 sons and 2 daughters in his lifetime, and the original father was the second among his brothers. However, the original father was not the only one who died in that accident. His eldest uncle, 4th uncle, and eldest aunt all died at the mouth of that brutal monster. Lu Changshan had no idea what exactly happened back then. This matter seemed like an untouchable taboo, and the old man strictly forbade anyone to mention it. You know, the lowest among them were also blessed with Earth-grade skills. The old man's lineage and the Lu family should have gradually moved towards glory under the leadership of the original father. It was also because of this accident that his lineage has never recovered, causing many side branches to eye the old man's position as the head of the family and attempt to replace him at any time. Lu Changshan knew in his heart that the old man would be very disappointed if he did not choose Teichu Dragon Elephant Art, but this cannot be blamed on him. If he had chosen Teichu Dragon Elephant Art, the limit of his life would have been the same as that of his original father, and he would have missed out on this immortal cultivation method. After the worship of the ancestors was over, this generation of Lu's disciples who had been blessed with the skills turned around and walked out of the ancestral temple one after another. When they saw Lu Changshan, they couldn't help but keep their eyes on him for a moment longer. There is envy, jealousy, and naturally ridicule. Nowadays, many Lu family disciples who have been blessed with the yellow-grade martial arts have successfully cultivated Qi power and entered the realm of body refining. But Lu Changshan is still an ordinary person now. They can't help but suspect that by the hunting day in the middle of the year, Lu Changshan may not be able to break through to the body refining realm. I just hope that I won't be assigned to the same group with him. Stepping out of the ancestral temple, Lu Changshan turned his head slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He looked at Lu Chang's beside him and asked, "Brother Changs, why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face? I heard from Sister Yaoyu that you haven't even gotten into bed in this entire month." Lu Chang's frowned slightly, a barely perceptible hint of jealousy flashing across his face. Hearing this, Lu Changshan was confused. "If I don't sleep on the bed, where will I sleep?" After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Chang's, but walked straight forward. After walking a few steps, Jai Qingyu, who had been waiting for a long time, came into view on the winding road not far ahead. Today she was wearing a light white palace dress, which was elegant yet had a sense of transcendence. Her jet black hair was tied up at the back of her head, with a silver hairpin inserted diagonally in it. "Let's go, lady." Lu Changshan stretched out his hand without hesitation and pulled up Jai Qingyu's slender and fair hand. The wife knew to save his face outside. She did not resist at all, allowing Lu Changshan to hold her hand and walk slowly forward together. According to traditional rules, women from the 3 counties who married out of their husband's family had to go to the Loyu Mountain Temple to worship together with their husband's family. The 2 of them held hands, one in front and one behind. In the eyes of everyone, they looked like a beautiful painting of a talented man and a beautiful woman, which aroused the envy of all the male members of the Lu family. Especially Lu Chang's, his eyes were filled with jealousy like burning fire. According to his mother, this beautiful woman who was so cold and elegant should have been his wife, but was forced to betroth to Lu Changshan by his grandfather. How could he not feel jealous? Arriving outside the Lu family's gate, Lu Changshan was the first to jump on the horse. After sitting firmly, he stretched out his hand towards Jai Qingyu. They were supposed to take the carriage to Loyu Mountain, but Lu Changshan had consumed too much mental energy making talismans last night. So when Jai Qingyu woke him up in the side room, the rest of the Lu family had already been waiting for a long time. The Su family and the He family set out for Loyu Mountain early before dawn. Jai Qingyu slightly raised her hand, which was as white as mutton fat jade, with an elegant movement. However, to Lu Changshan's surprise, the imagined pulling feeling did not come. He was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses again, Jai Qingyu was sitting in front of him as lightly as a ghost. A faint fragrance wafts into the nose, like the mist that permeates the valley in the morning light, fresh yet elusive. Lu Changshan swung the reins in his hand, making a slight snap sound. He asked softly, "Madam, are you a warrior?" "Yeah." Jai Qingyu's voice was cold, still the same as before, without causing any ripples. "No wonder." Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows and nodded to himself, with a look of realization on his face. Then he tilted his head slightly and stared at Jai Qingyu's beautiful profile, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Madam, what realm are you in?" This time Jai Qingyu did not answer Lu Changshan's question immediately. She lowered her eyes slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. A pair of eyes as clear as water stirred up a slight ripple, and the red lips were slightly pursed, as if hesitating. At this time, Lu Changshan continued to ask, "Madam, why have I never seen you practice martial arts?" Jai Qingyu raised her eyes slightly, and her words were still so brief. Need not. She gazed into the distance, her eyes calm and without any ripples, as if nothing in this world could cause a ripple in her heart. Hearing this, Lu Changshan did not ask any more questions, but started to think secretly in his mind. After we come back, should we ask our first wife to help us test the upper limit of the Vajra talisman? Lu Changshan initially estimated in his mind that those Lu family members who were at the first or second level of body refinement would generally be unable to break through his Vajra talisman. If you want to test out the real effect, you must let warriors with higher levels try it. The mid-year hunting ceremony is about to come. Although the clan will leave some low-level body-cultivating demons for this generation of descendants to practice, there is still the possibility of accidents. After all, if you use demons to train the young men of your clan, the demons will not show mercy. They will only rely on their instincts and ferociously pounce on the prey in front of them. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Thinking of this, Lu Changshan continued to ask, "Madam, can I ask you for a favor?" Jai Qingyu nodded gently, her movements as gentle as the breeze blowing through flower petals to show her agreement. However, Lu Changshan continued, "I'll tell you in detail when I come back from Loyu Mountain." Chapter 14, Brother-in-Law. "Oh, uncle." The sound of horse hooves came from far away. Hearing this somewhat familiar sound, Su Yichen, who had just stuck his head out of the carriage, looked back. Lu Changshan was seen sitting on a horse with fur as white as snow, and in his arms was a woman with an extraordinary temperament and a beautiful appearance. Su Yichen knew in his heart that this woman was probably Lu Changshan's wife. What a blessing! Su Yichen sighed in his heart with a complicated look in his eyes. He naturally knew the other party's identity. However, he was somewhat confused about what Lu Changshan meant by brother-in-law. "Meet your highness." Jai Qingyu nodded slightly. The Su and He family convoys deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, they would have arrived at the Loyu Mountain Temple by now. After saying hello, Su Yichen looked intently at Lu Changshan. "You haven't developed your qi yet." Hearing this, Lu Changshan shook his head. His expression seemed to contain a hint of helplessness and self-mockery. "I'm really ashamed." As he spoke, he swung the reins to speed up and said, "I don't have much talent. It would be great if I were as gifted as Master Su." At this moment, Lu Changshan was full of curiosity. He wondered what the upper limit of his wife's martial arts skills was. Looking at the two people's backs gradually going away, Su Yichen shook his head, and an indescribable complexity flashed in his eyes. "If I had known this, why didn't I choose Techu Dragon Elephant Art?" Back in the carriage, opposite him sat a girl with the same cool temperament. Different from Jai Qingyu's elegant and noble coldness, Su Yingsu's coldness was as cold as ice and frost, which kept people at a distance. She sat quietly aside, like an ice sculpture, her eyes indifferent, like the 9-net cold ice that had not melted for 1,000 years. Because of her presence, the temperature in the car seemed to drop a few degrees. Ever since the mountain god bestowed the blessing, everyone has been talking about Lu Changshan's choice. Some people found this ridiculous. They believed that only a fool would give up the immortal grade technique, Techu Dragon Elephant Art, and choose the Changshan Gong, which was even inferior to the yellow grade technique. However, some people think that Lu Changshan is smart. They believe that he has no protection from his mother's family and made such a choice because he was afraid of being assassinated by the Li family of Daijing. After all, a genius who has not grown up cannot be considered a true genius. Lu Changheng, who was also born to a concubine and died suddenly, is a case in point. In their opinion, Lu Changshan and his son are not the only ones who have the opportunity to obtain the Techu Dragon Elephant Art. For example, the Luyang Divine Art that he is learning now has also been obtained by many civilian warriors through the blessings of the mountain god over the years. And these kinds of people have already been recruited by his Su family. However, what surprised Su Yichen was that he always felt that Lu Changshan seemed to be enjoying it. It seems that, in his opinion, the art of immortality is the most correct choice. His thoughts gradually returned to reality, and Su Yichen sighed softly. He turned his gaze towards Su Yingsu and asked softly, "Why don't you take a look at him?" Su Yichen knew clearly in his heart that his sister had long had a special liking for Lu Changshan. In the Su family, almost everyone knows that Su Yingsu is engaged to the descendant of Lu Zhengdao, the legendary figure of the Lu family. Before this, everyone, including Su Yichen, mistakenly believed that it was an engagement with the eldest son Lu Tianyu. It was also for this reason that Su Yingsu had always strongly opposed this marriage, and she insisted on making her own decision about marriage. However, after the wedding that day, everyone was shocked to realize that the engagement was actually made with Lu Changshan. If she had known this earlier, Even if she knew in advance that she was going to be a concubine, Su Yingsu might not have refused. After all, in her heart, her life now belongs to Lu Changshan. Su Yichen seemed to shake his head helplessly and whispered to himself, "Alas, it's really fate. His sister has a naturally cold personality. Ever since Lu Changshan got married, he has become even colder than before. Now, even when he talked to her, Su Yingsu only said a few words, and sometimes even ignored him completely." A few days ago, Su Yichen broke through to the second level of body refining and was regarded as a favored child of heaven with endless praises. However, what is not well known is that Su Yingsu had already broken through to the third level of body refining yesterday, which was even faster than him. However, can a person's change really be so great? Su Yichen lowered his head slightly, pondering to himself. Deep in his memory, Lu Changshan longed for his father more than anyone else. If that was the case, then why did he choose to give up the Teichu dragon elephant art? Was it really just because he was afraid of being persecuted by the imperial capital Li family? But if he was really afraid of death, why would he do that year? This guy is really hard to figure out. In the car, Su Yingsu finally took action after hearing her brother mumbling to himself. She tilted her head slightly, looked out the window, a hint of memory flashing in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Lu Changshan was riding on a horse, narrowing his eyes slightly. In the sight, a towering and majestic mountain slowly comes into view. This is Luoyu Mountain. It is rumored that the Luoyu Mountain god, who has been worshipped by people of the three counties, has always lived on the top of this mountain. In the eyes, Luoyu Mountain seems like a towering stone pillar connecting heaven and earth, piercing the sky, which is daunting. The temple that has been worshipped by the people of the three counties stands quietly at the foot of the mountain. Getting closer and closer to the temple, Lu Changshan suddenly felt that a mysterious pair of eyes was quietly observing him. He became alert and looked around, trying to find the source of that gaze. After searching in vain, he looked back. At this time, the carriage that Su Yichen was riding in was slowly catching up. Su Yichen stuck his head out of the car window, his eyes fixed in his direction. As far as he could remember, the reason why he had so many interactions with Su Yichen was because his original incarnation saved him with his own life 3 years ago. The scene at that time is still vivid in my mind. The original body was fine and died, but Lu Changshan, who came through time, suffered a lot because of it. At that time, the original body had been held in the monster's mouth and chewed for a long time before being rescued by Chen Yang, who came rushing over. If Chen Yang hadn't taken good care of him, Lu Changshan, who had traveled through time and space, would probably have died again. At that time, after the body was chewed by the demon, the internal organs were damaged to varying degrees. The original body died before he reached home, and Lu Changshan now doesn't know how he managed to survive. To this day, he still has many horrible scars on his body, like brand marks, forever remaining on this body. Brother-in-laws. Lu Changshan looked at Su Yichen, who was catching up with him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Judging from Su Yichen's expression, the other party obviously had something to say to him. Su Yichen frowned slightly, feeling very puzzled, and didn't understand why Lu Changshan called him brother-in-law again. However, he did not think too much about this issue. "Why are you riding so fast? I have something to tell you." Chapter 15 Worship. Come join us for the mid-year hunting ceremony. Su Yichen's voice was as calm as water. "Oh, brother-in-law is so kind." A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. You know, when the Lu family members learned that he had not yet broken through to the first level of body refining in a month, they now regarded him as a plague. They all prayed that they would not be assigned to the same group on hunting day. It was really surprising that the brother-in-law took the initiative to ask to be in the same group with him. During the hunting ceremony, they would form groups of 4 to deal with the body-refining demons that had been carefully selected by the family. If the 4 of them cooperate well, hunting down a body-refining demon should not be a problem. After all, the body-refining demon is only physically stronger. But if there is one more useless burden, the other 3 will most likely be in danger. At this moment, a burst of sneer suddenly came into the ears of several people. "Su Yichen, are you so sure that you can hunt monsters with a burden?" The person who spoke was full of sarcasm, doubt, and a bit of gloating in his words. "I'm kindly advising you. You know that in order to prevent the demons from sensing the aura and running away, the people in the tribe won't get too close. When the time comes, don't lose your life because of your arrogance." Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly turned his head to the right. Baffling, Lu Changshan remembered that he had almost no interaction with his third uncle's eldest son. Seeing this, Lu Chang's showed no disdain on his face. He looked at Lu Changshan and said sarcastically, However, I would like to suggest that you take the initiative to ask Grandpa not to participate in the hunt, so as not to harm others and yourself. Not only will you lose your life, but you will also harm others. Yeah, Lu Changshan raised the corner of his mouth slightly with a faint smile. I'll ask Grandpa to put me in your group when I get home today. Lu Changs was speechless after hearing this, his face full of shock. He had never expected that Lu Changshan would respond like this. These days, because he had the nourishment of demon meat every day, even though he was practicing a earth-grade technique, he broke through to the second level of body refining like Su Yichen. With such speed, Lu Changs expected that he would be able to break through to the fourth level, or even the fifth level of body refining during the hunting ceremony. Body refining demons are different from warriors. They are divided into levels based on their body size, and are divided into early, middle, and late stages of body refining. Every level is a watershed. If he could reach the fourth level of body refining, Lu Changs would have enough confidence to hunt down demons in the early stage of body refining on his own. However, the points gained from hunting are based on a team system, the purpose of which is to test the cooperation ability between 4 people. If his teammates could be as good as Su Yichen, Lu Changs was confident that they would definitely be able to hunt down demons in the middle stage of body refining. In this way, they would definitely come out on top. Therefore, Lu Changs definitely did not want to be in a group with Lu Changshan, who was a burden. But if Lu Changshan really had the courage to say it, the old man might definitely put them in the same group. This is a situation that Lu Changs does not want to see. Since there is hope of coming out on top, why would he be willing to bring along Lu Changshan, a guy who is a drag? After all, the team that comes out on top can receive a joint reward from the families of the 3 counties. Thinking of this, Lu Changs suddenly whipped the horsewhip, and the horse's hooves instantly raised a cloud of dust, carrying him towards the temple at a rapid speed. He began to feel a little panicked. If he continued to mock, what if Lu Changshan went back and advised his grandfather, and his grandfather really put them in the same group? Then his dream of winning the championship would be shattered. After he left, Lu Changshan shook his head slightly. Little brat. Then he looked in the direction of Su Yichen again, and his voice floated in the wind, seeming to carry a hint of gratitude. In that case, I would like to thank you, uncle. The hunting day is approaching, and now, when others see him, they treat him as a disaster star and avoid him as much as possible. After all, hunting demons is no joke. If you are not careful, you may lose your life to the demons. But even though it is so dangerous, the major families will still capture some low-level monsters alive during the annual hunt in order to train their young men. In this world, the growth of a warrior cannot be without the baptism of blood and the trials of life and death. Practical combat experience is crucial for a warrior. Now, even many family elders have begun to pass on their experiences to their children, telling them the weaknesses of various monsters and how to deal with them if they encounter them. However, even though everyone was avoiding him, Su Yichen was determined to be in a group with him. The original body had indeed saved his life in vain. Because his cultivation system is different from that of everyone else, Lu Changshan does not want to expose his methods too early. He originally planned that if the Vajra talisman could resist the attacks of demons in the early or middle stages of body refining, then he would follow his teammates and keep a low profile. If they are really no match for the demon, then he will secretly cast the fireball talisman in secret. After all, you can't let others lose their lives just because of your hidden strength. Lu Changshan tested the fireball talisman 2 days ago, and its power was astonishing. Flames gushed out from the talisman, instantly turning a thick wooden stake into charcoal, leaving only wisps of green smoke rising. If this kind of power were used to deal with a demon at the initial stage of body refining, Lu Changshan would probably be able to kill it with one strike. However, the most urgent task is to test the effect of the Vajra talisman, which is an important means for him to save his life. When he tested it himself before, after activating the Vajra talisman, a layer of faint golden light would rise from the surface of his skin, and ordinary weapons could hardly penetrate it at all, as if it was indestructible. However, Lu Changshan has no physical training skills, so this kind of test cannot verify the true effect of the Vajra talisman in actual combat. What's more, the defensive effects of the Vajra talisman can be stacked. Lu Changshan was not stupid enough to use the fireball talisman to attack himself. What if the fireball talisman is more powerful? Then he would be doomed. Therefore, I still have to ask my first wife to help test it after I go back, so that I can know the true defensive ability of this Vajra talisman. Not long after, Lu Changshan and Su Yichen arrived in front of the Loyu Mountain Temple one after another. At this time, the disciples of various families in the temple had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he stepped into the mountain gate, dozens of gazes shot towards him like sharp arrows. making Lu Changshan feel very uncomfortable. These gazes contain a variety of emotions, including envy, jealousy, sarcasm, and ridicule. The wedding banquet was grand, and almost all the people from the 3 counties attended. It is a long-standing tradition for newlyweds to worship the god of Loyu Mountain and show their respect for the mountain god. Even the most ordinary civilians will follow this tradition after getting married and pray for the blessing of the mountain god. Hopefully, their offspring will receive stronger blessings in the future. However, what was unexpected to everyone was that Lu Changshan actually chose to worship on the day of returning the skills. Is he showing off? Ignoring everyone's gazes, Lu Changshan looked indifferent and walked straight into the temple holding Jai Qingyu's hand. As he stepped into the temple, an ancient and mysterious atmosphere filled his nose, and Lu Changshan slowly raised his eyes. This is Chapter 16, Human Face Statue. As far as the eye can see, a magnificent statue comes into view. The statue is dozens of feet tall, with a front that is as smooth as the mirror of an ice lake, and the wheel hubs are clearly carved. The back of it is covered with moss, adding a sense of antiquity and timelessness to it. It was the first time for Lu Changshan to enter the temple. What surprised him most was that the statue was not the human-shaped one he often saw in his previous life. Instead, it was a fox with a human face. It stands on all fours, its fox tail seems to be able to cover the sky and the sun, and above its human face, 2 eyes are carved vividly. Suddenly, Lu Changshan's pupils shrank sharply. He just saw that the eyes of the statue seemed to move slightly, as if it was observing a little white mouse, and was looking at him quietly. This scene made Lu Changshan feel horrified. At this moment, Jai Qingyu's voice, calm as water but with a hint of warning, came to my ears. Hasn't anyone taught you not to look directly at the statue of God? This sound was like a heavy hammer, instantly pulling Lu Changshan back to reality. After waking up, he found that his back was soaked with cold sweat, and the lining was sticking to his skin, feeling wet and cold. The moment he looked into the eyes of the statue, Lu Changshan felt his soul tremble. That look seemed to be able to penetrate his soul and peek into the secrets deep in his heart. Under this gaze, Lu Changshan felt that he had no privacy at all, and everything about him was exposed nakedly in front of the other party. He felt as if he had turned into a grain of sand in an endless desert, tiny and fragile, as if the slightest breath could make him cease to exist. This horrible feeling of oppression made it difficult for him to breathe, and he almost suffocated. Fortunately, Jai Qingyu's voice pulled Lu Changshan back to reality from this endless abyss in time. Just then, I heard footsteps coming from far away. Looking over there, I saw 2 more newlywed couples walking into the temple. One of the couples, like him and Jai Qingyu, was dressed in gorgeous and solemn attire, while the other pair looked extremely plain. After them, Lu Changshan's second uncle, Chen Yang, walked into the temple with steady steps. Behind him, there was a pair of young boys and girls who seemed to have just reached adulthood. Chen Yang walked in front, glanced at Lu Changshan, and led the 2 of them towards the stairs behind the statue with a serious expression, giving them instructions. It is your honor to serve the Lord Mountain God. Your parents should have taught you this. When serving the mountain god, you must be careful and cautious, and never anger the mountain god because of your recklessness. Yes, brother Chen Yang, the 2 responded in unison, their voices clear and resonating in the dimly lit temple. There was a glimmer of excitement in the boys' eyes. My mother said that as long as we worship the mountain god devoutly, we will have endless demon meat to enjoy in the future. Soon, he would be able to become a warrior as powerful as his father. Seeing the 2 figures gradually disappearing on the stairs, Chen Yang walked towards the altar with a solemn expression. He first arranged all kinds of offerings neatly, and then lit the incense and candles. Then he distributed the lit incense to the 3 newlywed couples one by one, saying, "You should all know the etiquette, so I won't say more." The smoke rose up like a thread that seemed to be able to communicate with the god of Loyu Mountain. Hearing this, several people nodded slightly with solemn expressions. Only Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu were different. Jai Qingyu still looked calm. Lu Changshan was a little nervous. During the ceremony, he kept his head down, not daring to move. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and a few strands of hair fell down like a curtain. He could sense that the statue's gaze had almost become material, and was still sizing him up. It was as if a god was sitting high above the clouds, gazing at him through the clouds. The god of Loyu Mountain. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, feeling vaguely uneasy. Is it because I chose the eternal life skill? Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu beside him raised the 3 incense sticks in their hands. Then they slowly bent down. Those who receive incense will become followers of the god of Loyu Mountain and will be recognized and protected by the god. In the future, when the descendants grow up, they can also come to the Loyu Mountain temple to receive blessings. However, accidents may happen. When the incense in the hand breaks inexplicably, it means that the god of Loyu Mountain is unwilling to recognize this person and will not give him protection. For example, Jai Qingyu beside Lu Changshan. At this moment, the burning incense in her hand suddenly broke without any warning. The crisp sound was very harsh in the silent temple space, as if the god of Loyu Mountain was declaring his dissatisfaction. When the four people nearby saw this scene, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with shock. But they did not stop their subsequent actions because of this sudden incident. The originally solemn atmosphere became even more solemn. Jai Qingyu frowned slightly, then slowly stood up with a graceful figure. "Madam, what's going on?" Lu Changshan lowered his voice and asked quietly, with a hint of worry in his voice. Could it be that, because he had just rashly looked directly at the statue, the god of Loyu Mountain had transferred his anger to his first wife? "This is for you, my lady." Lu Changshan looked anxious and hurriedly handed the burning incense in his hand to Jai Qingyu. Seeing this, Jai Qingyu shook her head gently, then held 3 pieces of broken incense and continued the ceremony. After the ceremony, under the strange gazes of the 4 people, Lu Changshan took Jai Qingyu to the outside of the temple. After leaving the temple, Lu Changshan felt that the strange gaze that had been looking at him suddenly disappeared. In the field of vision, the ball of light from the blessing day appeared again and hung above the square, like a weakened sun, shining brightly but not dazzlingly. In the square, hundreds of young boys and girls looked pious as they took out their own martial arts skills and placed them respectfully in their palms. Then a magical scene took place. These skills transformed into light balls of different colors one by one, like lively fireflies, slowly floating towards the huge light ball above the head, and then merged into it. Hearing about Jai Qingyu's experience, Chen Yang just shook his head indifferently, as if he had expected it. "No need to worry too much." Then he slowly explained, "Her Highness the Princess worships the great Kaian dragon god, so the mountain god will naturally not accept her worship. There is no other way at the moment. We can only wait for your offspring to be born before coming here to worship." After saying that, Chen Yang looked at Lu Changshan with a strange expression, then patted him on the shoulder and sighed softly. Although they didn't say it explicitly, they understood each other tacitly. The corner of Lu Changshan's eyes twitched slightly, and then he took out the eternal life skill from his bag. He naturally knew what Chen Yang meant. After all, it has been almost a month, and both of his wives and concubines are still virgins. It's not that Lu Changshan doesn't want to, but if he loses his Yuan-Yang body during the stage of refining essence, his cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. The next second, the eternal life skill in his hand turned into a ball of light and slowly floated into the sky. After all the skills were recovered, the ball of light did not dissipate. Then a golden ball of light slowly floated out from it and landed on the altar in the center of the square. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang and other families' guardian warriors all had expressions of shock on their faces. Chapter 17. Mountain God's Blessing Spiritual Fruit. "Is this a spiritual fruit?" Chen Yang whispered to himself with a look of surprise on his face. There was surprise and confusion in his eyes. Warriors are naturally aggressive, and have always been so. In the past, the martial arts competitions held on the day of returning the skills were spontaneously organized by each family for the sake of exchange and learning between the children of this generation. This is completely different from the competition held on the first day of each lunar month. The god of Loyu Mountain will not bestow blessings or rewards. When the people in the square heard the sound, they subconsciously turned sideways and looked towards the center of the square with curiosity in their eyes. They have heard the word spiritual fruit from their elders more than once. "I heard that the spiritual fruit is the highest reward bestowed by the mountain god to the champion of the martial arts competition every year. It is a rare treasure that countless warriors dream of. Just because taking a spiritual fruit can be equivalent to several years or even more than 10 years of hard training." In sight on the ancient altar, a strange fruit was lying quietly. The fruit exudes a faint golden luster, which seems to be real and spreads to the surrounding areas. This was not the first time that Chen Yang had seen spiritual fruit. He clearly remembered that the reason why Lu Changshan's father was able to quickly break through to the 3rd level of martial arts, Tongshuan realm, was that he won the championship in the martial arts competition that year without any suspense, and then was blessed by the mountain god to obtain such a magical spiritual fruit. After taking the spiritual fruit, he immediately broke through from the early stage of cave vein to the middle stage. A year later, he directly broke through to the late stage of cave vein. "Uncle Yuan, what's going on?" Su Yichen asked curiously to the middle-aged man beside him. He had also heard of spiritual fruits, but his father said that the mountain god would only send down one spiritual fruit on the blessing day every year. On this year's blessing day, a warrior from the He family won the championship. At the beginning, he was only at the 7th level of body refining, but now after taking the spiritual fruit, he has broken through to the cave vein stage. I don't know. Su Yuan shook his head, his eyes full of surprise. Logically speaking, the god of Loyu Mountain would only bestow blessings during the official competition on the first day of each year. Looking at the spiritual fruit emitting a golden halo on the altar, Su Yuan couldn't help but flash a hint of greed in his eyes. As long as he obtains this spiritual fruit, he will be able to break through the bottleneck of many years and enter the Wangxiang period. However, this greed only flashed through his mind like a meteor. Su Yuan knew in his heart that this spiritual fruit was a reward given by the mountain god to the leader. Only the undisputed champion of this competition is qualified to step up to the altar and take the spiritual fruit. Otherwise, there will be very severe punishment. However, this was just a competition spontaneously hosted by the major families after they returned their skills. The original intention was just to allow the children of each family to get to know each other in advance and learn from each other to hone their skills for future hunting. After all, the hunting prize is jointly offered by various families. The best contestants in this competition can form their own team on the hunting day after familiarizing themselves with each other in advance. Su Yuan looked at the young man next to him with a hint of envy in his eyes. Yi Chen, this spiritual fruit is basically yours. He knew very well that if he obtained the spiritual fruit in today's competition, he would be invincible in the next competition and would undoubtedly be the first. Although he was not sure whether the mountain god would bestow blessings on him on the blessing day next year. If so, if Su Yichen could take 2 spiritual fruits, he would be like Lu Zhengdao and would have a huge gap with his peers. However, just in case something unexpected happens, everyone has only been practicing for a month, and the gap in strength between them has not yet widened. When a warrior is in the body refining realm, there is only a qualitative change between the 3rd and 4th levels, and between the 6th and 7th levels. This is exactly why Su Yuan said, roughly, as everything is still full of uncertainty. Madam, can you participate in this competition? Lu Changshan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the people standing beside him were stunned at first, and then they all looked at Lu Changshan, all with speechless eyes. Jai Qingyu did not answer after hearing Lu Changshan's question. She looked calm and shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Chen Yang was even more helpless and said with a wry smile, Your Highness, the princess has already reached the cave vein realm, so naturally she cannot participate in this competition. Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded, and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. Dung my realm. At this time, the warriors of the Lu family were slowly gathering together, with different expressions on their faces. The warriors from all the families also gathered together, while the children of the civilian warriors huddled together with bewildered expressions, their eyes revealing a look of helplessness. The atmosphere in the square suddenly became solemn. The fighting mechanism of the Loyu Mountain Temple is that one person defends the arena, and then others take turns to challenge. If those warriors who are regarded as seeded players step onto the arena too early, they must be prepared to be round-robin. Therefore, people from each family had to get together and carefully discuss countermeasures. After all, most of them are at the 1st or 2nd level of body refining, and their strengths are not much different. It is hard to say who will be the leader. The other families all had elders with higher realms as the backbone. Under their leadership, they worked out a countermeasure in a short while. Although the children might be dissatisfied, they could only nod their heads in agreement. However, the situation on the Lu family's side is a bit complicated. Since Chen Yang married into the Lu family, in the eyes of some Lu family members, he was an outsider and not a real member of the Lu family. Therefore, when Chen Yang made some suggestions, these young men began to express their dissatisfaction, and noisy voices arose one after another. We are all at the 1st level of physical training. Why should I be the first to go up and be cannon fodder? What qualifications do you have to object? Lu Chang snorted coldly, his eyes slightly fixed, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, some of the Lu family's collateral descendants frowned slightly, with a hint of unwillingness and resentment flashing in their eyes. The method proposed by Chen Yang was no different from that of other families. That is, to let the disciples at the 1st level of body refining go on stage first to consume energy, creating opportunities for Lu Chang's at the 2nd level of body refining. But when they thought of the power of Lu Chang's mother's family, even if they had complaints in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything more. At this moment, a low roar sounded, and rhythmic vibrations came from the soles of the feet. Everyone looked towards the center of the square and saw that the altar began to slowly rise, raising a cloud of dust. When the smoke and dust cleared, an extremely large martial arts arena appeared in everyone's sight. There are stairs on both sides of the martial arts stage for warriors to go up and challenge. In the center of the stage stood a young man in linen clothes, looking a little overwhelmed. It turned out that he had wanted to take advantage of the chaos when everyone was discussing countermeasures. Sneak onto the stage, take the spiritual fruit that was emitting an alluring glow and swallow it, in order to change his own destiny. But he didn't expect that the spiritual fruit seemed to be surrounded by an invisible barrier. As soon as he stretched out his hand, it was as if he touched an extremely solid, transparent wall. Seeing this, the leading warrior of the He family in Linen County glanced at the civilian children with an irresistible majesty and gently signaled them to go up to the martial arts stage first to fight. Once someone steps onto the stage, the competition begins. If no one challenges them after one stick of incense, they will be considered the winner and receive the spiritual fruit. Seeing this, although these civilian warriors were dissatisfied, they did not dare to disobey in the slightest under the threat of the leading warrior of the He family. Then the children of common people went up to the martial arts arena one after another to challenge each other, and soon a champion was chosen among them. In the Su family crowd, Su Yuan looked at the cold girl in front of him with disbelief on his face. Yingsu, have you really broken through to the third level of body refining? Chapter 18, Are You That Fool? After these children of common people had a fierce competition, they finally chose a champion. A young man from the Su family in Qingshui County nodded after hearing the whispered instructions from his elders, and then walked towards the stage. He walked steadily, with a hint of confidence in his eyes. However, just when everyone thought that this commoner's son was about to be quickly defeated by the powerful offensive of the young man from the Su family, an unexpected scene occurred. Suddenly, the figure of the commoner became as agile as a cheetah. He easily avoided the powerful punch from Su's son that hit his lower abdomen, flashed behind him, and grasped his throat tightly with his hands like iron clamps. The whole action is so fast, like flowing water, and completed in one go. Naked choke. Lu Changshan's expression changed slightly, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. This commoner used the famous fighting move on Blue Star in his previous life, the naked choke. This move is extremely brutal, and once successfully performed, it will only take a few breaths to make the opponent fall into a coma due to lack of oxygen, and it will be extremely difficult for them to break free. As expected, after the Su family member whose throat was strangled struggled desperately in vain, his face began to turn red rapidly. Not long after, he began to slap the other person's arm with difficulty and uttered through gritted teeth, "I give up." Hearing the other party surrender, He Hao suddenly loosened his arms. After regaining his freedom and being able to breathe deeply, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the Su family member. This desperate feeling of suffocation, for a moment, he almost thought he was going to die here. After the Su family member stepped down in embarrassment, a young man from the Qin family in Bei County slowly walked towards the stairs with a serious look on his face. He obviously knew about He Hao's terrifying killing move, and there was fear in his eyes. On the martial arts stage, the two men fought fiercely. Realizing that He Hao was exhausted, the young man from the Qin family tried to deal with him. However, He Hao was chasing him relentlessly. His reaction and punching speed were no slower than his, and his fighting style of inflicting injury in return for injury really made it difficult for him to resist. Not long after, he was strangled by He Hao. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry open the opponent's arms. When He Hao was about to exert force, he hurriedly shouted, "I give up." Hearing this, He Hao instantly loosened his arms again. After stepping off the stage in embarrassment, the young man from the Qin family glared at He Hao angrily. "This time, I have lost a lot of face. You know, among the crowd of Sun family members below the stage, there was a girl he liked who was watching him." After the young man from the Qin family stepped down from the stage, He Hao gasped heavily. He looked at the young man who slowly walked onto the stage. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. "Go down, don't let me do it myself." The man's voice was low, revealing an unquestionable majesty. "Oh, why?" Hearing this, He Hao sneered. He was not afraid at all, and straightened his body again, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "The mountain god has blessed the capable to rule. This is not your He family's territory." Although everyone present knew clearly that He Hao had already exhausted his physical strength after a series of hard battles, he was probably just a spent force. But no one dared to assert that the newly appointed second son of the He family had already secured victory. At this moment, the ball of light above his head, like the shining sun, shot out a beam of light, shining directly towards He Hao on the arena. The next moment, He Hao realized that his body's strength was gradually recovering, and the fatigue was receding quickly like the tide. This is a blessing unique to those who have won consecutive games. Whenever a defender wins 5 games in a row, the mountain god will generously grant him this blessing, allowing him to instantly recover all his strength. He Hao slowly raised his hands, lowered his eyes, and looked at his palms with an excited expression. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually broken through to the second level of body refining. Thank you, Lord Mountain God. Humph, a savage boy born to a lowly maid, is so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that not only did He Hao's physical strength recover as before, but his momentum seemed to be even stronger, a hint of coldness flashed in He Haoran's eyes. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up and attacked He Hao first. In his opinion, he was at the second level of body refining, and naturally could not be compared to those trash. What do you think my mother is? Hearing these insults, anger rose in He Hao's eyes and instantly spread throughout his eyes. At this moment, his rage had burned out his rationality, his moves became chaotic, and he no longer had the previous order. In every move, there was only overwhelming hatred and countless flaws. Seeing that he had succeeded, a sneer appeared on He Haoran's lips. A bastard is indeed a bastard. He cannot stand the slightest provocation. He Haoran slightly turned sideways to avoid He Hao's attack, then lightly stepped and came behind him quickly like a ghost, and retaliated against him in the same way, locking his arm around He Hao's throat like an iron clamp. A feeling of suffocation surged in He Hao's mind like a tide, and his face turned red, but he still held the other person's arm tightly, with even stronger hatred in his eyes. At this time, He Haoran leaned close to He Hao's ear and said in a mocking tone, "These moves must have been taught to you by that traitor Zheng Yang, right? How could he be so kind to you? In my opinion, you are a bastard born without a mother, the product of his adultery with that lowly maid." These scorpion-like mocking words were like poisonous needles that pierced He Hao's heart. His eyes were red and blood was about to drip out. He exerted force with his palms, and his nails dug into He Haoran's arm like sharp blades, as if he wanted to tear off his flesh and blood. He Haoran frowned in pain, feeling angry, and then he increased the strength of his arms, trying to suffocate He Hao faster. But at this critical moment, something happened that shocked He Haoran. A huge force of fear suddenly surged up in the body of the person in front of him, and then he forcibly pried his hands apart. Then He Hao suddenly bent his knees and knelt on the ground, and with an extremely fast back throw, he smashed He Haoran to the ground. He Haoran groaned as he felt a burning pain in his back. Before he could react, iron fists as big as sandbags rained down on his face. "Who do you say my mother is?" He Hao roared, his voice as loud as a bell. "I give up." He Haoran was terrified and shouted at the top of his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, before He Hao could vent his anger, an invisible force quickly restrained He Hao's fists like a huge net, making them hang in the air and unable to fall down at all. He Haoran crawled up from the ground in a miserable state, his eyes filled with fear and anger, as if he wanted to eat He Hao alive. After he staggered off the stage, He Hao was still standing in a daze on the arena like a sculpture, but his chest was heaving violently. A moment later, the next challenger took the stage. Seeing this person, He Hao frowned, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and said, "I know you. You are the fool who gave up the Teichu dragon elephant art. You are not even practicing your body right now. I won't swing my fist at the weak." Chapter 19, What are you waiting for? "I give up." This shrill and slightly trembling cry, like a thunder, quickly spread around the square. When the family members heard this, they were all shocked, especially the warriors of the He family, who all looked horrified. You know, He Haoran originally obtained a Earth-grade technique, and with the help of his mother's clan, he has now broken through to the second level of body refining. The Lu family members could not help but look at each other, feeling a little scared. This is because the competition is conducted according to the rule that each major family takes turns to challenge each other. And now the next family is the Lu family. But at this moment, no one dared to take a step forward. Even He Haoran is no match for him. Wouldn't it be a waste for those of them who have just refined their bodies to just get beaten? This guy is too cruel. Isn't he afraid of revenge from the He family? Someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. Although the voice was soft, it was clearly audible in the slightly silent atmosphere. As people from Linen County, they had all heard of He Hao to some extent. I heard that he was the illegitimate son of the head of the He family. Due to the existence of the mistress of the He family, he had been bullied and not recognized in the He family. Now he is not even worthy of living in the He family, and can only live with his mother in a village in Linen County. Lu Cheng's frowned slightly, his heart full of doubts. According to his understanding, He Haoran was at the second level of physical training just like himself, so how come he couldn't even beat a useless, illegitimate child? Afterwards, his gaze slowly swept over the Lu family's side branch descendants, and the meaning in his eyes was obvious. After those collateral descendants looked at each other, They all looked at Lu Changshan at the same time. Why not let Brother Changshan go up first to wear down his energy? A member of the side branch suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Changs immediately turned his gaze towards Lu Changshan. Changshan, don't worry too much. Just admit defeat when you get on stage. Chen Yang looked at the situation, sighed softly, his eyes full of helplessness. As long as you admit defeat, according to the rules, he can't attack you again. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, then looked towards the faintly flickering light in the palm of his hand. According to Chen Yang, if there is light in the palm of his hand, it means that he has the qualification to challenge on stage. Forget it, I have to go up sooner or later. Lu Changshan didn't say much. He knew in his heart that the guy on the stage was too cruel, and these people were probably afraid of being beaten, so they let him go up first. Lu Changshan walked slowly towards the stairs and reached his hand under his sleeve, groping for something. Deep inside his sleeve, there was a sewn inner pocket, which contained the Vajra talisman and other talismans that he had prepared long ago. As Lu Changshan walked forward, he slowly circulated his spiritual power to activate the Vajra talisman. In an instant, a layer of faint golden light slowly emerged on the surface of his skin, like a layer of faint golden gauze. This golden light is very faint and cannot be detected without careful observation. After stepping onto the stage, he narrowed his eyes, looked at Lu Changshan, and then said, I know you. You are the fool who gave up the Teichu dragon elephant art. You are not even practicing your body right now. I won't swing my fist at the weak. After saying this, he looked impatient and waved his hand, saying, Admit defeat and step down. Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling speechless. This guy, I'm helping you out of kindness, but you're scolding me. If I hadn't cast a giant power talisman on you just now, you would have been knocked down long ago. The formation in Daoshan Formation Classic requires spiritual power to control the talisman. After several days of hard practice, Lu Changshan is now able to use spiritual power to control a talisman flying in the air. Seeing Lu Changshan standing motionless on the stage with no intention of stepping down, he frowned, then simply sat down on the ground to recover his strength. As time passed, people in the audience began to whisper, What are the two of them doing? Are they still going to compete? According to the rules, when two people go on stage, a winner must be determined. He raised his head slightly, looked at the sky above his head, frowned slightly, then slowly stood up and said, Since you are so ignorant, don't blame me for being rude. He had promised Uncle Zheng that he would be back before noon. He stood up and strode towards Lu Changshan, ready to throw him off the stage. Seeing this, Lu Changshan looked calm and thought to himself, I'm waiting for the effect of your giant force mansion to wear off. What are you waiting for? The giant strength talisman is different from the golden light talisman. Its effect only lasts about 1 stick of incense. However, the golden light talisman can last for about half an hour. He suddenly stretched out a hand and quickly grabbed the arm of the person in front of him, but Lu Changshan dodged it easily. Seeing this, he frowned again, snorted coldly, and continued to reach out his hand. Then a dramatic scene unfolded on the arena. He kept reaching out to grab Lu Changshan, but the other party dodged him every time. Since breaking through to the second level of Qi refining, Lu Changshan's senses have been enhanced again, so he can see every move of everyone in the previous competition very clearly. He kept missing and became increasingly angry. Come here, he roared angrily, his voice as loud as a bell, and at the same time stretched out his palm and quickly grabbed Lu Changshan. However, he was so furious that he did not notice that the two of them had already reached the edge of the arena. The corner of Lu Changshan's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. He slightly turned his body then, when the opportunity came, he stretched out his palm and slapped He Hao's back hard. The next second, He Hao suddenly felt a huge force hitting his back, and his body instantly lost balance and fell uncontrollably to the stage. You know, according to the rules of the competition, if you fall off the stage, you will be considered to have lost the competition. Below the arena, He Hao turned over in a somewhat embarrassed manner, feeling extremely angry, and looked at Lu Changshan on the stage with an expression of disbelief. In fact, he was not unaware of Lu Changshan's actions, but thinking that the other party was not at the body refining level, he did not take it seriously. He never thought that he would be defeated because of this. I was careless. This round doesn't count. Let's try again. He stomped his feet suddenly, stood up quickly, and prepared to climb up to the arena again. However, the moment he took a step forward, he was shocked to find that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of him, blocking him out. Seeing this situation, although He Hao felt extremely unwilling, he could only look at Lu Changshan angrily, and then walked towards the outside of the temple. This guy is clearly a hidden warrior. Recalling the huge force that knocked him off the arena, He Hao walked away with his anger growing stronger and stronger. He suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Changshan on the stage again. Humph, it's a good thing I showed mercy earlier. It's really ridiculous. At this time, the rest of the audience finally reacted. What happened just now? He how lost to Lu Changshan. Brother, what happened just now? Why did he how lose? I don't know, I didn't notice it just now. These family members were all shocked and began to whisper to each other. They thought that Lu Changshan was bound to lose, so they did not pay close attention to the battle situation on the stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, the situation changed drastically. Before they could finish their discussion, the next challenger came on stage. At this time, Lu Changshan stood on the stage, looking at the person who was slowly coming onto the stage. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Brother-in-law. Chapter 20, Su Yichen's Suspicion. Brother, considering that I saved your life in the past, how about you admit defeat and step down? Lu Changshan looked relaxed, with a faint smile on his lips. I heard that Su Yichen has already reached the second level of body training. He is a bit troublesome. Lu Changshan doesn't want to expose his methods too early. The reason why he was able to defeat He Hao before could be attributed to luck, as those people in the audience said. He kept dodging attacks and took advantage of He Hao's moment of underestimating his enemy to cleverly push him off the stage. Su Yichen frowned and looked at Lu Changshan, and finally asked the doubts in his heart. What does uncle mean? Hearing this, Lu Changshan just smiled faintly and did not respond. According to Su Yao, Su Yichen is her half-brother. In this case, it is reasonable for her to call him brother-in-law. However, Lu Changshan certainly couldn't tell him that this was the name on Blue Star. Seeing that Lu Changshan didn't answer, Su Yichen shook his head and said, "Since you saved my life, I can show mercy." The task that Su Yuan assigned to him was to use the blessing of the mountain god, who could restore physical strength through consecutive victories to eliminate all those warriors at the first level of body refining, and then let Su Yingsu reap the benefits. So merciless. Lu Changshan shook his head slightly and sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness in his voice. Seeing that Lu Changshan was standing on the stage with no intention of stepping down, Su Yichen frowned, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. Then he exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Lu Changshan like an arrow. When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. There must be something strange about Lu Changshan being able to defeat He Hao. After all, how can ordinary people compare to the speed and strength of a warrior? In previous competitions, Lu Changshan was able to dodge He Hao's attacks just in time every time, so this one time could be considered a coincidence. However, if this happens many times, it can only mean that Lu Changshan's speed is already faster than He Hao. The reason behind this made Su Yichen think deeply. He always believed in his heart that Lu Changshan was definitely not the kind of person who was willing to live an ordinary life. Are you serious? Seeing that Su Yichen was coming at him aggressively and had no intention of holding back, Lu Changshan's eyes narrowed, and he had to take it seriously. His elder brother-in-law is not so easy to fool. Just as Su Yichen's attack was about to arrive, Lu Changshan slightly turned sideways and easily resolved it. Seeing this, Su Yichen frowned, his eyes sharp, and thought to himself that it was indeed so. He knew very well that his strength was speed, and this punch should be sure to hit the target. An ordinary person without physical training would definitely not be able to avoid his attack. The attack missed, but Su Yichen reacted extremely quickly. He changed his fist into a palm, and his whole arm was filled with energy. He suddenly changed direction and slapped Lu Changshan's lower abdomen swiftly. In an instant, the palm suddenly slapped Lu Changshan's lower abdomen. Su Yichen's pupils contracted, and he felt as if he had hit a rock with his palm. The next second, the recoil force came, causing Su Yichen's palm to feel severe pain and burning. Lu Changshan was attacked and quickly retreated, falling awkwardly on the edge of the arena. Brother, why are you so cruel? Lu Changshan stood up, his brows furrowed, his face full of pain, and his hands kept rubbing his lower abdomen, looking as if he was enduring great torture. Su Yichen hid the slightly trembling hand behind his back, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. If Lu Changshan hadn't pulled up his robe and rubbed his lower abdomen in pain at this moment, that look would have been untrue. Otherwise, he would have suspected whether Lu Changshan was wearing an armor made of demon bones. Lu Changshan frowned, secretly astonished in his heart. His brother-in-law was indeed powerful. This attack almost shattered his Vajra talisman. Fortunately, he was prepared. He circulated his spiritual power again and quietly cast a Vajra talisman. At this moment, he had already reached the edge of the arena with the help of Su Yichen's strength. If Su Yichen still rushed forward recklessly like he did just now, Lu Changshan would have to use the same old trick again and knock Su Yichen off the stage. What level of body training are you at now? Su Yichen asked softly, with a hint of curiosity in his tone. He could already sense the huge gap between the two of them. With that palm strike just now, He had indeed hit Lu Changshan's flesh. However, there is only one possibility for this terrifying recoil force. That is, Lu Changshan has now entered the skin refining stage in the body refining realm, at least the 4th level of body refining, which is already a qualitative difference. But why does he still pretend to be in such pain? A flash of doubt flashed through Su Yichen's mind, but soon he seemed to understand. Is this guy trying to hide his strength? But why is this necessary? Now that he has married Her Royal Highness the Princess, it stands to reason that he should no longer have to worry about being secretly murdered. Su Yichen was puzzled, and his eyes fell on Lu Changshan again. Seeing that the other party remained silent, he sighed softly and stopped thinking about it. He made up his mind and decided to do as the other party wanted and rushed forward. As expected, he still failed to hit Lu Changshan and was knocked off the stage by the opponent seemingly very cleverly. After getting up in a panic, Su Yichen calmly brushed the dust off his robe and then walked towards the direction of the Su family. What's going on? How come Master Su is no match for Lu Changshan? When the family members saw this, they all showed disbelief on their faces. You know, Su Yichen is different from He Haoran, who just broke through to the 2nd level of body refining yesterday. He had broken through to the 2nd level of body refining a long time ago. How could you lose to Lu Changshan? Lu Chang's frowned slightly, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In his opinion, Su Yichen must have deliberately held back in the competition, because Lu Changshan had saved his life in the past. In Lu Chang's eyes, this behavior was undoubtedly extremely stupid. He had always regarded Su Yichen as his strongest opponent, but the result now disappointed him. Su Yichen heard this and glanced at Lu Chang's indifferently. He had no intention of making Lu Changshan's true strength public. What happened? Why did you lose to Lu Changshan? Seeing Su Yichen returning, Su Yuan immediately asked a question, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, full of blame. There are not many disciples in their Su family who can participate in the competition this time. If Su Yichen is defeated too early, Su Yingsu will have to expose her own strength in advance, which will undoubtedly be a huge variable for the Su family's layout. I'm sorry, Uncle Yuan. Just consider it as a way to repay him for saving my life. Stupid, Su Yuan shouted angrily, his eyes full of disappointment. If you let him go now, the other families won't let him go. That's a spiritual fruit. Chapter 21, Foul-Mouth Right. Despicable villain. The person who spoke was a young man from the Sun family in Bay County. He was filled with reluctance at this moment and was determined to step onto the arena again. However, just like He Hao before, he was blocked by an invisible barrier that seemed to be made of transparent glass. I was careless, I don't accept it. He looked at Lu Changshan on the stage with gritted teeth. At the beginning, Lu Changshan could only dodge his fierce attack like a storm, and was in a very embarrassing situation. But he didn't expect that because he didn't hold back. Lu Changshan took the opportunity and kicked him off the arena. You can only dodge what's your real skill. Let's have a fair fight. Hearing this, Lu Changshan's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt funny in his heart. Have you ever thought that the fact that you can't hit me is my own fault? I don't care, I just don't accept it. The young man from the Sun family still refused to give in and clenched his fists. Seeing this, Lu Changshan just shook his head, ignored this person, turned around and walked towards the center of the arena, waiting for the next challenger. Seeing that his cousin was also kicked off the arena by Lu Changshan, the young man from the Su family who had laughed at Lu Changshan a month ago frowned slightly and looked at Su Yuanfang, who was slowly returning, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. What's wrong with Yuan Fang? Isn't he practicing the same eternal life skill as your great-grandfather? He asked in a low voice. The boy named Su Yuanfang looked a little embarrassed and said while brushing off the dust on his body, I was careless. He paused and continued, Brother Renji, you have to be careful later. This Lu Changshan is very evil. I am sure that there is absolutely no energy in Lu Changshan, but he was extremely cunning. He used his agility to deliberately lure me to the edge of the arena and then kicked me down with all his might when I was unprepared. In Su Yuanfang's opinion, Lu Changshan must have received careful guidance from a powerful warrior, which is why he had such an irresistible conspiracy. After all, besides him, many people had been fooled before. As time passed, one challenger after another was kicked off the stage by Lu Changshan, and in the blink of an eye, it was the turn of those seed warriors at the 2nd level of body refining. After a few more rounds, Lu Chang slowly stepped onto the stairs, his eyes full of solemnity. Even though he had a lot of disdain for Lu Changshan in his heart, he could now see the unusual weirdness in it. Not long ago, when his grandfather personally tested everyone's cultivation, he remembered clearly that his grandfather had clearly said that Lu Changshan had been practicing for a month, but still had not been able to develop chi power and enter the realm of body refining. So how did he defeat those people? Seeing Lu Changshan calm and composed on the stage, Lu Chang's felt even more confused. According to his observation, Lu Changshan was extremely fast, and those warriors couldn't even touch him. How could he be an ordinary person? Moreover, he is extremely cunning, and will intentionally lead you to the edge of the arena. Thinking of this, Lu Chang's heart began to ring with alarm bells. As long as he doesn't get close to the edge, he can't easily kick himself off the stage. However, at this moment, Lu Changshan, who seemed calm standing on the stage, was actually not as calm as he appeared. "Aren't there too many people?" he groaned inwardly. Not long ago, he had used up the last of his magic talismans. At that time, when the effect of the magic talisman disappeared, even if one could sense the speed of the opponent's punch, one would not be able to avoid the attack in time. This meant that he could only use the Vajra talisman and giant strength talisman that had not yet dissipated to withstand the attacks of the remaining warriors. In Lu Changshan's mind, he now has a general understanding of the specific effects of various talismans. One Vajra talisman can completely withstand a full-strength attack from a warrior at the second level of body refinement. The effect after stacking is calculated separately. The giant strength talisman can increase one's own strength and is completely capable of crushing a warrior at the second level of body training. However, this talisman has limitations, and its effects cannot be stacked. Only one can be used at a time to increase strength. The magic talisman is even more amazing. It can greatly increase the speed of one's body. With the help of the magic talisman, the speed of those second-level body-refining warriors was like a snail compared to Lu Changshan. After several rounds of fighting, Lu Changshan concentrated and held his breath, looking forward, only to see Lu Chang standing opposite him, far away from the edge of the arena. He knew that the other party was wary of him. Always stay away from the edge of the arena to avoid being kicked off. The effect of the magic talisman had completely dissipated, and the two of them just remained in a stalemate, and the air seemed to have frozen. The talisman has a limited time limit, and the Vajra talisman and giant strength talisman that are currently in effect are the last ones. Once the time limit is over, he will no longer have the strength to resist and can only admit defeat. At this moment, Lu Chang suddenly raised his lips. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he said sarcastically, "I heard that your mother is also a lowly maid who is not worthy of being on the stage." Hearing this, Lu Changshan's eyes suddenly froze, and nameless anger rose in his body. "You have a really bad mouth." Lu Changshan remembered that he had nothing to do with Lu Chang's, and had never offended the other party in any way. But why did he target him several times? He also humiliated his original mother in this way, which made Lu Changshan's heart burn with anger. "If you want to irritate me, then do as you wish." Lu Changshan suddenly rushed forward, but after the effect of the magic talisman disappeared, his speed was greatly reduced. Seeing that Lu Changshan was successfully angered by him, Lu Chang showed a sneer on his face. From the previous test fight to the current observation, he found that Lu Changshan's speed was no longer as fast as before. Unlike him, Lu Changshan has not received any systematic training in martial arts skills. He has only got to where he is today through some inexplicable means and luck. As long as I can successfully irritate him and make him lose his mind, then the victory of this competition will belong to me. Sure enough, everything was just as Lu Chang's expected. After Lu Changshan lost his mind, his attack became disorganized, like a raging beast, rushing around, swinging his punches blindly with many flaws. Seeing this, Lu Chang smiled contemptuously. He flashed and easily avoided Lu Changshan's punch, then quickly went behind him and used He Hao's killing move without hesitation. Lu Chang's hands were like iron clamps, tightly strangling Lu Changshan's throat. As Lu Changshan's face began to turn red rapidly, Lu Chang's smile became even wider. At this moment, Lu Chang seemed to be able to see the scene of himself gaining the recognition of the mountain god. The elusive spiritual fruit seemed to be within reach, and within reach. He wanted to let Her Royal Highness the Princess know that such a waste was not worthy of her favor. "Sure enough, you are just like He Hao. You can't stand the slightest provocation," Lu Chang sneered proudly. A strong feeling of suffocation hit Lu Changshan's brain like a surging tide, and his consciousness began to gradually become blurred. He secretly groaned in his heart. Why did the effect of this Vajra talisman disappear at this critical moment? Have you forgotten what happened to the last person who said that? Chapter 22, Foul. Have you forgotten what happened to the last person who said that? Lu Changshan squeezed out these words from between his teeth with difficulty, and every word seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Hearing this, Lu Chang's didn't take it seriously. He just smiled contemptuously and asked, "You still don't admit defeat." But just as he finished speaking, an unbelievable scene suddenly happened. Suddenly, an irresistible and terrifying force came from his arm. Lu Chang's was shocked and subconsciously wanted to continue to resist. But compared to Lu Changshan, who was blessed by the giant power talisman, This force was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, and he had no power to fight back. Under Lu Chang's shocked gaze, his arms, which had been tightly wrapped around Lu Changshan's throat like iron chains, were now being slowly pried open by the other party. "This is impossible. How can you be so strong without the chi in your body?" Before he finished speaking, he felt dizzy, as if the whole world had suddenly turned upside down at this moment. Lu Changshan bent his knees, leaned forward, and exerted force with his arms, smashing Lu Chang's forward fiercely. Bang! With a dull thud, Lu Chang's whole body fell heavily to the ground. In an instant, he felt dizzy and his back was in pain as if it was burned by fire. However, things were not over yet. As he stared with horror, Lu Changshan's fist was suddenly coming towards his face. This punch seemed ordinary at first glance, but in a flash, Lu Chang's felt his cheek as if it was burned by fire, and then the place where he was hit began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. After being punched, Lu Chang still did not give up and tried to resist. He struggled desperately to break free from the restraints, but was horrified to find out. Lu Changshan used only one hand to press both arms tightly in front of him. The force was like an immovable rock pressing down on his body, making him unable to move at all. How is this possible? Lu Chang's pupils shrank sharply, filled with horror. At this moment, Lu Tiancheng's words kept echoing in his mind. He remembered clearly that his grandfather had clearly said that Lu Changshan had no energy and had not yet entered the stage of body refining. But why does he have such terrifying strength? Seeing that Lu Changshan's second punch was about to fall, Lu Tian's panicked and shouted, "I give up." The next second after this shout was uttered, a mysterious force instantly gathered. Lu Changshan only felt that his fist was tightly grasped by a giant hand condensed by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move his fist forward at all. Helplessly, Lu Changshan let out a long sigh, then retracted his fist, slowly stood up, and looked at Lu Chang's deeply with a hint of warning in his eyes. After seeing the swollen and red area on the other person's face, Lu Changshan suddenly felt a lot better. Although he was a time traveler who had taken over the body, he did not have many emotional ties with the original owner's relatives. But when he heard Lu Chang's insulting his original mother, a trace of anger involuntarily ignited in his heart. This made him feel a little strange, but he didn't think too much about it. Lu Chang's climbed up from the ground in a mess and glared at Lu Changshan with resentment in his eyes. Then he suddenly raised his head, facing the ball of light emitting mysterious light above his head, and shouted loudly, "Lord Mountain God, he is breaking the rules. This competition is unfair." Lu Chang's voice trembled slightly with anger and echoed over the square. "This Lu Changshan doesn't have any energy at all. It's clear that he has no physical training. He must have used some crooked methods. Please, Lord Mountain God, investigate thoroughly." As soon as the words fell, the family members below the arena were in an uproar. "Despicable villain, I knew it. How could Lu Changshan's practice of the longevity technique progress so quickly? There must be something fishy going on. Did he take the blood of the shadow demon leopard? That's why he became so fast. I think it's more than that. He was able to throw Lu Chang's away just now. He must have consumed the blood of other demons. In this world, everyone knows that the blood of some specific demons has magical effects. Once taken by people, it will give the user extraordinary abilities. Once upon a time, there was a young man from the He family who, hoping for a lucky break, secretly took the blood of this kind of monster during the highly anticipated competition held on the first day of every year. Just as he tried to use this external force to win the championship in the competition, his body gradually began to show signs of abnormality. According to the elders of that class, the man's veins bulged and his eyes were bloodshot. Even if he was still rational, the changes in his appearance made him no different from a demon. After being noticed by the mountain god, he immediately abolished his martial arts skills and expelled him from Loyu Mountain. Since then, this member of the He family has become a negative example for everyone to learn from. This phantom demon leopard was an outlier among the phantom leopards. It was at least a powerful demon in the myriad realm. Its speed was extremely fast and terrifying. It was said that it would even eat its own kind. Even a master of the all-seeing realm, faced with the lightning speed of the shadow demon leopard, can only sit and wait for death, with his throat instantly bitten by it. Fortunately, the appearance of this kind of monster is as rare as its blood, and it is often hard to find. Where did Lu Changshan get such a rare item? Is this kid so bold? In the Su family crowd, Su Yuan frowned, his eyes full of surprise, and muttered to himself. Of course he knew that Lu Changshan was Lu Zhengdao's eldest son, but he never expected that Lu Changshan would do such a crazy thing as taking the demon's blood. At the beginning, Su Yuan really believed that Su Yichen wanted to repay him for saving his life, so he deliberately lost to him in the competition. However, when he saw one challenger after another being kicked off the stage by Lu Changshan, he discovered something was wrong. It's not that no one in the Su family has practiced the eternal life skill, but the mantras on it are really obscure and difficult to understand. Even if someone managed to learn it, the speed of improving their cultivation level would be extremely slow, even worse than some yellow grade techniques. Where on earth did this kid get the demon blood? Below the arena, Chen Yang frowned, his eyes full of disappointment, and a feeling of being disappointed in his opponent surged in his heart. At first, he was glad that, although Lu Changshan had chosen the wrong martial arts method, he still inherited the same impressive talent as his elder brother from the righteous path. But in this situation, he couldn't help but have a hint of doubt in his heart as to whether Lu Changshan had really taken the demon's blood. After all, he knew very well in his heart that Lu Changshan had never used demon blood to strengthen his body since he was a child. He was only practicing the eternal life skill, and under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to possess such overwhelming strength. However, after Lu Chang's finished speaking, the mountain god showed no reaction. It was as if in the eyes of the mountain god, Lu Changshan had not done anything illegal. How is this possible? Chapter 23, Blood Heart Fruit. Lu Chang's face was full of astonishment. He quickly turned his head and looked at Lu Changshan in surprise. "I don't believe it," he roared in his heart. In Lu Chang's opinion, as long as a period of time passes, he will definitely experience the negative effects of taking the demon's blood. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, his expression indifferent, and said coldly, "If you are not good, don't blame the uneven road." At this time, the effect of the last giant power talisman has completely disappeared. If there were another challenger coming up, Lu Changshan would have no choice but to admit defeat. He originally thought that after returning the skills today, he would have a casual competition and test the effect of the Vajra talisman, and then he would be able to return. Based on this idea, Lu Changshan did not carry many talismans with him when he went out today. He really didn't expect that for this ordinary competition, the god of Loyu Mountain would actually bless him with spiritual fruits that are only given out for the official competitions on the first day of each year. And because of the unexpected factor of He Hao, Lu Changshan had to go up to the competition stage early. The continuous challenges have exhausted all the talismans he brought with him today. After a while, as time passed, there was no sign of anything unusual on Lu Changshan's body. What surprised Lu Chang's even more was that the mountain god had actually begun to drive him off the stage. His eyes were like those of an eagle, staring at Lu Changshan intently, as if he wanted to see something on his face. "What methods did you use? Grandfather clearly said that you didn't practice chi power." Lu Chang's voice was filled with some reluctance and anger. His grandfather's words not long ago still echoed clearly in his ears. Lu Changshan clearly did not condense his chi and enter the body refining realm. Hearing this, Lu Changshan just glanced at him indifferently without responding, then looked away and scanned the audience. He wanted to find out who else in the audience had not yet come on stage to participate in the competition. As the expelling force from the mountain god grew stronger, although Lu Chang's was filled with resentment and doubt, he could do nothing but step down unwillingly to make room for the next challenger. Everyone in the audience had a look of doubt on their faces. It was really hard for them to accept that Lu Changshan could have such overwhelming strength after practicing the eternal life skill. Could it be true that a good father will have a good son? But why is there such a huge gap between Lu Changyu and him? Below the arena, Chen Yang looked up and saw that the god of Loyu Mountain did not react. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes again. Didn't this brat take the demon blood? He knew very well that if Lu Changshan could obtain a spiritual fruit at this stage, then with the power of the spiritual fruit, Lu Changshan would definitely have overwhelming strength in the next competition. As Lu Chang's left in a reluctant and embarrassed manner, a young girl slowly stepped onto the competition stage with a cold gaze, ready to devour anyone she wanted. Su Yingsu, Lu Changshan frowned slightly. There were already few female warriors present, and after glancing around, he discovered that Su Yingsu was indeed the only one who had not yet come on stage to challenge. What a pity, I have to pick peaches for my sister-in-law. Lu Changshan couldn't help feeling a little helpless. He clearly remembered that Su Yingsu had obtained a top-grade martial arts technique. With the support of the Su family's abundant resources, her realm would definitely not be lower than that of Su Yichin. Forget it. As for my sister-in-law, we are at least a family. This result is not too bad. At this moment, Lu Changshan could only comfort himself in this way. Just when he was about to admit defeat, something happened that was unexpected to everyone present, but seemed reasonable. "I give up." Su Yingsu's voice was cold and without too much emotion, and it was surprisingly calm. After saying this, she turned around lightly and walked towards the stage. On this, Lu Changshan frowned, his eyes full of surprise. Has my sister-in-law never thought of fighting for it? He really didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this. Lu Changshan originally didn't plan to waste time, so he just admitted defeat and took his wife home early. As Su Yingsu admitted defeat, there was a sudden violent tremor under the ground. The altar in the center of the arena was seen slowly descending until it reached a position where Lu Changshan could just walk forward and reach out to reach the spiritual fruit on it. Why? The people in the audience were immediately in an uproar, with dissatisfaction written all over their faces. However, they could only helplessly watch Lu Changshan walk slowly towards the altar step by step. They knew clearly that once Lu Changshan obtained this spiritual fruit, even if the quality of his eternal life skill was low, he would be able to create a huge gap between himself and his generation and would be far ahead of others. After reaching out and taking the spiritual fruit, Lu Changshan suddenly felt his vision fuzzy. Then, a system panel suddenly appeared above the object in his hand. 10-year blood heart fruit, made from fresh blood of relatively low age. Taking it can increase a small amount of chi power, but cannot increase chi refining skills. After Lu Changshan saw the words on the panel clearly, his action of swallowing the spiritual fruit on the spot stopped instantly, as if he had been cast under a spell. This spiritual fruit is only useful for warriors. He frowned slightly. The facts before him made Lu Changshan feel a little disappointed. At this time, the faint golden light on the outside of the spiritual fruit gradually faded, revealing its original appearance in Lu Changshan's palm. This spiritual fruit is somewhat similar to the lychee with a shell in the previous life. It is blood red in color, which is quite consistent with the name displayed on the panel blood heart fruit. At this moment, there was another violent vibration under my feet. With this vibration, the arena under Lu Changshan's feet slowly descended and gradually became level with the square. Chen Yang walked quickly forward with a look of surprise on his face and came to Lu Changshan's side. "Changshan, why don't you eat this spiritual fruit?" As he spoke, a hint of envy could not help but flashing in his eyes. This spiritual fruit is enough to match a warrior's years of hard training. Lu Changshan opened his mouth, but hadn't figured out how to explain. At this time, Jai Qingyu walked forward slowly, her voice still as cold as before. "Congratulations. My lady, is this spiritual fruit useful to you?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Yang's eyes widened and his face was filled with shock. This brat doesn't want to eat it himself, but wants to give it to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Everyone present was also stunned and froze for a moment, but soon they had a guess in their minds. Could it be that Her Royal Highness the Princess gave Lu Changshan some extraordinary treasure, so he was able to stand out in the competition, defeat everyone, and finally get this spiritual fruit? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changshan couldn't help but tremble all over, and he felt that gaze was locked on him again. Chapter 24, Handing Over the Spiritual Fruit. Hearing Lu Changshan's words, Jai Qingyu shook her head and opened her red lips slightly. "This spiritual fruit is of no use to me." Hearing this, Lu Changshan did not reply. His expression remained unchanged, and he just silently put away the blood heart fruit. He now has mixed feelings. Just now, without any warning, the ancient and vicissitudes voice of the god of Loyu Mountain rang out in his mind. The voice was not trying to stop him from handing over the spiritual fruit to the family in exchange for contribution, but was solemnly reminding him to be careful of the Jai family. The original body's father did not die at the hands of the demon, but died at the hands of the Jai family. Only Lu Changshan could hear this voice. Even after hearing this shocking news, his expression remained unchanged, and he did not let anyone around him notice anything unusual. "There is too much information. I need to go back and digest it slowly." "Changshan, are you really not going to take this spiritual fruit?" At this time, Chen Yang asked in confusion. "You know, this spiritual fruit is a treasure. Once you take it, even if you haven't been able to cultivate chi within the previous month, you can still break through to at least the 4th level of body refining with its help." He had heard Lord Taishan mention with his own ears that Lu Changshan had not yet developed any chi power in the past month, and had not yet entered the realm of body refining. How did Lu Changshan win the first place in this competition? At this moment, he no longer had the mind to think about it. For warriors, spiritual fruits are rare treasures that are hard to come by. "Second uncle, I plan to contribute it to the family in exchange for some contribution points," Lu Changshan said calmly. In his opinion, since this blood heart fruit cannot improve his realm, then offering it to the family in exchange for contribution points is the option that maximizes its value. although this spiritual fruit is useless to him. The demon blood and other treasures in the family treasury may be of use to him. When these words were spoken, the Lu family members were stunned at first, their eyes full of disbelief, as if they had heard something incredible. But then an expression of ecstasy suddenly filled Lu Chang's face. He knew in his heart that if Lu Changshan really gave this spiritual fruit to the family, then this spiritual fruit would most likely fall into his hands. How could he not be ecstatic? Changshan, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Yang's eyes widened, his gaze filled with astonishment, and his face was filled with disbelief. In his opinion, the value of this spiritual fruit is simply immeasurable. No matter how many contribution points he gives, it is impossible to exchange for such a precious treasure. You know, even if you eat the flesh and blood of demons every day to increase the qi and blood in your body, it will take a long time, and you must practice continuously to slowly digest it and turn it into nutrients to improve your own strength. However, this spiritual fruit is completely different. After taking it, it can be equivalent to several years of hard training. Why did you hand it over to the family? At this time, Jai Qingyu, who was always taciturn, also asked softly with confusion, her cold star-like eyes full of doubts. Although this blood-heart fruit is not very old, it is enough to help you break through to the 6th level of body refining. Jai Qingyu and Lu Changshan walked slowly side by side. She deliberately lowered her voice and spoke in a gentle tone, as if she did not want others to know the age of this spiritual fruit. "Oh, madam, do you recognize this thing?" There was a hint of surprise in Lu Changshan's voice. After all, he only learned the name of this spiritual fruit from the golden finger panel. Hearing this, Jai Qingyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Changshan did not ask further questions, nor did he explain his thoughts in detail. She just said calmly, "My husband has his own magic tricks." After hearing this, Jai Qingyu didn't ask any more questions. She could clearly feel that Lu Changshan had no energy. Then how did her husband win the first place in the competition and gain the recognition of the god of Loyu Mountain? This guy, not only does he not want to eat it himself, but he also wants to hand it over to the family. In the Su family team, Su Yichen also looked at Lu Changshan and his wife with disbelief on his face. He found that he was becoming increasingly unable to understand Lu Changshan. What on earth is this guy thinking? At this time, Su Yichen's thoughts were exactly the same as those of most of the children from other families. They all believed that if they handed over this extremely precious spiritual fruit to the family, it would undoubtedly mean handing over the championship position in next year's 3-county martial arts competition to someone else. After returning to Linen County, the news that the mountain god had bestowed blessings with magical fruits spread like wildfire and quickly spread to all the counties. All the major families were immediately in an uproar, discussing the matter in their respective meeting halls. Because the person who won the first place in the competition and received the blessing of the mountain god was actually the guy who gave up Teichu Dragon Elephant Ju a month ago. Moreover, he won the championship by fighting against all the warriors alone, and no one could defeat him even after many rounds of fighting. Although they had recovered their strength with the blessing of the mountain god, they still expressed doubts about the matter. Is the eternal life skill so powerful? It's not like no one in their family has practiced it before, especially the people from the Lu family. The conference hall was in an uproar. After all, they all knew clearly that Lu Changshan had been tested by Lu Tiancheng himself, and he had no qi at that time. So how did he win the championship? Inside the Lu family meeting hall, that kid clearly has no physical training, so how did he win the championship? It must be that Her Royal Highness the Princess gave him some powerful bone tool, which gave him such ability. An elder from the Lu family spoke up, his eyes gleaming with jealousy and suspicion. Bang! At this moment, a dull sound of slapping the table suddenly sounded, like a thunderclap from the sky. Lu Tiancheng's face was gloomy. He slammed the table and shouted angrily in a cold voice, "The one who won the championship is from our Lu family. Isn't this a great thing?" At the same time, in the courtyard where Lu Changshan lived, "Husband," a clear and whispered voice came. Seeing Lu Changshan coming back, Su Yao's eyes lit up, and like a happy little bird, she trotted to the archway with light steps. She stood in front of Lu Changshan, slightly raised her pretty little face, pursed her lips, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing this, Lu Changshan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Then, as if by magic, he took out a string of candied haws wrapped in oil paper from behind his back. "Here you go," Lu Changshan said in a gentle tone as he handed the candied haws to Su Yao. "Thank you, husband." Su Yao happily took the candied haws, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She knew that her husband would never forget her. Jai Qingyu glanced at the two of them, then walked past them and headed towards the house. "Have you completed today's mission?" Su Yao ate the candied haws with relish and nodded her chin slightly, looking pretty and cute. "Husband, I have learned everything." Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind. Lu Changshan frowned slightly and turned back with a hint of doubt. Chapter 25, Brothers, Mother and Son. "I've met my mother." When Lu Changshan saw Qin Shuang and Lu Changyu coming, he called them politely. "Interesting." Without thinking, he knew why the two of them came. Meet mother-in-law." Su Yao still had a candied hawse in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out, and she looked at a loss. Her mind suddenly flashed with her sister's teachings. She remembered that she had to kneel down and bow when she saw her mother-in-law. Thinking of this, she bent her calves subconsciously. However, just as her knees were about to touch the ground, Lu Changshan reached out and grabbed them firmly. "Husband?" A hint of doubt flashed in Su Yao's eyes. She didn't understand why Lu Changshan wanted to stop her. After standing up, she timidly hid behind Lu Changshan, only sticking out half of her head and secretly looking at Qin Shuang. "It was my husband who stopped me, so if you want to blame someone, blame him." Seeing this, Qin Shuang did not say much, but cast his eyes towards Lu Changshan, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes, and slowly asked, "I heard that you are going to hand over the spiritual fruit to the family in exchange for contribution." Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded and remained silent. "Can you give this spiritual fruit to Changyu?" "I can. Exchange it for everything I have." There was a hint of uneasiness and anticipation in Qin Shuang's voice. Hearing this, Lu Changshan smiled faintly. Now offense and defense have changed. "Why should I give it to Changyu?" he asked back. "If I remember correctly, I got at least one portion of the demon blood that was distributed every year for body tempering. But where did it all go?" Lu Changshan's tone gradually turned cold, with a hint of questioning in his voice, and his eyes shot straight at Qin Shuang like a sharp sword. Qin Shuang was suddenly speechless. A trace of panic flashed across her face, and she didn't know how to answer Lu Changshan's question. She knew very well about the demon blood, so naturally she secretly used it on Lu Changyu. At this moment, Lu Changyu spoke at the right time. "Elder brothers." There was a hint of pleading and expectation in his voice, and his eyes were fixed on Lu Changshan, hoping that he would agree to their request for the sake of brotherhood. This spiritual fruit is also extremely important to him. If Lu Changshan gives it to the family, it may be taken away by Lu Chang's and other collateral descendants. However, Lu Changshan just looked at them quietly, with an unfathomable expression on his face. He knew in his heart that because of the original father's neglect of Qin Shuang, she accidentally had a miscarriage, which caused Lu Changyu to be born prematurely, and thus he had been weak and sickly since childhood. The demon blood that should have belonged to him was naturally taken by Qin Shuang to temper Lu Changyu's physique and nourish his weak body. Qin Shuang is no different from most stepmothers on Blue Star. In her heart and eyes, she only has her own children. As for the original owner, she naturally didn't care about him and let him fend for himself, as long as he didn't starve to death. You have your difficulties, but why should the original body have to suffer? As the offspring of Lu Zhengdao, although the old man did not like the original incarnation very much because of what happened in the past, he still hoped that he could inherit Lu Zhengdao's talent and obtain the Teichu dragon elephant art, with the blessing of the mountain god when he reaches adulthood. The old man still gave some of the resources that the original owner should have enjoyed, even if it was not much. Qin Shuang was no longer as arrogant as before. As the eldest daughter of a large family, she naturally understood that if she needed help from others, she should show the corresponding attitude. "Changyu is your brother. It's better to give it to Changyu than to those people." She looked at Lu Changshan sincerely, with a hint of earnestness in her eyes. "Now you know he's my brother." Lu Changshan smiled coldly, shook his head, turned around and was about to take Su Yao into the house. He didn't want to pay any more attention to these two people. But when he saw the uneasy look on Su Yao's face, he somehow said, "Why don't you perform the same etiquette as Yao just did, and then apologize to me? I will consider giving this spiritual fruit to you." Hearing this, Su Yao opened her mouth slightly, her face full of surprise. She shook her head subconsciously and said anxiously, "Husband, you can't." In her opinion, this request was truly outrageous. However, Lu Changshan ignored Su Yao's words and just looked at the mother and son in front of him with a faint gaze. Hearing this, Lu Changyu was so angry that his face turned red. He wanted to speak, but Qin Shuang raised his hand to stop him. Originally, Lu Changshan thought that with Qin Shuang's proud personality, she would definitely leave in anger instead of embarrassing herself because of his embarrassment. However, something he did not expect happened. Qin Shuang bit her lip, then slowly bent her knees. "Mom!" Lu Changyu hurriedly stopped her and grabbed his mother's arms tightly with both hands, trying to stop her from doing this shocking thing. But his strength seemed insignificant in front of Qin Shuang, and he could not stop Qin Shuang's next move at all. After all, as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Shuang possesses the cultivation of the cave meridians. Her strength is not something Lu Changyu can contend with. Lu Changyu looked at his mother, his eyes full of anxiety. He knew how arrogant his mother was, and he knew what this kneeling meant to her. Since he was born, he could only remember seeing his mother asking for help once, and that scene is still deeply imprinted in his mind. And that time his mother did it for him, for his safety and future. Thinking of this, Lu Changyu's eyes turned red, and his heart was filled with guilt. Brother, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I don't want that spiritual fruit anymore. Don't kneel, or you won't let me give this spiritual fruit to Lu Changyu. Lu Changshan's voice sounded again, indifferent and without much emotion. After hearing this, Qin Shuang stopped what she was doing. Her body trembled slightly, as if she had just woken up from a nightmare. Why? Qin Shuang raised her eyes slightly, her eyes full of doubt and confusion, and she was not angry because of Lu Changshan's teasing. What exactly do you want? She asked again, with a hint of urgency in her voice. Hearing this, Lu Changshan looked calm and said slowly, I want all the contribution points left by my father. After a pause, he continued, and 1,000 taels of silver. The reason why Lu Changshan asked for silver was to have cash so that he could bring more cakes to Su Yao every day. Moreover, if this precious spiritual fruit is handed over to the family, there is an 80% chance that it will be taken by Lu Chang's. In Lu Changshan's opinion, instead of giving the spiritual fruit to Lu Chang's, it would be better to give it to Lu Changyu now. After all, Lu Changyu's mouth is not as bad as Lu Chang's. Hearing this, Qin Shuang stood up and took out a token from his waist. Your father left behind a lot of contribution points, and I have only used a small portion of them on Changyu over the years. Her tone was calm, but it could not hide her complex emotions. Silver, I'll ask someone to bring it to you later. Lu Changshan took the token, took out the spiritual fruit, and gave it to Qin Shuang, then turned around and walked into the house with Su Yao, no longer wanting to pay attention to the mother and son. Thanks. Qin Shuang looked at Lu Changshan's departing back and spoke. She knew very well in her heart that these contribution points could not be compared with the value of this spiritual fruit. Brother, thank you. Lu Changyu's words came with sincerity and gratitude. Hearing this, Lu Changshan stopped and paused slightly. Before I change my mind, send me the 1,000 taels of silver. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little irritated. Grass, a type of plant. Why am I an orphan? Chapter 26, Blood Ginseng, Lu Tiancheng's Choice. After Qin Shuang and her son left, Lu Changshan and Su Yao returned to the side room together. Unlike before the marriage, because Su Yao lives here, the whole room is now filled with a faint girlish fragrance. As soon as she entered the room, Su Yao asked in a low voice, Husband, how could you let your mother-in-law do that kind of thing? Hearing this, Lu Changshan stretched out his hand and gently pinched Su Yao's chubby little face, with a hint of anger in his tone. You are so bold. How dare you ask about your husband? He used a little force with his fingers, but there was a hint of pampering in that action. But do you know how she bullied your husband before? Phuket, Su Yao said with a wronged look on her face as her cheek was pulled. My dear husband, they are bad people just like Daddy. Yao knows she is wrong. Now, under Lu Changshan's doting, Su Yao has lost the reservedness she had when she first arrived and has become more lively and lovely. Hearing this, Lu Changshan let go of his hand, shook his head gently, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. In a few years, I will let you know how powerful a husband is. Otherwise, the husband will lose his authority. In the somewhat cramped room, Lu Changshan paced towards the desk, on which were placed books for learning to read. Lu Changshan discovered a few days ago that Su Yao, although the daughter of a large family, did not know many words. This surprised him a little, so in his spare time, Lu Changshan would take time out to teach Su Yao to read. But Su Yao, this little foodie, has her head almost full of all kinds of pastries. Lu Changshan feels very fortunate that she can recognize 5 words a day. On the other side of the book, there were a few sheets of paper with words on them lying quietly. They were what Su Yao wrote when she was practicing calligraphy, and they were also the tasks that Lu Changshan assigned her every day. Lu Changshan picked up the paper and seemed to be carefully checking the completion status of Su Yao's task today. But in fact, he was looking at his own gold finger panel. Host Lu Changshan, Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 3, Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Techniques, Daoshan Talisman Canon Volume 1, Daoshan Formation Canon Volume 1. Practice benefit, 1200%. This trip was very fruitful. With the blessing of being able to restore his physical strength countless times, Lu Changshan was able to advance from the 2nd level of Qi Refining to the 3rd level of Qi Refining. This really surprised him. Those talismans were not used in vain. As for the Daoshan Talisman Classic and the Daoshan Formation Classic, Su Yao said that her ancestors only passed down these, and as for where the other parts are, she has no idea. Lu Changshan couldn't help feeling a little regretful about this, but the talismans and formations in the 1st volume were enough for his current use. After closing the light curtain, Lu Changshan slowly turned his gaze to the words on the paper and began to look at it carefully. Teaching Su Yao to read was also to allow her to learn the Daoshan Heart Sutra for cultivation. Although this technique has an upper limit, you should know that this is the only practice technique in the 3 counties that does not belong to the god of Loyu Mountain. After Lu Changshan learned the Antarctic immortal art of immortality, the contents of the Daoshan Heart Art are now extremely easy for him. Therefore, Lu Changshan expected Su Yao to learn to read as soon as possible. When she gradually had the ability to understand, he would be able to teach her to start practicing. After all, in this world, demons are rampant. Although there is the protection of the god of Loyu Mountain in Linen County, letting Su Yao have the ability to protect herself is undoubtedly the best choice. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for the worst. Be careful of the Jai family. Lu Changshan frowned slightly. His expression gradually became solemn, and these short but warning words kept echoing in his mind. Since they murdered my father, why did they send a princess to marry him to protect a useless person like him? The Li family is now bent on turning the Lu family into a chess piece that they can control at will, and many of the family's collateral branches have married women from the Li family. But Jai Qingyu's arrival gave Lu Tiancheng's lineage the confidence to compete with the Li family. Lu Changshan couldn't figure out the reason, so he simply shook his head and began to check Su Yao's homework carefully. He is a time traveler, and he will avenge his father's murder if he can. Moreover, one cannot fully believe the words of the Loyu Mountain god. Lu Changshan vaguely feels that it is not a good god. At the same time, in the Lu family's living room, sitting in the main seat, Lu Tiancheng had a cold expression, but when he saw that the person coming was Su Yunju, his expression subsided a little. Uncle Lu, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look better. Su Yunju bowed slightly, clasped his hands, and saluted with a respectful smile on his face. Although Su Yunju and Lu Tiancheng are both heads of the family, and their status and position are actually almost the same, Su Yunju still maintains proper etiquette in front of Lu Tiancheng. Hearing this, Lu Tiancheng nodded. He raised his hand slightly, motioned Su Yunju to take a seat, and asked the servant to pour tea for him. What is the purpose of my nephew Yunju's visit today? Lu Tiancheng's voice was low, and there seemed to be a hint of doubt in his tone. He looked at the sandalwood treasure box that the other party brought, and roughly guessed the purpose of Su Yunju's trip. Su Yunju calmly opened the sandalwood treasure box, and then went straight to the point. Uncle Lu, I heard that my son-in-law won the championship in today's competition, and also received a spiritual fruit. If he hands over this spiritual fruit to the family, I am willing to exchange it with this 100-year-old blood ginseng. After hearing the news, Su Yunju was also very surprised that the god of Loyu Mountain would send down spiritual fruits to bless him at this time. You have to know that the martial arts competition on the day of returning the skills was just spontaneously organized by the major families for their children to communicate and learn from each other. What found him most unbelievable was that the winner was actually this kid Lu Changshan. Although Su Yunju didn't know what means Lu Changshan used to win the first place, he knew that Jai Qingyu, as a member of the royal family, had many means, so it was not impossible for her to hide it from the great god. Therefore, in his opinion, Jai Qingyu must have used some unknown means to help Lu Changshan win the top spot. Su Yunju frowned slightly. He could roughly guess that Emperor Kaiyan married a princess to a small place like Linen County, and the deeper meaning behind it was definitely not just to support Lu Tiancheng's lineage. What was more surprising was that Su Yunju was shocked to hear today that his eldest daughter Su Yingsu had actually broken through to the 3rd level of body refining, and her speed was even faster than that of his eldest son Su Yichen. If it weren't for what happened today, he, as a father, would probably still be kept in the dark. However, what Su Yunju is more concerned about now is that he has learned that Lu Changshan is going to hand over the spiritual fruit to the family. So will Lu Tiancheng choose the future of a family member? Or will he choose the blood ginseng in his hand that can increase his lifespan? When Lu Tiancheng saw the items in Su Yunju's sandalwood treasure box, his eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't help but stand up and lean forward slightly, as if he wanted to take a closer look at what was in the box. How do you have this thing? Lu Tiancheng's voice trembled slightly with a hint of disbelief. In Kaiyan country, outside the territories protected by the mountain gods, even if a warrior like him at the all-seeing realm entered, accidents were bound to happen. However, risks often coexist with opportunities. Although there are dangers everywhere outside the shelter, there are also various natural treasures. He had the good fortune to see this item at an auction in Anyang County when he was middle-aged. Chapter 27, Bone Instruments. This item was obtained by my nephew during an exploration. Su Yunju had a faint smile on his face. He He was confident that Lu Tiancheng would never miss this thing. Just as Su Yunju had expected, Lu Tiancheng's heart was already filled with turbulent waves. His eyes were fixed on the things in the box. Lu Tiancheng knew clearly that the hidden injuries in his body had been accumulating for a long time and were affecting his vitality and cultivation all the time. This item is not only a holy product for healing, but also a treasure for prolonging life. As long as he has the nourishment of this blood ginseng, there is hope that the hidden injuries in his body will be cured, and he can even rely on it to prolong his life. This way, he can last at least another 10 years. His 10 years may be dispensable to the current Lu family, but they are crucial to his lineage, to Yaoyu, Changyu, Changshan, and others. Lu Tiancheng slowly exhaled a breath, slowly closed his eyes, and sat back in his chair. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Lu Tiancheng knew in his heart that he had to find Lu Changshan quickly before those guys got to know about this. Time is running out, and there is no time to waste. The spiritual fruit Changshan has not been handed over to me yet. I will take you to find him. After saying that, Lu Tiancheng slowly stood up and walked out of the reception room. At this time, in the courtyard where Lu Changshan lived, Lu Changshan come out. Lu Changshan, who was teaching Su Yao to read, frowned slightly when he heard this familiar and disgusting voice. What is this guy doing here? I'll be back soon. Lu Changshan lowered his head and whispered a word to the cute Su Yao in his arms. Then he stood up gently, opened the door, and looked at Lu Chang's who was standing in the courtyard. I saw that the person in front of me had a haughty look on his face, as if Lu Changshan was the one who needed help. What are you doing here? Lu Changshan asked in a cold tone. At this time, although the injuries on Lu Chang's face had been treated and the redness and swelling had subsided a lot, the shocking red color could still be seen. Lu Changshan delivered that punch with the help of the giant power talisman, and he also deliberately restrained a lot of strength. If he had used all his strength, the power of this punch would have been enough to take Lu Chang's life. Hearing this, Lu Chang snorted coldly. Where's your spiritual fruit? My mother is willing to exchange a bone tool with you. Lu Chang's held his head high, his words full of matter-of-factness. In his opinion, Lu Changshan had no reason to refuse this deal. Hearing this, Lu Changshan's eyes slowly shifted to the beautiful woman standing under the archway, and he respectfully called out, "Third aunt." After hearing this, the woman just nodded slightly. Her action was light and perfunctory, and there was no warmth in her eyes. She was wearing a long gown made of brocade, which was of luxurious texture. A string of round gems was inserted on the ribbon around her waist, which echoed the hairpin full of jewels in her hair. From a distance, she looked elegant and luxurious. The impression that this third aunt gave to Lu Changshan was almost the same as that of Qin Shuang, or even worse. Although Qin Shuang has an arrogant personality, when dealing with other people, he can at least maintain basic respect and etiquette on the surface. However, his third aunt was completely different. No matter who she was dealing with, the contempt in her eyes was not concealed at all. Even when facing the old man, she had this disgusting attitude. There is absolutely no respect and courtesy towards elders. Lu Changshan became slightly alert. He knew very well that his third aunt was not a good person. Lu Changheng's death is definitely related to her. Hey, Lu Changshan, where is the spiritual fruit? Lu Chang's frowned and urged impatiently. You will have to hand it over to the family in the end anyway, so why not give it to me in advance? The family contribution you exchanged for spiritual fruit can never be exchanged for a superior bone tool in the Lu family. No, you... After hearing this, Lu Tian's was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His facial muscles were twisted with anger, and he accidentally pulled the wound on his face that had not yet healed. A sharp pain came, and he said viciously, "You are really an idiot. Anyway, you won the competition with the bone weapon, but that thing still belongs to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Don't you know that after exchanging with me, this bone tool will belong to you?" After saying that, Lu Chang's carefully opened the long box in his hand. However, a dagger emitting a black luster appeared in Lu Changshan's sight. This dagger seemed to exude an inexplicable majesty, which made people feel a little scared. This bone weapon is made from the teeth of a demon at the peak of the Myriad Realm. It is incredibly powerful. Even if it only scratches the skin a little, the poison will spread rapidly, causing the person to die in agony. Lu Chang's introduced it proudly, his eyes full of boasting about the bone tool, as if he had already seen Lu Changshan's excitement. Bone implement? A thoughtful look flashed across Lu Changshan's eyes. Some demons have extremely strong defenses, and ordinary weapons cannot even leave a trace on their iron-tough skin. Only weapons carefully crafted from demon bones, by special craftsmen, can have a powerful killing effect on these demons. This kind of weapon is the only means for warriors whose chi has no offensive properties to cause huge damage to monsters. However, the method of making bone tools was firmly controlled by the Jai family, forming a monopoly. If warriors want to obtain bone tools, they can only go to the major county towns and buy them at the Jai Chamber of Commerce, which symbolizes the authority of the royal family. Of course, the Royal Chamber of Commerce, like the linen pawn shop, can also barter. However, Lu Changshan still shook his head and said firmly, "No change. I'm a ranged mage who can cast waves. Why would I need this weapon?" Besides, the spiritual fruit had already been exchanged for Lu Changyu. He said this just to irritate Lu Changs, who made this kid so rude. Seeing Lu Changshan refuse again, Lu Changs was about to get angry, but a cold light flashed in Li Hanyan's eyes, as if there was a murderous intent. Just when she was about to attack Lu Changshan, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure out of the corner of her eye. At this time, Jai Qingyu was sitting quietly on a chair in front of the door, looking at the book in his hand with a cold gaze. A hint of fear flashed across Li Hanyan's eyes. "Meet Her Royal Highness the Princess." Jai Qingyu did not raise her eyes, her gaze still on the book, and she just nodded lightly. "Lu Changshan, don't force me." Lu Changs roared with gritted teeth. "I never forced you. The spiritual fruit had already been given to Lu Changyu. You came too late." Lu Changshan frowned slightly without any fear. He didn't intend to get entangled with it anymore now. "Then why didn't you say it earlier?" Lu Chang's eyes were wide open, his face full of resentment. Lu Changshan was too lazy to respond, and then turned around casually, ignoring Lu Chang's eyes that were almost spitting fire. "It is true that like mother, like son." He walked straight to Jai Qingyu, turned slightly sideways, bent down, and looked curiously at the book in his first wife's hand. Chapter 28, Family Secret. On the winding path, Lu Tiancheng and Su Yunju walked slowly side by side, talking and laughing, and it was unknown what they were saying. "Uncle Lu, it is truly a blessing for your eldest grandson to marry the princess. I have traveled all over Qingzhou, so I am quite knowledgeable." Su Yunju frowned. His eyes seemed to reveal a hint of surprise, and he inadvertently brought up a thought-provoking topic. "But my nephew, I have never seen any bone tool that has the same magical effect as the rare demon blood, which can allow an ordinary person with no energy to crush a second-level body-refining warrior." Hearing Su Yunju's seemingly astonished words, Lu Tiancheng slightly restrained the smile on his face. He naturally understood the deeper meaning of the other party's words. Bone tools are generally divided into killing type and defensive type. Just like spears and shields on the battlefield, each has distinct characteristics. However, only extremely rare bone tools have special functions. For example, Jai Qingyu, who married into the Lu family not long ago, wore a bracelet on her hand, which was an extremely rare functional bone tool. The three-tailed sky heart fox is good at using illusions to confuse people's minds. The bracelet made from its heart bone naturally inherited its magical powers when it was alive, and can make demons mistakenly think they are of its own kind. The bracelet not only has the effect of nourishing the body, the aura it emits can also confuse demons. The use of bone tools in competition is tacitly approved by the god of Loyu Mountain. During the competition days in previous years, these unruly family members did not know how to restrain themselves and inevitably hurt others by accident. Therefore, they would at least wear some defensive bone tools made of low-level demon bones. As for bone tools made of high-level demon bones, these young people were simply unable to control them and would be attacked by them if they were not careful. Lu Tiancheng had never heard of such a bone weapon that could strengthen ordinary people without any energy and enable them to crush physical warriors. But since this item can be worn by Princess Jai Qingyu, it is not difficult to imagine that the princes must also have at least one each. However, this is only a conservative estimate. Bone weapon, it can quickly widen the gap between warriors of the same level. The reason why Dacian was able to rule Jiazhou for thousands of years was because of this unique method of refining weapons. All bone tools used by warriors in Cayenne Kingdom are provided by the Dacian Chamber of Commerce. After thousands of years of rule, what is revealed now is probably just the tip of the iceberg. No one can know for sure how deep the real foundation of the Dacian royal family is, and how terrifying the effectiveness of the mysterious bone tool is. His thoughts returned to reality just as Lu Tiancheng was about to speak. At this moment, Li Hanyan and her son appeared from a corner and walked towards them. Seeing Lu Tiancheng and Su Yunju, Lu Tian's expression straightened and he called them respectfully "Grandpa, Uncle Su." However, Li Hanyan was like a cold-faced Shura, walking straight past the two of them with a gloomy face and no glances. Seeing this, Lu Tiancheng just nodded slightly. There was no displeasure on his face due to Li Hanyan's rude behavior, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. he discovered that the mother and son seemed to have walked out from the direction of Lu Changshan's courtyard, which made him feel a little suspicious. Lu Tian's looked at Lu Tiancheng and Su Yunju, his lips trembling slightly, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth, and did not tell Lu Changshan that he had already given the spiritual fruit to Lu Changyu. Then he turned around, quickened his pace, and caught up with his mother's figure that was getting farther and farther away. At the same time, in the courtyard where Lu Changshan lived, "Madam, you actually read this kind of storybook. To relieve boredom," Jai Qingyu said lightly. Then she asked softly, "Have you forgotten something?" Hearing Jai Qingyu's words, Lu Changshan couldn't help but frowned and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What did I forget?" There was confusion in his eyes, as if he really had no idea what Jai Qingyu was referring to. Hearing Lu Changshan's question, Jai Qingyu's eyes were as calm as a deep pond, without causing any ripples. She just quietly looked at the script in her hand. After a moment of silence, Jai Qingyu asked again in a low voice, "You don't have any chi energy, how did you get the top spot?" Now everyone attributed the credit of Lu Changshan winning the championship and taking the spiritual fruit to her. But Jai Qingyu knew in her heart that the strength Lu Changshan showed this morning was entirely his own ability and had nothing to do with her. As for the bone structure that can enhance physical fitness, it is nothing but false. "My wife, this is a secret passed down in my husband's family." Lu Changshan's words seemed a little solemn. However, Jai Qingyu did not turn her head, so she did not notice the strange flash in Lu Changshan's eyes. Lu Changshan continued mysteriously, "However, since you and I have already prayed to heaven and earth and become husband and wife," there seemed to be a hint of deep meaning in his words. "There shouldn't be any secrets between husband and wife. My wife, you are naturally qualified to know your husband's family secrets." Hearing this, Jai Qingyu nodded slightly, as if signaling Lu Changshan to continue. She watched the entire process of today's competition and did not miss a single detail. Jai Qingyu was puzzled. How could a person who had neither the slightest energy nor any body tempering have such extraordinary strength and speed? The corners of Lu Changshan's mouth rose slightly. He slowly bent down and lowered his head, moving himself closer to the side of Jai Qingyu's face. He stretched out his finger, gently tapped his cheek, and said frivolously, "Madam, if you are willing, kiss me. Today, I will tell you this family secret that has never been passed on to anyone else." As Lu Changshan finished speaking, Jai Qingyu's 5 fingers that were originally holding the script tightened slightly, revealing her inner struggle. She turned her head slightly and looked at Lu Changshan's profile. Lu Changshan's face was not bad. His profile was clearly defined under the sunlight, making him extremely handsome. However, the faint smile on the corner of his mouth seemed to indicate he was planning something bad. After thinking it over and over again, Jai Qingyu pursed her beautiful red lips, as if she had made a great decision. She felt that since she and Lu Changshan were already husband and wife, sworn brothers and sisters in heaven and earth, such intimacy should exist between husband and wife. So her body slowly leaned forward with the next movement, gently and slowly. However, Lu Changshan seemed to sense the subtle movement and turned his head suddenly. The next second, the 2 pairs of lips were connected together as expected. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze in an instant. Lu Changshan clearly saw that in these eyes as bright as cold stars, an emotion he had never seen before flashed across his face again. At this subtle and ambiguous moment, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. "This is Changshan's residence." Chapter 29, you came at the right time. "Uncle Lu, it seems like we are here at the wrong time." Looking at the 2 people in front of him who seemed to be kissing, Su Yunju's expression seemed a little subtle. When the couple heard the voice, they quickly turned around. "Grandpa Lord Taishan." He looked at the 2 of them and called out respectfully. Jai Qingyu stood up slightly, bowed gracefully, looked at Lu Tiancheng and said softly, "Hello, Grandpa. Meet Uncle." Hearing this, Lu Tiancheng's face looked slightly embarrassed. However, seeing the progress of these 2 people, he felt that the day when he would have his great-grandchildren might not be far away. Qingyu, no need to be so polite." Lu Tiancheng coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and then asked, "Are you used to living in the Lu family?" Jai Qingyu nodded slightly. "That's good." Seeing this, Lu Tiancheng let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lu Changshan with a complicated look in his eyes. He got straight to the point and said, "I heard that you are willing to hand over the spiritual fruit to the clan." Hearing this, Lu Changshan thought to himself that it was indeed true. The treasure box in the hand of the Su family patriarch was probably used to exchange for that spiritual fruit. Since the old man was willing to bring him here, the things in this treasure box must be worth a lot of money. Then he responded, "Grandpa, I gave that spiritual fruit to Lu Changyu not long ago." Hearing Lu Changshan's words, Lu Tiancheng frowned and sighed slightly in his heart. At this moment, Lu Changyu's familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Grandfather, The two turned around and saw Lu Changyu carrying a box and appearing under the archway. He looked at the two people in the courtyard with a little confusion. "Uncle Su," he greeted Su Yunju with respect in his tone. Seeing this, Su Yunju nodded slightly in response. Lu Tiancheng's gaze lingered on Lu Changyu for a moment. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he swallowed the words back. He could already feel that Lu Changyu's energy had clearly increased, and it was obvious that he had already taken the spiritual fruit. "Nephew, it seems we are a step late," Lu Tiancheng said in a low voice. Seeing this, a hint of regret flashed in Su Yunju's eyes. He nodded in response to Lu Changyu, then said to Lu Tiancheng, "Uncle Lu, it's okay." After the two men left, Lu Changyu placed the huge box in the middle of the courtyard and said, "Brother, these are 1,000 taels of silver." Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded slightly, slowly walked to the center of the courtyard, and reached out to open the box. I saw that the box was indeed filled with silver, as Lu Changyu said. "Okay, you can go," Lu Changshan said briefly, and there seemed to be a hint of dismissal in his tone. After saying that, he picked up the box with both hands, stood up straight, and walked towards Jai Qingyu's house step by step. This body has never been tempered, and its strength is relatively weak. It is indeed a little difficult for Lu Changshan to hold the box in his arms. Seeing Lu Changshan struggling, Lu Changyu frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. Could it be that my sister-in-law took the bone tool back? Thinking of this, Lu Changyu turned his gaze to Jai Qingyu and called out respectfully, "Sister-in-law." Hearing this, Jai Qingyu looked indifferent and nodded slightly. After putting the boxes away, Lu Changshan walked out of the house again and looked at Lu Changyu, who was still there, frowning slightly. "Brother, mother asked me to say sorry on her behalf." Lu Changyu lowered his head and said in a low voice, with a hint of embarrassment and uneasiness in his tone. Hearing this, Lu Changshan was speechless. He snorted coldly and said unhappily, "These are none of your business. Let her speak for herself." "Oh." After hearing this, Lu Changyu was at a loss as to what to do. He could only nod woodenly, then slowly turned around and walked towards the archway. Looking at Lu Changyu's gradually receding back, Lu Changshan frowned, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. "We are of the same root. Why are we so eager to hurt each other?" he murmured softly, his voice full of emotion. The Lu family has now fallen apart due to the intervention of various forces. As they are from the same lineage, they should have supported each other. Although the original body's experience had nothing to do with him, Lu Changshan always felt uncomfortable whenever he thought of those memories. Lu Changyu has good intentions. When Lu Changshan just came here and was seriously injured and bedridden, Lu Changyu would secretly visit him every day. If not, why would he exchange the spiritual fruit with Lu Changyu? Lu Changshan understood that the gradual estrangement between the two was caused by Qin Shuang's instigation. She was blaming her original body for the hatred of having her husband taken away from her. Lu Changshan shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and walked towards the side room. As soon as I opened the door, a cute and somewhat funny scene came into view. Su Yao's two little hands were folded together and placed under her cheeks. Her little mouth was slightly pouting, and her sleeping face was peaceful. When she heard the door being pushed open, she sat up straight like a frightened rabbit. Seeing this situation, Lu Changshan frowned slightly, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. You can fall asleep in such a short time. These days, he gradually discovered something strange while interacting with Su Yao. There seemed to be something wrong with this concubine of his. She needed to sleep for about 8 hours out of 12 hours in a day. Husband, I am not lazy." Su Yao's voice was a little soft, with a hint of confusion from just waking up, and she seemed a little nervous because she was afraid of being blamed by Lu Changshan. She bit her lower lip slightly, lowered her eyes, and looked at the copybook on the desk. Lu Changshan slowly came behind Su Yao, reached out his hand and gently touched her hair and said gently, "It's okay, just take a rest if you are tired." "Yeah," Su Yao nodded slightly after hearing this. Just as she stood up, she seemed to suddenly think of something, walked lightly to the bedside, and took out a golden hairpin from the pillow. She had heard from her sister, who came to visit, that her husband was now practicing martial arts, and had been practicing for many days, but there had been no progress. Su Yao only knew that people who practiced martial arts needed to eat a lot of meat to replenish their physical strength. But every time her husband gave her the meat in the meal, she did not hesitate. "Husband, this is what my mother left for me. My sisters said it was made of gold." Su Yao came to Lu Changshan again, raised her face slightly, and a trace of reluctance that was hard to conceal flashed in her clear eyes. She pursed her lips, held the gold hairpin with a slightly mottled surface in the palm of her hand, showed it to Lu Changshan, and said softly, "I heard from my sisters that my husband is practicing martial arts, but practicing martial arts requires eating a lot of meat." At this point, the reluctance in Su Yao's eyes deepened, but her concern for Lu Changshan still dominated. "Husband, go pawn it. and then buy some more meat so we can replenish our bodies together. Chapter 30, Unexpected Discovery. Looking at the hairpin in Su Yao's little hand, Lu Changshan suddenly smiled inexplicably, and a turbulent current surged in his heart. This little girl probably doesn't even know how rich her husband is now. The contribution points left by the original father are probably more than all the members of the Lu family combined. As he remembered, although the qi generated by practicing Teichu dragon elephant art had no attributes, the power it bestowed was extremely amazing. The strength was at least twice or even several times stronger than that of warriors at the same level. The original body had heard Chen Yang recall that when Lu Zhengdao was at the peak of his powers, he was able to use this technique to break the rules, defeat the warriors in the Vajra realm by defeating the strong with the weak. That's not all. He didn't even need to use bone tools to go deep into the shelter alone and hunt down those demons that were also at the peak of the myriad realm. You must know that the strongest combat force in Linen County now, the county magistrate, has only the cultivation level of the late Wangxiang stage, and he also needs the cooperation of several family heads at the same time to hunt down a mid-stage Wangxiang demon. Lu Zhengdao's outstanding and terrifying strength undoubtedly made him a hot commodity in the eyes of all major forces. It was no wonder that the royal family would marry a princess from a noble family to him. Seeing Lu Changshan's reaction, Su Yao frowned slightly, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. "What are you laughing at, my husband?" She opened her cherry lips slightly with a bit of confusion. Lu Changshan smiled and slowly reached out to pick up the hairpin. He raised the hairpin to his eyes and looked at it carefully. This hairpin seemed to be made of pure gold, with a simple and plain style. Compared with the exquisite and intricately carved hairpins worn by the first wife and Li Hanyan, it looked a bit shabby. It even has some spots on its surface, and time has left many traces on it. Since it was left by my mother-in-law, it is best to wear this hairpin on Yao's head. Lu Changshan's gaze moved from the hairpin to Su Yao's pretty face, his eyes full of tenderness, and his tone was somewhat doting. "Besides, my husband is not short of money now." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and gently lifted up Su Yao's 3,000 strands of black hair that fell vertically like a waterfall. No wonder this little girl looks disheveled today. In Dacian, just like in ancient times on Blue Star, women are required to tie their hair up. This is a custom and a symbol. "Really?" Su Yao's eyes lit up instantly, and she raised her little head. "How could a husband lie to you? And you are a married woman, how can you just casually spread it?" Lu Changshan spoke, and although it was a reprimand, there was no harshness in his tone, but more intimacy and pampering. "Oh, Yao knows she is wrong." Su Yao lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, and obediently let Lu Changshan play with her hair. The corners of her mouth rose slightly with a sweet smile. Now that her husband has money, she will have more cakes and cakes to eat. After a moment, if there was a mirror at this time, Su Yao would definitely find that her hairstyle had become extremely messy after being fiddled with by Lu Changshan. Lu Changshan had never done haircuts for women before, but given the current atmosphere, he had no choice but to try. Looking at Su Yao's messy hair, Lu Changshan couldn't help but cough lightly, trying to hide his embarrassment. Then he said, "Go and have a rest. Your husband is going out for a while. He now plans to use the silver sent by Lu Changyu to redeem the longevity lock." "Yeah." After hearing this, Su Yao tapped her chin lightly. She took off her hairpin again, held it tightly in her hand, and slowly walked towards the bed. Now her mind was already filled with sleepiness, and she was extremely tired. Lu Changshan took the deposit paper and walked out of the house. When I opened the door, I saw Jai Qingyu still sitting quietly in front of the door. Lu Changshan looked at Jai Qingyu and said softly, "My lady, I will go out and redeem the longevity lock." "Yeah," Jai Qingyu nodded slightly in response. Her eyes were still fixed on the script in her hand, not moving away at all. After Lu Changshan left, Jai Qingyu slowly turned her head and looked towards the wrist that was as white as jade. Linen pawn shop. Footsteps were heard. Su He, who was concentrating on calculating the accounts, raised his eyes slightly when he heard the noise. When his eyes fell on the person who came and found that it was Lu Changshan, a hint of surprise arose in his heart. "You know, the news that the mountain god bestowed the magical fruit today has spread throughout the county. Everyone speculated that the winner would be either the eldest son or the second son of the He family. But who would have thought that it would be the most unexpected person, Lu Changshan? Boss, I want to redeem the longevity lock." Lu Changshan put the pledge paper in front of the counter and said. Hearing this, Su He narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the paper and took a look at it, then said, "Mr. Lu, wait a moment. I will go to the warehouse and get it for you." Seeing this, Lu Changshan spoke quickly. "Boss, can I go to the warehouse to take a look at those dead pawns?" Hearing this, Su He nodded slightly and did not refuse. "Then come in with me." He also knew about Lu Changshan's foolish behavior of not taking the spiritual fruit himself and handing it over to the family. But precisely because of this, He understood that Lu Changshan was not short of money now. After all, the Lu family's contribution can be exchanged for both items and money. Arriving at the warehouse, He walked towards the place where the longevity lock was placed in his memory. Lu Changshan, with a hint of anticipation, came to the rows of dusty wooden cabinets and looked at them carefully. His golden finger has an identification function. Linen pawn shop has been open for many years, so there might be some unexpected gains. However, the reality made Lu Changshan deeply disappointed. When he walked to the last wooden cabinet in the dead zone, the gold finger panel did not pop up as he wished. The objects placed here were all so ordinary that they couldn't be more ordinary, and none of them could attract his special attention. At this time, He had already taken the longevity lock and walked over slowly. "Mr. Lu, this is your longevity lock." After Lu Changshan took the longevity lock, He asked curiously, "Master Lu, do you have a favorite treasure?" This dead area is now filled with ordinary objects, and those that are truly valuable have long been collected into the Su family's treasure house and naturally cannot be resold to others. Hearing this, Lu Changshan shook his head slightly and slowly walked out of the warehouse. However, just as he was about to leave, his eyes inadvertently caught an object that he had just overlooked. This object is pitch black and covered with dust. It is difficult to find if you don't look closely. Lu Changshan squatted down and took the thing in his hand. "Boss, how much is this thing?" Lu Changshan asked. Hearing this, He narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the thing in Lu Changshan's hand. It turned out to be this empty box that had been there for who knows how many years. "This item is useless. If you like it, Mr. Lu, you can just give him one tael of silver as a token of appreciation." Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded and looked towards the groove at the bottom of the empty box. Chapter 30, When I Found a Treasure, Kaienkun's Yumi Box. Lu Changshan frowned slightly and stared at the groove at the bottom of the empty box. The groove is extremely small, and at first glance it can easily be mistaken for a crack. But the small triangle at the top unexpectedly matches the style of Su Yao's hairpin in a wonderful way. Also, the light curtain above it. Kaienkun's Yumi Box. Rank top-grade magic weapon. A top-grade magic weapon. After looking at it more carefully, in Lu Changshan's eyes, this groove really looked like a place specially used to place hairpins. Such subtle similarities made Lu Changshan feel an indescribable curiosity and desire to explore. Could this box be left here by Su Yao's mother? Thinking of this, Lu Changshan looked at He and said calmly, "Thank you very much, shopkeeper." After paying the ransom money, Lu Changshan returned to the Lu family with the longevity lock and the wooden box. When I returned to the courtyard, Jai Qingyu was no longer at the door. I guess she must have gone back into the house. Lu Changshan did not return empty-handed. He also bought a lot of desserts and some storybooks. However, the most important thing at the moment is to confirm the guess in my heart. Back in the side room, Su Yao was lying on the bed, breathing lightly. In order to avoid disturbing Su Yao, Lu Changshan walked lightly to the bed and groped carefully. The hairpin was still placed under Su Yao's pillow. However, just as Lu Changshan took out the hairpin, Su Yao opened her eyes. "Husband?" Su Yao's voice was hesitant and she pouted slightly. She looked cute and adorable, but her eyes were full of doubts. She had clearly seen that the thing in Lu Changshan's hand was her hairpin. "Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. What belongs to you belongs to your husband." But Su Yao was still confused. When she gave the hairpin to her husband before, he didn't want it, so why did he come to take it secretly now? Seeing this, Lu Changshan explained, "I just went to the pawn shop run by the Su family and found something there that looked like it was left by your mother." When Su Yao heard that it was something left by her mother, the sleepiness in her eyes immediately disappeared. She sat up eagerly, and her petite body was revealed unreservedly to Lu Changshan's sight. At this moment, she was only wearing a moon-white underdress, and her bud was about to bloom. "Husband, what did mother leave behind?" Su Yao asked expectantly. Hearing this, Lu Changshan gently placed the Kaienkun's Yumi box in Su Yao's sight. I saw him holding the Kaienkun's Yumi box in one hand and the hairpin in the other, and constantly comparing them. The groove and the hairpin are a perfect match, as if made in heaven. In front of Su Yao, Lu Changshan placed the hairpin into the groove of the Kaienkun's Yumi box. The next second, the traces on the surface of the Kaienkun's Yumi box, which seemed to be caused by years of erosion and resembled the shedding of a tree's skin, began to emit a faint light. Seeing this scene, Su Yao opened her mouth slightly, then subconsciously covered it with her hands, her face full of surprise. A glowing box. The next second, Lu Changshan realized that this Kaienkun's Sumeru box was madly absorbing the spiritual energy in his body. The suction force was so fierce that Lu Changshan tried to let go of his hand, but found that the Kaiyankun Sumeru box seemed to be firmly stuck to his hand. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Looking at Lu Changshan in such a panic, Su Yao didn't know what was going on. Her eyes were full of worry and she was a little at a loss. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" As the spiritual energy in his body was drained, Lu Changshan suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his body, as if all his strength was being drained away at this moment. His legs went limp and he collapsed on the edge of the bed. He was gasping for breath, his face was pale and he was extremely weak. "Don't worry," Lu Changshan comforted softly. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. After absorbing enough spiritual energy, the Kaiyankun Sumeru box flew out of his hand, as if some kind of switch was turned on, and the scene inside had changed drastically. Lu Changshan picked up the Kaiyankun Zumi box again with some effort, and what came into his sight was a deep space, like an endless starry sky. At the bottom of the space, there was a roll of something that looked like a demon's skin. It was curled up and was only the size of a little finger. Lu Changshan wanted to reach out to take it out of curiosity, but found that his 5 fingers seemed to be blocked by an invisible obstruction. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach into the Kaiyankun Sumeru box. "What's going on? Can't get it out." When a thought appeared in Lu Changshan's mind, the next second, the demon's skin appeared out of thin air in his hand and returned to its original size. Seeing this scene, Lu Changshan's pupils contracted, and he immediately had a guess in his mind. "This thing is a storage box." With a thought, the scroll disappeared and was once again in the space inside the box. "Found a treasure." It seems that this Kaiyankun Zumi box was indeed left by Su Yao's mother, and this seemingly ordinary hairpin is the key to open it. Lu Changshan took out the scroll again and unfolded it carefully. "Map," he was slightly stunned, and carefully observed the lines and marks on the leather scroll. At this time, Su Yao also leaned over and looked at him curiously. "When did the map in my husband's hand appear?" Suddenly Su Yao raised her eyebrows, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Husband, I have seen this map." Hearing this, Lu Changshan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked anxiously, "Where have you seen me before?" "In a dream." Lu Changshan was speechless for a moment. After a moment of silence, he pointed to a river on the map and asked, "Do you know where this river is?" Hearing this, Su Yao shook her head in confusion. "Have no idea." She had only seen this map in her dreams, but had no idea what it contained. "This leather map is very rough. Unlike the map on Blue Star in the previous life, it has basically no useful information except for some vague marks." Lu Changshan looked at the map carefully, secretly wondering about its origin and purpose. "Treasure map. However, there is too little information above, and it is all mountains except for a river. However, this Kaiyankun Zumi box is a treasure. I don't know how big the space inside is and how many things it can hold, but it is too large and not easy to carry around. Moreover, it seems that spiritual energy is required to activate it. Sleep a little longer," Lu Changshan said softly as he looked at Su Yao, who was still sleepy. Then he found a map of Kaiyan State and began to carefully compare the terrain of the 2 maps. However, the result disappointed Lu Changshan. The 2 maps did not match at all. The leather scroll map appears very simple, with only a few lines and vague markings, while the map of Kaiyan State is densely covered with mountains, rivers, and the terrain is complex and diverse. "That's all." Lu Changshan shook his head. Since he had no clue, he decided not to think about it anymore. He stood up, took some cakes and a storybook, and walked out of the room toward the main room. Arriving at the door, Lu Changshan gently raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Ma'am, I brought you some cakes." Not long after, the door was opened from the inside by Jai Qingyu. Lu Changshan raised the script and pastries in his hands and placed them in Jai Qingyu's sight. "Madam, I also brought you some storybooks." Suddenly, Lu Changshan frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He smelled a faint fragrance still in the air, but it was also mixed with a hint of blood. Chapter 32, Gifts from the 3 Great Ancestors. Wrong smell. Lu Changshan looked normal, but his heart was full of suspicion. The faint smell of blood flashed by and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it was just his illusion. "Thank you, husband." Jai Qingyu opened her red lips slightly, her voice still as cold as before. Before she finished her words, she was about to raise her hand to take the thing from Lu Changshan's hand. However, Lu Changshan seemed unaware of it. He turned around and walked straight into the house, gently placing the script and pastries in his hands on the table. He turned his back to Jai Qingyu, his nostrils twitching slightly, and he felt more and more confident. "You didn't smell it wrong." There was indeed a faint smell of blood quietly spreading in the room, but the smell was extremely thin. If it weren't for his unusually sharp sense of smell, he would not have been able to detect it at all. Lu Changshan also didn't notice that a trace of panic flashed across the depths of Jai Qingyu's eyes like a meteor. Lu Changshan turned around, his expression normal, his tone full of gentleness. "Madam, there are many kinds of novels in the bookstore. I don't know what type you like, so I brought some of each back." He paused and then continued. "If you want to read the sequel of a certain storybook, just tell me and I will bring it back to you next time." After hearing this, Jai Qingyu nodded calmly, showing no emotion at all. When he came out of the house, there was a hint of curiosity in Lu Changshan's voice. "By the way, my lady, why did you mention this morning that you didn't need to practice martial arts? Is it because you lack resources for practice?" There was a hint of inquiry in Lu Changshan's eyes. Hearing this, Jai Qingyu shook her head slightly, her expression still indifferent, and then slowly said, "I have encountered a bottleneck and it is difficult to break through." "I see." After hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded thoughtfully. "Bottleneck," he thought to himself. "Is it possible that there is an upper limit to the skills practiced by my first wife?" Both his original self and the one who had traveled through time had never set foot in other temples. They knew very little about the situation outside, and they didn't know whether the skills in other places had certain restrictions like those in the Luoyu Mountain Temple. Lu Changshan remembered that Chen Yang said that Jai Qingyu had already broken through to the cave vein realm. Judging from her age, she was roughly in the middle stage of the cave vein realm. But the upper limit of the royal technique is only the middle stage of the cave vein. This is obviously impossible. "My lady, I'm going to go to the storehouse to exchange some demon meat and bring it back. I'll let you taste my cooking skills tonight." Jai Qingyu just nodded slightly and responded, "Yeah." Lu Changshan then turned around, and in an instant the expression on his face changed rapidly. The gentle look disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. "Be careful of the Jai family." The ancient and vicissitudes of life voice of the god of Luoyu Mountain seemed to ring in his mind again, like a warning bell. After passing through the archway, Lu Changshan secretly quickened his pace and walked quickly towards the warehouse. Why is there a smell of blood in the room? He was puzzled and his brows were tightly furrowed. During this period of time, it is better to concentrate on cultivation. Only when your cultivation level is improved can you take control of your destiny. After breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refining, he tried to carve an intermediate-level talisman, and then found an opportunity to test the power of the fireball talisman. At the same time, in the room where Jai Qingyu was, realizing that Lu Changshan had left the courtyard, she walked lightly to the table and opened the drawer. In an instant, the faint smell of blood mixed with the fragrance in the house. What was there was actually a bowl of bright red blood that had not yet been drunk. Looking at the bowl of blood, Jai Qingyu's eyes, like cold stars, suddenly flashed with a trace of disgust, resistance, and helplessness. She murmured softly, "There should be no secrets between husband and wife. The royal martial arts require drinking human blood to assist. If my husband knew about this, he would surely suffer the same fate as his father." On the other side, Lu Changshan traveled quickly and soon arrived in front of the Lu family warehouse. I saw that the entire warehouse was located deep underground, and its appearance and structure were almost the same as a cellar. This setting is indeed very useful, and can ensure the freshness and quality of the demon's flesh and blood to the greatest extent. In front of the stairs leading to the warehouse sat a white-haired old man. The erosion of time has made his body thin and skinny, like a candle in the wind, which may go out at any time. "Third great ancestor." Lu Changshan hurried forward, handed over the token in his hand respectfully, and called out softly. Lu Junyu slowly stretched out his 5 fingers, which were as dry as dead branches, and took the token. His eyes narrowed slightly under his thick white eyebrows, as if he was sizing up Lu Changshan. After a moment, he slowly sighed and asked, "Are you the eldest son of the righteous path?" Upon hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded respectfully. "To the 3rd great ancestor, that's right. Come down with me." After saying this, Lu Junyu slowly stood up and put his hands behind his back, slightly hunched over, and walked slowly towards the stairs below step by step. Seeing this, Lu Changshan hurried to follow. He knew very well that the other party's generation was incredibly high, belonging to the generation of his grandfather. In the Lu family, he was an antique. With such longevity, Lu Changshan had some guesses in his mind that the martial arts chosen by the 3rd ancestor was probably the eternal life art. Soon, the two came to a door full of vicissitudes of life. Lu Junyu stopped, slowly reached into his arms and fumbled for a while, then took out a key of simple style. As the key entered the hole, there was a slight click sound, and the chain that locked the door fell to the ground. Then Lu Junyu raised one arm and slowly exerted force. The door was pushed open, and in an instant, a strong smell of dust hit us like a wave. The light was dim. Lu Junyu walked calmly to the wall, reached out to take down the torch hanging on it, then skillfully took out a fire starter from his arms, blew it gently, and lit the torch. He said in a hoarse voice, "Follow me." Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded, and slowly followed the other person. On the way, Lu Junyu suddenly asked, "Do you know what kind of martial arts I am practicing?" Did the third ancestor also practice the longevity technique? That's right. At this time, the two had arrived in front of an iron frame. All I saw were various white objects emitting a cold luster under the dim firelight. "This is for you." Lu Junyu stood in front of the shelf, glanced around it, reached out and took off a piece of white armor, then turned around and handed it to Lu Changshan. "Third great ancestor, I want to exchange for some demon blood and demon flesh. Consider it a gift from me." Lu Junyu shook his head slightly, his face showing a bit of vicissitudes and emotion. He paused, but his next words made Lu Changshan's pupils shrink slightly. "Boy, this competition." Lu Junyu's voice was low and hoarse. He stared at Lu Changshan's eyes and continued word by word, "You won the championship with your own ability, right?" Chapter 33, The Function of the Wooden Box. 2 months later. It's getting dark. There was a hazy drizzle at this time. Although the entire Lu family was shrouded in this gauze-like rain curtain, the courtyards were bustling with bright lights. Today is a hunting day in March. Perhaps it was the blessing of the mountain god. Even though the hunting area was compressed, the Lu family managed to hunt 2 demons in the late Dongmai stage and 1 demon in the early Tongxuan stage. In the courtyard, he heard a knock on the door. Lu Changshan opened his eyes and then exhaled a breath. Finally, a breakthrough. Host Lu Changshan. Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 4. Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Techniques, Daoshan Talisman Cannon Volume 1. Daoshan Formation Cannon Volume 1. Practice benefit, 1200%. It actually took him 2 full months to reach the 4th level of Qi Refining. However, this is not Lu Changshan's fault. During the process of cultivation, he gradually discovered that the spiritual energy in Luoyu Mountain was very thin and almost scarce. Even though he had a cultivation benefit boost of up to 1200%, his cultivation progress was very slow. Moreover, he had to share the limited spiritual energy with the 3 great ancestors. Lu Changshan was really surprised that his 3rd great-grandfather Lu Junyu had the ability to cultivate qi. You know, in these 3 counties, he is the only one who, with his own extraordinary understanding, has figured out the true method of practicing the art of immortality. However, it was too late. He was old, and although he had reached the 5th level of Qi Refining, building a foundation was as difficult as ascending to heaven for him. Perhaps sensing that the end was near, Lu Junyu exchanged his lifetime contribution points for a piece of Tongxuan realm peak demon bone armor and gave it to Lu Changshan. As expected a few days ago, the 3rd great-grandfather Lu Junyu suddenly passed away, causing a huge uproar in the Lu family. For Lu Changshan now, this bone armor is a divine weapon that cannot be broken except by those at the Wangxiang realm. It is surrounded by the residual power of the demons at the Tongxuan realm and can invade the minds of low-level warriors. The 3rd great ancestor told him that this power was ineffective against people like them. After Lu Changshan tried it himself, he found that it was indeed true. What surprised Lu Changshan the most was that Lu Junyu had no direct descendants in the Lu family. Also, during these 2 months, Lu Changshan discovered by chance that in addition to the regular storage function, the mysterious wooden box also had another surprising and wonderful effect. That is, it can effectively slow down the loss of spiritual energy within the talisman inscriptions. After some preliminary estimates, Lu Changshan came to a conclusion that the talisman placed in the wooden box could keep the spiritual power stored for about 10 times longer than normal. Take ordinary talismans, for example. If they are placed in the space of this wooden box, they can actually keep the spiritual power stored for as long as a year. In this way, he no longer had to worry about the talisman turning into a pile of useless waste paper due to the loss of spiritual energy. Moreover, Lu Changshan now has sufficient demon blood on hand, which means that all the talismans he carves now are strengthened with demon blood. However, although this mysterious wooden box is good, it has a problem that gives Lu Changshan a headache. It is so big that it is not convenient to carry around. It would be nice if it was like a storage ring. "Changshan, are you in the house? Lord Taishan asked me to call you and the princess to have dinner together in the hall." Hearing the voice, Su Yao subconsciously stood up and was about to open the door. But as soon as she moved, Lu Changshan reached out and grabbed her. A hint of doubt suddenly flashed across Su Yao's eyes. She didn't understand why Lu Changshan wanted to stop her. But she thought quickly and soon figured out the reason. She turned around quickly, walked lightly back to the bed, and deftly stuffed a small ball of cotton cloth into her clothes. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. Although she didn't know why her husband did this, Yao was still very obedient. "Second uncle, I'm here." Lu Changshan responded calmly, then slowly stood up and straightened his clothes. After opening the door, Chen Yang was standing outside the house holding an oil paper umbrella. When he caught a glimpse of Su Yao's slightly bulging belly, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. In the past 2 months, Chen Yang had been urging him so much that Lu Changshan had no choice but to resort to this last resort. After Lu Changshan closed the door, Chen Yang handed the other oil paper umbrella to Lu Changshan. After he opened the umbrella, he pulled Lu Changshan aside and spoke quietly in a low voice. Changshan, Her Royal Highness the Princess's temper is indeed a little cold, but let me tell you I'm an experienced person. Women are like a piece of ice. As long as you are willing to spend time and effort to warm them up, they will eventually melt. As he spoke, Chen Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was lost in memories. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he continued. Didn't your second aunt treat me in the same way back then? But look at her now, haven't we lived happily together for so many years? Your sister Yaoyu was born. In a few days, you will have a younger brother. Hold on, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Chen Yang patted Lu Changshan on the shoulder while holding an umbrella, motioning him to call Jai Qingyu to have dinner together. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Lu Changshan's eyes flashed with helplessness, and then he walked towards the main house with an umbrella. Madam, Grandpa is calling us to attend a family dinner together. Lu Changshan knocked on the door lightly. Inside the room, Jai Qingyu was combing her hair in front of a diamond-shaped mirror. After hearing Lu Changshan's voice, she gently stood up and opened the door. Today she put on some light makeup. Her red lips were charming and tempting. She wore a light-colored long dress and a jade hairpin in her hair. It was obvious that she had dressed up in advance. In the past, a bastard like Lu Changshan was not qualified to attend family banquets, but things are different now. You have to know that if you don't consider the monk's face, you have to consider the Buddha's face. Madam, let's go. Jai Qingyu nodded slightly, and after Lu Changshan closed the door, the two of them shared an umbrella and walked towards the family banquet. The raindrops danced lightly, sliding down the oil paper umbrella like a hanging bead curtain. Looking at the couple who were starting to walk towards him, Chen Yang shook his head slightly. The concubine got pregnant first, and your father didn't want to learn good things, but instead learned bad things first. When Chen Yang thought that Lu Changshan was the son of that concubine, he felt mixed emotions. He sighed lightly, stopped struggling, and walked forward. Inside the banquet hall, all the clan members of Lu Tiancheng's lineage had already arrived. At the huge round table, everyone sat in an orderly manner on both sides of Lu Tiancheng. The whole scene was solemn yet a little heavy. The moment Lu Changshan stepped into the house, he instantly felt a sinister gaze chilling him down. His expression did not change. He just calmly closed the umbrella in his hand, and then followed the direction of the gaze and looked to the old man's right. I saw Lu Chang sitting next to Li Hanyan, staring at me straight. There seemed to be jealousy and anger mixed in his eyes, and even a hint of conspiracy and calculation. Is this guy trying to cause trouble? Seeing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly and immediately became alert. He found that the corners of Lu Chang's mouth and eyes were slightly swollen. Although they had been bandaged, the redness and swelling were still difficult to conceal. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was injured. There are 4 hunting days each year, in January, April, July, and early October. For each generation of young men who are just starting to learn martial arts, there is no mandatory requirement for hunting today, but they can choose to go and observe. Since it had been raining outside recently, Lu Changshan chose to stay at home and practice with peace of mind. Grandpa, third uncle, third aunt. Lu Changshan looked calm. He took Jai Qingyu and respectfully greeted everyone at the table one by one. Every move he made showed his courtesy. Lu Changshan's third uncle was a very rough man, and his unkempt appearance was very conspicuous. Before Lu Changheng encountered the accident, Uncle San did not look so haggard. Hearing Lu Changshan's greeting, he just nodded woodenly, his eyes still dull without the slightest fluctuation, as if he had no interest in anything in the outside world. After the dinner, everyone said goodbye and prepared to leave. At this moment, Lu Yaoyu suddenly hurried to Lu Changshan's side, with a complicated look in her eyes. She leaned close to Lu Changshan's ear, lowered her voice, and whispered something to him. Chapter 34, Emergency. Be careful of Lu Chang's. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed across Lu Changshan's eyes briefly. He slightly side-glanced and looked at the Li mother and son who had not yet left. In the past 2 months, I have been staying at home and rarely going out. I would occasionally go to the martial arts field to practice, but it was just for show. How did I offend Lu Chang's again? Lu Changshan frowned, puzzled. Whatever, he just wanted to concentrate on practicing now. With the protection of the eldest wife in the courtyard, Lu Chang's didn't dare to do anything more. Thank you, Sister Yaoyu, for the reminder. Lu Changshan nodded slightly. Compared to the rough man Chen Yang, Lu Yaoyu's eyebrows are more like his second aunt, with the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Seeing that Lu Changshan didn't seem to care, a hint of anxiety flashed in Lu Yaoyu's eyes. Her parents had warned her not to tell Lu Changshan about this under any circumstances, but she knew that her third aunt would not let go of her hatred because of her grandfather's dissuasion. Today, Lu Yaoyu was about to explain when Lu Changshan's second aunt Lu Zuyan came over with a hint of anger in her tone. Changshan, I heard that you haven't been to Qingyu's room these days. Lu Zuyan was born beautiful, and the years had left more of a mature charm on her face. At this moment, she moved lightly with lotus steps, and her figure was swaying gracefully. She was wearing loose clothes, but it couldn't hide her slightly bulging belly. The bulge was a few degrees larger than that of Su Yao in disguise, and it was obvious that she would be in labor soon. As she spoke, she gently pulled Jai Qingyu's fair and delicate hand, appearing extremely intimate. Qingyu, if Changshan neglects you, just tell your aunt. As Lu Zuyan spoke, she stretched out her other hand towards Lu Changshan's ear, exerted a little force with her fingers, and pulled Lu Changshan's ear. Lu Changshan suddenly felt pain, but he naturally did not dare to resist. He knew very well that since the death of his original parents in this huge family, only his second aunt's family treated him sincerely. Aunt, I really tried my best. Lu Changshan begged for mercy quickly, and there seemed to be a hint of grievance in his voice. Hearing this, a hint of suspicion flashed in Lu Zuyan's eyes. She let go of her hand and then turned her gaze to Jai Qingyu. Seeing this, Jai Qingyu's expression was still as cold as frost, like a flower on a high mountain. She did not respond to Lu Zuyan's gaze, but just stood quietly beside Lu Changshan, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. At this time, Chen Yang walked over. He looked at Lu Changshan, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He leaned close to Lu Zuyan's ear and whispered in a low voice, Zuyan, please give Changshan some more time. He is still young. Didn't it take 2 years for you to let me have sex with you? Hearing this, a trace of shame and anger flashed in Lu Zuyan's eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and she glanced at Chen Yang beside her with a reproachful look. You'll be 18 next year, so you're still young. Besides, Lu Zuyan was about to continue speaking when she suddenly remembered that Lu Changshan was born to a concubine. Thinking of this, she immediately stopped what she was about to say, sighed softly, and then said, Let's go and see your little Yao. I've asked someone to prepare a meal for you. Don't let her and the baby in her belly starve. After saying that, Lu Zuyan naturally took Chen Yang's arm, and at the same time nodded slightly to Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu, indicating that they should walk in front. Lu Changshan understood, so he opened the umbrella and walked out of the house side by side with Jai Qingyu. Mom, there was a hint of worry in Lu Yaoyu's eyes, and she seemed to have something to say. Hearing this, Lu Zuyan just shook her head, her tone gentle but with a hint of unquestionableness. Yaoyu, you go back first. Lu Yaoyu opened her mouth, but finally swallowed the words back. She stood there silently, following the backs of the people leaving, with a hint of worry still in her eyes. At this moment, her eyes inadvertently caught a figure in the dense rain, hurriedly chasing in the direction where the few people left. In the courtyard, after sending Jai Qingyu back to her room, Lu Changshan turned around. At this time, Chen Yang and his wife were standing quietly in front of the side room, looking in the direction where Lu Changshan left from time to time, as if they were waiting for something. The side room was shrouded in drizzle, exuding a unique kind of tranquility. Lu Changshan walked slowly to the door of the side room, paused for a moment, then raised his hand and knocked gently on the door a few times. The sound was crisp and rhythmic. Yao, I'm back. Lu Changshan's voice came clearly into the house through the door. Inside the house, Su Yao was sitting at the table, practicing writing with great concentration. When she heard Lu Changshan's voice, she was delighted at first, then quickly stood up and prepared to greet her husband. Just as she stood up, Su Yao seemed to suddenly realize something important. My husband won't knock on the door when he comes back on his own, she exclaimed in her heart. Su Yao's clever little head worked quickly, and she immediately guessed the general situation. In the past, when Lu Changshan came back alone, he would just push the door open and walk in. She hurriedly stuffed the cloth she was using to disguise her pregnancy back into her clothes. Lu Changshan once specifically reminded her that if she knocked on the door herself, it must be that someone else had come with her, so she had to be prepared in advance and not let anyone know. Although it is really uncomfortable to stuff this cloth into clothes, not only is it tight, but it also makes you feel a little awkward. But I can't care about so many things at the moment. Just like my husband said, I have to deal with it first. When he opened the door, Lu Changshan's figure came into view first, but the voice he heard was Lu Zuyan's. Yao, are you hungry? I heard that you like braised pork, so your aunt brought you one. The Lu family is a martial arts family, and most of the dishes at the family banquet are made from demon meat. Martial artists have big appetites and almost no leftovers are left. This dish of red stewed pork was specially prepared by Lu Zuyan. When Su Yao heard about eating braised pork, her eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, aunt. When she entered the house, Su Yao knew she had to be careful with her behavior as Chen Yang and his wife were present, so she ate in a very restrained manner. I saw her eating the braised pork in small bites, chewing it slowly and carefully. Compared with her usual hurried and big mouthful appearance of eating meat, she really looked like a lady from a noble family. Lu Zuyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Her gaze fell on the slightly bulging curve of Su Yao's belly and asked seemingly casually, 2 months. Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded and replied calmly, Aunt, the doctor said it's almost 2 months. After hearing this, Lu Zuyan smiled and stretched out her hand, gently touching Su Yao's lower abdomen, her tone full of love. Come, let me touch you. Chapter 35, Are You Calling for War and Killing? Seeing this, Lu Changshan's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly, and he thought to himself that something was not good. If my aunt finds out that Su Yao's pregnancy is fake, it will be a big trouble. However, faced with this sudden situation, Su Yao's clever little head quickly turned again. I saw her brows frowned instantly, a look of discomfort appeared on her face, and then she said vomit and pretended to be having morning sickness. She looked so real, as if she was really suffering from the discomfort of pregnancy. Seeing this, Lu Zuyan hurriedly stopped what she was doing, her face full of concern, and quickly reached out to help Su Yao comb her back. As someone who has experienced it, she naturally knows the various reactions during pregnancy and how uncomfortable it is. What did the doctor say about Yao's narcolepsy? Lu Zuyan frowned slightly, concern in her eyes. The doctor said he couldn't find any clues, but after checking, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with Yao's body. Lu Changshan hurriedly answered truthfully. In fact, he had always been worried about this matter. Su Yao's sleepiness was really strange. During this period, Lu Changshan consulted many doctors, but none of them could figure out what was causing Su Yao's sleepiness. Hearing this, Lu Zuyan sighed softly. As long as you are healthy. After respectfully seeing Chen Yang and his wife off, and making sure that they would not return suddenly, Lu Changshan turned around and went back to the side room. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Su Yao looking at me with a pair of watery eyes, full of expectation. Husband, how did I perform? Su Yao asked impatiently, with a hint of pride in her voice. Hearing this, Lu Changshan couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes full of doting. He reached out and gently rubbed Su Yao's little head. My husband will bring you some cloud cake tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Yao nodded her little head quickly, and the joy in her eyes could no longer be concealed. Then she happily picked up her chopsticks again and started to eat the remaining braised pork with satisfaction. Lu Changshan walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, falling into deep thought. He still didn't quite understand why the god of Luoyu Mountain warned him to beware of the Jai family that day, and revealed that his original father had died at the hands of the Jai family. These words rushed straight into his mind, and no one else around him was aware of them. Lu Changshan knew that this was the art of transmitting sound. Since the god of Luoyu Mountain has mastered the art of cultivating immortals, it is not surprising that he has such means, and he naturally would not be surprised by this. In recent days, Lu Changshan has never smelled the smell of blood in Jai Qingyu's room again, as if what he smelled that day was just an illusion. He confirmed that the bloody smell at that time was not the blood of demons, but human blood. That day, in order to find out the truth, Lu Changshan almost confirmed it before extinguishing the candle. There was not a single scratch on Jai Qingyu's fair, flawless jade-like body. Besides, it was not time for a period to come yet. Therefore, his wife must be hiding something from him. However, in Lu Changshan's opinion, he still felt that the words of the Luoyu Mountain god were even less credible. Every time a sacrifice was held, a pair of young boys and girls were sent to the mountain to serve the mountain god. From then on, they seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and were never seen again. As a time traveler, Lu Changshan had a rough guess in his mind that those boys and girls were probably in great danger. Do they need 2 mountain gods every month to serve them? How can they be called a proper god? Lu Changshan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He knew very well that this Luoyu Mountain god must be a cultivator whose realm was much higher than his own. Maybe it is also practicing the unlimited, eternal life skill. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Lu Changshan couldn't help but frown. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, "Who is it again?" "Brother, it's me." A familiar voice came from outside the door. Lu Changshan opened the door and saw Lu Changyu standing outside with a guilty look on his face. The rain was still falling. He didn't have an umbrella, but he was already soaked. The rain was running down his hair and cheeks. What's the matter? Lu Changshan looked at his embarrassed and guilty appearance, frowned slightly, and felt a little confused. Brother, I'm sorry. Lu Changyu lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Lu Changshan's eyes. After hearing this, Lu Changshan became even more confused. Today I beat Lu Chang's. Then why are you apologizing to me? Lu Changshan's mind was full of questions. If you hit someone, shouldn't you go and apologize to the person who was hit? Why are you looking for me? At this time, Lu Changyu's Adam's apple moved up and down, as if he mustered up a lot of courage and said, "He scolded you, and then I couldn't help it." As Lu Changyu spoke, he recalled Lu Chang's hysterical, almost crazy appearance, and his voice trembled slightly. He got so angry after I beat him up that he said he was going to kill our whole family. To be honest, the situation at that time really scared him. Lu Changyu couldn't believe that he would say such crazy words, with so many people from the Lu family present at that time. But it was clearly he who spoke rudely first and insulted his brother, so I acted on impulse. But Lu Changyu never expected that things would develop to such a terrible point. The third aunt seemed to be calm when she said something that was just a joke between children, but Lu Changyu keenly caught the flash of murderous intent in the depths of her pupils. Hearing this, Lu Changshan couldn't help but be speechless. What is that? These guys are really impulsive little brats who do things without thinking. Just because of a few words and a little conflict, they actually shout and kill. No wonder the old man had a gloomy face and didn't say a word during the meal. Only Chen Yang and his wife were there to ease the atmosphere. Who could stand this? One grandson beat up another grandson, and the one who was beaten threatened to kill the other's entire family. Lu Changyu's talent in martial arts is not as good as Lu Chang's. After taking the spiritual fruit, he has now broken through to the 6th level of body refining, while Lu Chang's is only at the 3rd level. Lu Changshan knew in his heart that if he had not given the spiritual fruit to Lu Changyu, Lu Chang's would not have been beaten. It's an unexpected disaster. I see. Lu Changshan let out a long sigh, feeling a little helpless. He handed the oil paper umbrella to Lu Changyu and said softly, "Go back and wash yourself. You don't have to worry too much about this. Grandpa is still alive. With him around, nothing will go wrong." However, there was still a hint of worry in Lu Changshan's heart. He knew clearly that Li was extremely protective of his own people and was not a good person. Since she had dared to plot to kill Lu Changhang before, such a cruel and ruthless person would probably not let it go easily. So he must be careful. It looks like it's time to learn how to set up a formation. The formations in Daoshan Formation Classic are divided into 2 categories. One is to solidify the formation. This formation is relatively simple. You only need to follow the methods in your memory, use various materials as media, and then arrange the talismans properly at the eye of the formation. Then you can use the eye of the formation talisman to perform it at any time. Moreover, the lower limit of this type of formation is low and easy to be discovered. If one of the formation's eyes is damaged, the entire formation will collapse and be destroyed instantly. The second is the talisman array. Chapter 36, Bug. The talisman formation and the solid formation are like 2 completely opposite extremes, and both talisman formations are mainly based on killing. It can be used at any time, but it is also extremely difficult. The caster needs to use his own spiritual energy to control the talismans, arranging them into a prescribed array so that they are closely connected to each other. This process seems simple, but it is actually extremely difficult and requires extremely sophisticated control of spiritual energy. Now, Lu Changshan can only control 5 talismans at the same time. The simplest fire and wind formation also requires the caster to control 19 talismans at the same time. The core of the formation is a mid-level talisman, the Flame Explosion Talisman. The power of the talisman formation can be increased by adding talismans. The more talismans there are, the more powerful the formation will be. At this time, Su Yao had already finished the bowl of braised pork. There was a hint of unsatisfied feeling on her pretty face, and a hazy sleepiness gradually appeared in her eyes. I really sleep right after eating. Seeing that his concubine had started to yawn, Lu Changshan shook his head helplessly and quickly cleaned up the mess on the table. He picked up the handkerchief and gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of Su Yao's mouth, then took her to the bed not far away. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Su Yao opened her mouth slightly and yawned again. She wanted to say that she could actually take off her clothes and didn't need her husband's help. After a while, Su Yao was stripped of all her clothes by Lu Changshan, who was very considerate of others' clothes. She was left with only her underwear, and her fair and delicate skin was faintly visible. Lu Changshan gently covered Su Yao with a quilt, his eyes full of pampering and tenderness. He stayed by the bed until she fell asleep peacefully, and her breathing became even and steady. After confirming that Su Yao had fallen into a deep sleep, Lu Changshan quietly came to the table and took out the Kaienkun's Yumi box. Nowadays, most of the materials are stored in this Kaienkun's Yumi box, which is a lot more convenient. Lu Changshan used his spiritual power to open the Kaienkun's Yumi box, and then took out a piece of talisman paper that had been soaked in demon blood in advance. He remembered that he had tried to make a fire explosion talisman when he was at the first level of Qi training, but he eventually gave up because it was too difficult. However, things are different now. He has now reached the fourth level of Qi refining. The increase in strength has allowed his ability to make talismans to take a qualitative leap. Now, Lu Changshan only needs a quarter of an hour to carve an initial level talisman in one go. The process is smooth and unobstructed. It seems that this intermediate level flame explosion talisman should be tried. Thinking of this, Lu Changshan took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, holding his breath and concentrating, and began to carve the inscription of the flame explosion talisman on the talisman paper. At the very beginning, Lu Changshan keenly noticed something unusual. He clearly felt that the spiritual energy in his body was still being siphoned away at an alarming speed. At this terrifying speed, the spiritual energy in his body would be completely drained before he could complete even 1/10 of the carving progress. So difficult, Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows slightly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. But soon, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes again. The more difficult it is to carve a talisman in Daoshan Fudian, the more amazing the effect it can produce. It is indeed a mid-level talisman. Lu Changshan didn't believe it. After a short rest, he prepared to start carving again. The next day, it was still dark. "Husband, why did you fall asleep in the chair?" Su Yao's worried voice sounded softly in Lu Changshan's ears. Hearing the concerned voice, Lu Changshan slowly opened his eyes, only to feel his head dizzy and even his vision a little blurry. Is this due to mental exhaustion? Did he faint? Lu Changshan sat up straight, rubbing his temples with both hands, feeling helpless. Why is this fire explosion talisman so difficult? After a brief recovery, he put away the unfinished talisman, then pulled Su Yao's soft hand and walked towards the bed, ignoring her puzzled questions. It was still early, and his mental strength had not yet fully recovered. Lu Changshan just wanted to hold his wife and rest for a while in the warm bed. Su Yao had no choice but to curl up in Lu Changshan's arms. I don't know how long it took, but when Lu Changshan regained his spirit and opened his eyes again, the sunlight had already passed through the window lattice and fell into the house like golden threads. At this time, Su Yao curled up into a ball and fell into a sweet dream again. Her sleeping face was as peaceful as a kitten. Lu Changshan stood up carefully and gently, for fear of disturbing her sweet dream. He walked lightly to the table and slowly input his spiritual power into the Kaienkun's Sumeru box. This, Lu Changshan let out a light exclamation, and then with a thought, he took out the semi-finished intermediate-level flame explosion talisman from the Kaienkun's Sumeru box and placed it on the palm of his hand. I saw that the place where the inscription had not been completed was emitting a faint golden light. After such a long time, the spiritual energy had not completely dissipated. He instantly realized that as long as he placed the talisman into this magical Kaienkun's Yumi box, every time his mental power was exhausted, he would be able to prevent the loss of spiritual energy on the inscription. After your spirit has recovered, take the talisman out of the Kaienkun's Yumi box and continue carving. Is this a bug? Lu Changshan's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. In this way, making an intermediate talisman is only a matter of time. Then he held his breath, concentrated his mind, quietly transferred his spiritual power to his fingertips, and continued to carve. Whenever Lu Changshan's mental strength was about to be exhausted, he would put the talisman into the Kaienkun's Sumeru box and then sit cross-legged to recover. Time passes quietly. After lunch, Su Yao sat quietly on the edge of the bed, her mouth slightly open and a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. Su Yao did not disturb Lu Changshan because she knew that her husband should not be disturbed when he was doing important things. So she undressed, lay down on the bed, and soon fell asleep. I don't know how much time passed. It's done, Lu Changshan whispered softly with a hint of joy. He stared at the talisman paper in his hand with burning eyes, and saw that the talisman paper looked brand new after being rendered with spiritual energy. Compared with the ordinary fireball talisman, the appearance of this pyroblast talisman is completely different. In the center of the fire explosion talisman, the pattern was like a living thing, with flames rising up fiercely, as if it had its own life. At the edge of the flame, there was a circle of light copper yellow edging tightly surrounding the flame. "It's just that the time is a little too long," Lu Changshan whispered, looking away from the talisman in his hand. He looked back at the bed and saw that Su Yao had fallen asleep. He tiptoed out of the house and looked up at the sky. Looking at the sky, it is already noon. Now, it would take him almost a whole day to forcibly create a mid-level talisman. During this period, I will continue to practice at home and practice controlling talismans. Wait a few days and find an opportunity to try the power of the talisman. Chapter 37, Burial Ground. It's January again, in the Lu family's residence, in a luxuriously decorated room. "Madam, he's out," a voice broke the silence in the room. Hearing this, Li Hanyan leaned on the edge of the bed, lazily supporting her face with one hand, with an indifferent expression and slightly parted red lips. "Follow him? If you leave the city and the princess doesn't follow you, you should know what to do." Although her tone was light, it revealed a chilling ruthlessness. "He should have more than one bone weapon. This one is for you." After saying this, Li Hanyan raised her arm slightly. With a clang, the wooden box containing the Wangxiangjing dagger fell to the ground. The old slave's 2 children. The man kneeling on the ground had a trembling voice and was uneasy, with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. He knew very well that if he forcibly used this universal bone tool, he would be in great danger. Li Hanyan frowned slightly, and there seemed to be some impatience in her tone, as if she was annoyed by such repeated inquiries. "Since I promised you, they will naturally join my Li Family Martial Arts Academy." The streets of Linen County are bustling with people coming and going. Not long after stepping out of the Lu family's residence, Lu Changshan felt someone following him. This Li family is really narrow-minded and vindictive. During this month, Lu Changshan was too lazy to pretend to be nice, using the excuse of taking care of Su Yao, and never set foot in the martial arts arena again. He spends the whole day in the courtyard, either making talismans and practicing, or spending sweet time with his lovely wife, and rarely steps out of the house. Ever since Su Yao faked her pregnancy, she no longer had to buy desserts, and Lu Zuyan would ask Lu Yaoyu to bring some over every day. With Jai Qingyu in the courtyard, Li Hanyan naturally didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. However, as soon as he left the house this time, his third aunt couldn't hold back any longer. Fortunately, Lu Changshan was well prepared when he went out. He carried a lot of talismans with him, even 2 mid-level fire explosion talismans, and he also secretly wore the bone armor given by the third ancestor. This skeleton is so well made that it can be described as a masterpiece of nature. Although it is heavy, the amazing thing is that it does not feel strange at all when worn. From the outside, one cannot tell that there is such an extraordinary thing hidden inside. After all, Lu Changshan was not clear about the intensity of the attacks that the Vajra talisman could resist at the moment, and its defensive effect was still an unknown in his mind. But this bone tool is different. It has a clear function and can resist attacks from warriors below the Wangxiang realm. With it, you can be prepared for any eventuality. After leaving the city gate, Lu Changshan quickly mounted his horse, flicked the reins, and galloped towards a direction in his memory. Seeing this scene, Li Maoshan frowned and a gloom flashed in his eyes. "Chance!" Li Maoshan glanced anxiously at the street, then rushed towards the guards like lightning and snatched the horse. "Are you so brave, you dare?" The guard was horrified and was about to yell, but when he caught a glimpse of the token in Li Maoshan's hand, his face turned pale and he quickly shut up. How could he not know the power represented by this token? The captain had repeatedly reminded him solemnly that in Linen County, the forces of various parties were complicated, but the only people of the Li family should not be provoked. Even a figure like the county magistrate would not be able to protect himself if he offended the Li family. On the other side, Lu Changshan fell into thought. The area blessed by the god of Luoyu Mountain is not limited to the 3 counties. There are also many villages, large and small, under its blessing. Among them, the village closest to the edge of the sanctuary is named after the god of Luoyu Mountain, called Luoyu Village, which is also the destination of his trip. Luoyu Village is close to the edge of the area protected by the mountain god, like a dangerous wall. From time to time, some low-level demons that escaped hunting would break in, bringing disaster and panic. It is for this reason that a large number of civilian warriors gather in Luoyu Village like foraging birds, waiting for the appearance of demons in order to obtain resources from them. Over time, they took root here. Today, Luoyu Village is the largest village in the Luoyu Mountain area, and there are many warriors in the village. This force should not be underestimated. Those warriors among them who are slightly stronger in strength will spontaneously organize themselves and go outside the refuge area to seek hunting. So Lu Changshan planned to go and give it a try to see if he could find an opportunity to test the effects of various talismans on demons. He has bone armor, as well as a divine and wind-moving talisman, so there shouldn't be too many problems. Thoughts returned to reality. On the horse's back, Lu Changshan's body was slightly hunched, his clothes rustling, and he looked back slightly. I saw a figure on horseback looming in the smoke and dust. The image of the person who was following him flashed quickly through Lu Changshan's mind. He was the old servant that Li Hanyan brought from the Li family. He was very old and seemed to have only the 9th level of body refining cultivation. It's a good opportunity to use you to test the effect of the strengthening talisman. Lu Changshan had a stern look on his face. He suddenly threw the reins, and the horse under him neighed loudly, then galloped towards an uninhabited forest like an arrow. You know, there are many large and small villages scattered along the road from Linen County to Loyu Mountain, and we can't let the battle harm innocent people. He had never tested the power of these fireball talismans that were blessed with demon blood. In Lu Changshan's mind, a physical warrior is not worthy of him using the intermediate-level fire explosion talisman. At this time, Li Maoshan was staring at Lu Changshan closely. Suddenly, he saw him change direction suddenly. He frowned, tightened the reins in his hand instantly, and drove the horse to chase him. With such an opportunity, we will never let him escape. The two men chased each other, one in front and one behind, with their horses galloping at full speed. Soon, they arrived at a forest. This place is full of towering ancient trees and is extremely quiet. A few miles ahead is outside the protection area of Loyu Mountain God. Seeing that the distance here was far enough, Lu Changshan slowly tightened the reins, deliberately slowed down, and finally stopped. He turned his head to look at Li Maoshan, who was chasing him, with a panicked look on his face. He pretended not to know and asked, "Who are you? Why are you following me all the way?" However, Li Maoshan seemed not to hear it. His expression was grim, and he flipped his palm, and a cold light suddenly appeared, which turned out to be a dagger emitting a cold light. He suddenly jumped off the horse, his figure like a ghost, with a hint of murderous intent, and rushed towards Lu Changshan. In a flash, he was in front of Lu Changshan. "Humph, you found yourself a good place to bury your body." There was murderous intent in Li Maoshan's eyes. If this action succeeds, his two poor children will be able to escape from the lowly status of slaves and enter the martial arts academy that everyone longs for. For the future of his children, Li Maoshan has long put life and death aside. No matter what, they cannot be allowed to continue wasting time in the Lu family and become pitiful people who sit in a well and see the world from a narrow perspective. When Lu Changshan saw Li Maoshan rushing towards him like a ghost, it was too late for him to pull the reins to drive the horse away. At the critical moment, he fell off the horse in a very embarrassed manner, but coincidentally he avoided Li Maoshan's extremely fierce attack. "Is it the dagger?" Lu Changshan quickly stood up with the help of the magic talisman and moved to the side. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the dagger, the horse was frightened and fled away with a neigh. Lu Changshan frowned. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his gaze was fixed on the thing in Li Maoshan's hand. Naturally, he recognized it. This was the dagger carefully crafted from the teeth of a peak demon in the Myriad realm. The faint aura it emanated from was chilling. "This is a bit tricky." Chapter 38, please read on. "Buddy, are you being hunted too?" What a hassle. Lu Changshan knew very well that the bone weapon on his body might not be able to withstand the sharpness of the dagger. Low-level warriors cannot control high-level bone tools for a long time. Otherwise, they will suffer backlash and pay the price with their lives. "My dear third uncle, you really took great pains to get rid of me." A sneer appeared in Lu Changshan's heart. "In the current situation, I'm afraid there is no way to test the defensive effect of the Vajra talisman. Lu Changshan is not stupid enough to use his own life as a test subject." Li Maoshan looked at Lu Changshan, who was fleeing far away, and a hint of certainty flashed in his eyes. "That bone tool is still with you. This boy has not yet entered the realm of body refining." Madam inferred that the bone tool would definitely not allow Lu Changshan's strength to exceed the body refining realm. If he could make a breakthrough to the body refining stage, even if he lost his life, he would have passed on this crucial information to his wife. However, Li Maoshan was confident that he still had the strength to fight. The bone weapon in his hand was made from the teeth of the Wangxiang realm green-scaled poisonous python and was extremely poisonous. If there is only a scratch on the skin, this guy will surely die. At this time, Li Maoshan had gradually felt the backlash of the bone tool in his hand, and his breathing began to become difficult. If you want to survive, you must fight quickly. He pushed the ground hard with both feet and rushed towards Lu Changshan again. However, just as he was about to touch Lu Changshan, something strange happened. In the sight, the other party was seen slowly raising his hand, and in an instant, a burning hot fireball gushed out from the palm of Lu Changshan's hand. A hot breath instantly hit Li Maoshan's nose, and his eyes widened with horror. What kind of bone tool is this? Li Maoshan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but the murderous intent that had almost become tangible had locked him firmly. His legs seemed to be bound by huge rocks weighing tens of millions of pounds, and he could not move an inch no matter what. The next moment, the scorching flames instantly wrapped his entire body tightly. Ah! Desperate cries exploded in the mountains and forests, filled with fear and pain. Seeing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Not an instant kill." In the raging fire, a figure danced wildly with his hands, struggled desperately, and let out bursts of painful wails. The horses not far behind him felt the hot breath and became restless, paddling the ground with their 4 hooves. After just a few breaths, the shrill screams stopped abruptly, and Li Maoshan turned into a pile of ashes. "My dear third aunt, you have really put in so much effort. How can I repay you?" Lu Changshan's eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. In the Daoshan talisman, there is a terrifying curse talisman, the heart-eating talisman. Once hit by it, the person will feel like falling into an endless purgatory, and will have to endure the pain of being eaten by thousands of insects every moment until he can no longer bear it and seeks death. If he killed Li Hanyan directly, Lu Changshan felt that it would be too easy for her. He turned his gaze to the trees next to the ashes that were affected and were burning, and raised his hand to cast a water mist talisman. Water mist gushed out and instantly extinguished the flames. Lu Changshan took a few steps forward, squatted down, and picked up the dagger. Just at this moment, a faint sound suddenly came from the jungle behind him. Suddenly, a figure suddenly jumped out like a ghost. The man was covered in blood and looked in a miserable state. Seeing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly, and a hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. His hearing was different from that of ordinary people, so he naturally noticed the movement here a long time ago. Lu Changshan looked at the person in front of him carefully, and a sense of familiarity inexplicably arose in his heart. In a flash, he remembered that this was the guy he had met in the arena 2 months ago. I seem to have heard from others that his name was He Hao, and like myself, he was a bastard in the family. Lu Changshan still remembers it clearly. He helped him with good intentions in the arena, but was called a fool by this guy. The next second, He Hao fell to the ground with a thud, like a puppet that had lost its support, splashing up some dust. Lu Changshan walked forward slowly and frowned again. "You are being hunted too." As he whispered, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out a rejuvenation charm. After activating the talisman with spiritual power, Lu Changshan attached it to He Hao. The rejuvenation talisman is a low-level talisman of the wood attribute. According to the Daoshan Zhendian, the rejuvenation talisman can heal human injuries, but this is the first time Lu Changshan has used it, and he doesn't know if it will be effective on this guy. When the talisman took effect, a faint green light gradually appeared on He Hao's body covered with scars. The next second, the blood flowing from the wound stopped abruptly. Not only that, tiny buds seemed to grow on both sides of the broken skin, trying to grow towards the middle little by little, slowly healing the wound. So amazing! Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. An idea suddenly came to his mind, and he decided to use the person in front of him as a guinea pig to test the effectiveness of the talisman. Thinking of this, Lu Chang took out another rejuvenation talisman from his sleeve, then reached out and gently turned He Hao's heavy body over and carefully placed the talisman in front of him. He Hao's face was as pale as paper without a trace of blood. His body was covered with criss-crossing knife marks, some deep and some shallow, and blood was gushing out. "You are lucky." Lu Changshan frowned slightly and shook his head gently. "I really don't know how this guy made it all the way here. If it were someone else who suffered such a serious injury, he would probably have died from excessive blood loss." After the second rejuvenation talisman took effect, strangely, the healing speed of He Hao's wounds did not accelerate as expected, but the speed at which the spiritual energy of the other talisman was consumed was significantly slowed down. Seeing this, Lu Changshan had a general understanding of the effect of this rejuvenation talisman. After a while, seeing that He Hao's injuries had almost recovered, Lu Changshan squatted down, stretched out his hand, and gently patted his cheek. "Hey, wake up!" He Hao's eyebrows just trembled slightly, and there was no sign of waking up. There was a flash of impatience in Lu Changshan's eyes. He turned over his palm and slapped He Hao's cheek again. This time the force was obviously increased. He slapped several times in a row, and each slap made the flesh on He Hao's cheek tremble slightly. Finally, under the impact of this powerful force, He Hao was finally forcibly awakened from his coma. He slowly opened his eyes, confused at first, but his vision gradually focused, and a somewhat familiar face came into view. Suddenly, He Hao seemed to remember something, and his expression instantly became alert. He sat up abruptly and looked at Lu Changshan. "It was you who saved me." He Hao's voice was a little hoarse and weak. He naturally remembered Lu Changshan. Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded with a calm expression. "Thank you very much." He Hao's voice contained a hint of gratitude, and he didn't realize that all his injuries had healed. "Remember, you owe me a life," Lu Changshan stood up and said in a flat tone. Hearing this, a complex look flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. He never expected that the person who saved his life was the one from the family he hated the most. Before this, he had tried his best to successfully ambush and kill the body-refining warrior who wanted to take his head in exchange for a reward. Despite the victory, he suffered multiple injuries. As soon as he heard the noise here, he subconsciously dragged his body as heavy as if it was filled with lead and rushed over, just because he thought it was Uncle Zheng who arrived. Seeing that the other party had woken up, Lu Changshan said no more and turned to walk towards the horse that Li Maoshan had ridden earlier. This horse seemed a little braver, as it did not run away because of the previous fright. Lu Changshan climbed onto the horse nimbly, swung the reins in his hand, and was about to drive the horse forward. As soon as the horse's hooves were raised, a shout suddenly came from behind. "Thank you." The voice was loud and full of gratitude. Lu Changshan did not look back, but just paused slightly. However, the next moment, he suddenly pulled the reins with both hands and forced the horse that had just started to move to a stop. "Trouble," Lu Changshan complained in a low voice, frowned slightly, and looked straight ahead. In the sight, a man in black clothes was riding on a horse with black hair, with a stern expression. "You saved him." Chapter 39, please read on. Luoyu Village falling into a trap. Lu Changshan was about to answer when Yi Hao behind him interrupted him. "Uncle Zheng, he saved me," Yi Hao shouted loudly with respect in his tone. Lu Changshan didn't say a word. Seeing that the person coming didn't seem to be the one chasing Yi Hao, he slowly took his hand out of his sleeve, swung the reins again, and prepared to continue on his way. After Lu Changshan's back gradually disappeared from his sight, Zheng Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Hao, who was slowly walking towards him. He dismounted, and when he got closer, Zheng Yang saw that Yi Hao was not in danger of his life, and his complexion was still normal. The worry in his eyes faded away. "Didn't I tell you not to go out casually?" He began to examine Yi Hao's body carefully, and after confirming that he was fine, he frowned slightly, with a hint of blame in his tone. "Do you know how many people want to kill you? If it weren't for my good luck, I would have made it back in time. Otherwise, you'll lose your life." On the way, he killed many warriors who had received the news and rushed over. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao slowly lowered his head, a trace of guilt flashing in his eyes. He knew that ever since he had beaten Yi Hao in an impulse last time, the mistress of the He family would no longer tolerate the mother and son together, and immediately sent out warriors to silence them. Fortunately, Zheng Yang noticed it in time and fled with the mother and son, hiding in Luoyu Village. However, even so, the mistress of the He family still had no intention of letting them go. In the protected area of Luoyu Mountain God, warriors patrol back and forth every day to search for their traces. Zheng Yang sighed softly, full of helplessness. He looked at Yi Hao and comforted him. "Don't worry too much about me. After all, I am also in the late stage of cave vein cultivation. Go back first. I brought back some cold medicine for your mother from Qingshui County. Uncle Zheng, have they already known that we are hiding in Luoyu Village?" A trace of resentment flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. Zheng Yang heard this and nodded slightly, his expression solemn. "Now it seems that we can only find another place." Yi Hao looked guilty and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as if he was struck by something, a light flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly said, "By the way, Uncle Zheng." He pointed to the distance and said, "He is that Lu Changshan." Not long after, Lu Changshan rode his horse slowly into Luoyu Village. He tightened the reins in his hands, the horse neighed loudly, and its speed slowed down instantly. The roads in this village are very wide and are not inferior to those in Linen County. On the roadside, a group of children were laughing and chasing each other with wooden sticks, having a lot of fun. I saw one of the older children swung the wooden stick in his hand violently, not knowing the strength of the blow, and hit the other child on the head with a crisp pop sound. The next second, the place where the child was hit began to swell rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The child who was beaten felt the severe pain and sat down on the ground, then cried loudly with a wow. A woman was washing clothes by a stream near the village. When she heard the heart-wrenching cry, she stood up suddenly. The clothes in his hands that were originally soaked in water were also lifted up high, and water droplets splashed, creating layers of ripples. She turned her head and looked behind her, and saw that it was her own child who was bullied. She glared at him with her eyes wide open, raised her eyebrows, raised her hands, and started cursing. "Ergu, you naughty monkey! You are bullying my dog again. I will skin you alive today." He cursed and rushed towards this side aggressively. At this time, an old woman saw this and rushed forward like a hen protecting her cubs, and quickly protected her grandson behind her. "Wang, what do you want to do? My Hughesy is just an ignorant child. Don't do anything stupid." Not far away, Lu Changshan was watching the farce in front of him with great interest, like a spectator. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Hey, Lu Changshan." When Lu Changshan heard the shout, he was slightly startled, then slowly turned his head. He saw that He Hao and the man in black had already dismounted from their horses and were walking quickly towards him. "What are you, a member of a family, doing in a place like this?" He Hao came up to Lu Changshan and asked. Hunting, you're alone. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by monsters?" Hearing this, Lu Changshan remained silent. He calmly lifted up his coat, revealing the white bone armor underneath. The moment he saw the bone armor, a trace of undisguised envy flashed in He Hao's eyes. Then he straightened his expression, bowed respectfully to Lu Changshan, and thanked him sincerely again. "Thank you for saving my life just now. If you have any mission in the future, I, He Hao, will definitely not refuse." On the way back, He Hao was surprised to find that the serious knife wounds on his body had completely healed. He thought about it over and over again, and when he remembered that it was Lu Changshan who saved him before, he naturally attributed the miraculous healing effect to Lu Changshan. He Hao also knew that the treasure houses of the major families were always filled with various rare items and healing medicines. Although he really didn't understand why Lu Changshan would be willing to take out such a precious thing to save himself. But He Hao understood that no matter what, he owed the other party a huge favor this time. Lu Changshan nodded slightly. He had no intention of shirking his gratitude to He Hao. After all, he did save He Hao's life. Then Lu Changshan dismounted. His eyes fell on He Hao and asked, "Do you live in Luoyu village?" He Hao nodded after hearing this. Seeing this, Lu Changshan reached out and gently patted He Hao's shoulder. "Then here's your chance to repay the favor of saving your life." He Hao was slightly stunned. He nodded again, waiting for Lu Changshan's next words. "Go and help me capture a demon in the late stage of body refining, and it has to be alive," Lu Changshan said lightly. He Hao's eyes widened instantly, his face full of confusion. He never expected that Lu Changshan would make such a request. He himself is only at the 3rd level of body refinement. How can he capture a demon at the late stage of body refinement alive? At this time, Zheng Yang walked over with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Why do you want to capture the demon alive? If it's dead, I can help you think of a way." Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly. "Dead is fine. There were only body-refining demons in the hunting ceremony. Anyway, he just wanted to try out the power of the fireball talisman to see what effect it would have on the body-refining demons. There was little difference between death and life." Hearing this, Zheng Yang nodded slightly and said, "Follow me." After saying that, he led the horse and walked slowly towards the depths of Luoyu village. Seeing this, Lu Changshan nodded and followed closely. After walking a dozen steps, he suddenly noticed several strange gazes coming at him like sharp arrows. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, turned his head and looked around, and found that the owners of these gazes were all dressed as villagers. There was a faint sense of warrior's energy flowing around them, and it was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Looking at He Hao and Zheng Yang again, they seemed to be unaware of anything and continued to move forward slowly. The eyes of those villagers looking at them were filled with naked greed, as if they had seen a treasure. Lu Changshan suddenly remembered that when he first met He Hao, this guy was being chased by someone. Looking at the crowd that was gradually gathering around him, Lu Changshan sighed helplessly. "Good fellow, aren't you walking into a trap?" Chapter 40, God's Help. Zheng Tilda. With the crisp sound of swords being drawn, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing this, many village women hurriedly pulled their children away from here. Zheng Yang's face was as solemn as ice. He instantly drew out the sharp weapon from his waist, and the blade flashed with cold light. He stared at the crowd that was gathering around him, his eyes filled with tension and vigilance. Among this crowd, there are many faces of local warriors from Luoyu village. Seeing this, He Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly realized that they must have revealed their whereabouts to the He family. "HMPH, do you think you can escape from my clutches by hiding in Luoyu village?" A mocking voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding warriors quickly dispersed to make way. A young figure appeared in the sight of the 3 people. I saw that he was holding a bloody head in his hand. The owner of the head was a woman. Her eyes were lifeless, and blood was dripping slowly to the ground along with her hair, splashing blood flowers. "Mother," He Hao was furious when he saw this. His eyes turned red in an instant. He suddenly turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards He Haoran with endless anger and hatred. "Beast, give me back my mother." He Hao's roar filled with hatred exploded in this space like thunder. However, it was just thunder without any rain. A warrior next to He Haoran had a flash of disdain and contempt in his eyes. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cruel smile. He did not move, but just put his hands behind his back and kicked He Hao, who was rushing towards him lightly. The next moment, He Hao felt as if his abdomen was struck by lightning, and a sharp pain spread throughout his body in an instant. His body suddenly hunched over like a shrimp, and he flew backwards rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Buff! He Hao fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which quickly flowed down his cheeks to the ground. This kick actually shattered all his internal organs. With his tenacious will, He Hao struggled to stand up, muttering weakly, "I will kill you." Every word he uttered seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He Haoran narrowed his eyes slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Bastard! Zheng Yang witnessed this tragic scene and was extremely anxious. He wanted to help, but he was restrained by the villagers who surrounded him and was powerless. He looked at the villagers, his eyes full of confusion and anger, his voice filled with a hint of questioning and grief. "I have no grudge against you. Why are you doing this?" "Sorry, Brother Zheng." A warrior looked calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary matter that had nothing to do with him. "People die for money and birds die for food." His voice was cold and heartless, without a trace of guilt. Zheng Yang sighed helplessly in his heart. He knew very well that the situation today was very disastrous. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He should have thought of it earlier. Since these people could find Hayar, who went out alone to look for him, it must be that the villagers of Loyu village leaked the news. The sturdy man next to the second son of the He family is a warrior in the early stage of Tongshuan realm, and he is an existence that he cannot contend with no matter what. "Let him go, this matter has nothing to do with him," Zheng Yang said lightly. Hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement. The target of this operation was originally He Hao and the other two, and it had nothing to do with Lu Changshan. Seeing this, Lu Changshan was about to turn around and leave this dangerous place, but a voice rang out and stopped him. "I didn't say you could leave." A meaningful smile appeared on He Haoran's lips. Lu Changshan frowned slightly and asked, "I don't remember having any grudges against you." "Of course there is no grudge between you and me." He Haoran witnessed that good show with his own eyes. Moreover, there is a sister-in-law in the clan who is from the Li family of the imperial capital. He Haoran knows the entanglements behind this clearly. "Capture this man alive." He spat out these 4 words coldly, as if he was giving Lu Changshan a death sentence. Lu Changshan sighed inwardly. He had no intention of getting involved in this right and wrong. The wind talisman can use the wind to fly into the air. Unless these people can fly, they can't do anything to me. It's a good time to try out my guess. Lu Changshan was seen with his hands behind his back, one hand quietly reaching into his sleeve. The spiritual energy in his danshan began to circulate, and in an instant, 4 streams of light escaped from Lu Changshan's sleeves, while He Haoran and the others were unaware of it. A warm green light penetrated into He Hao's body like a meteor, barely maintaining his life like a candle in the wind. The other 3 streams of light rushed towards Zheng Yang, who was being besieged by villagers and in danger not far away. They are the Vajra talisman, the giant strength talisman, and the divine travel talisman. In a flash, Zheng Yang felt as if he had the help of the mountain god, and swung the blade in his hand violently. Puff, a villager who was attacking Zheng Yang with all his strength, widened his eyes full of fear and disbelief. "You..." He subconsciously covered his neck tightly with his hands, and warm blood gushed out from between his fingers. Then he staggered back 2 steps, and his body suddenly fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, hitting the ground with a bang. When the other villagers saw this, they all stood there in a daze, as if they were under a spell with shock on their faces. Zheng Yang was also slightly surprised, his heart full of doubts. When did my speed become so fast? Both of them were in the late stage of Dongmai. He had been prepared and expected that the other party would raise the knife to block, but he never thought that this time he would cut the other party's neck so easily. "Waste." He Haoran looked at the villagers who were shrinking back. His eyes flashed with coldness, and he gave an order to the strong man in the Tongshuan realm beside him in a cold voice. "You go." Hearing this, the sturdy man kicked his legs hard. The dust on the ground was instantly raised, and a hole appeared on the ground. At the same time, his body disappeared from the spot like a ghost, leaving only a residual image. A strong wind whistled past, causing the hair beside He Haoran's ears to shake violently and his robes to rustle. Looking at the sturdy man who appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, Zheng Yang suddenly felt a strong, oppressive force coming towards him. Alarm bells rang in his heart, and he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. The sturdy man suddenly flashed and stood sideways, raising his muscular legs high. After accumulating strength, he seemed to have the power to split mountains and rocks and kicked towards Zheng Yang fiercely. Bang! A loud roar sounded, shaking the surrounding air violently. The blade that Zheng Yang was holding tightly in his hand became as fragile as paper under this powerful kick. The blade first bent sharply, arched like a shrimp, and then with a click, it broke into two cleanly. When did you break through to the Tongshuan realm? The sturdy man's face was full of astonishment, and his eyes were full of disbelief. He was confident that even a martial artist at the peak of the cave vein level would not be able to avoid his kick. Zheng Yang took advantage of the overwhelming force, and in the blink of an eye, he had stabilized his body 10 steps away from the sturdy man. At this moment, he was also extremely surprised. How could he catch the kick from the other party? However, there was no time to think about the reason. The sturdy man seemed extremely unwilling that Zheng Yang could take his attack, and he pressed forward again like an enraged tiger. Zheng Yang groaned in his heart. His cultivation was already far inferior to that of the opponent, and now the weapon in his hand was damaged. How could he be his opponent? Then, at this critical moment, a faint voice came into Zheng Yang's ears like a breeze. Zheng Yang subconsciously reached out to take the thing Lu Changshan threw to him. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. When he saw clearly what was in his hand, he was a little surprised. Dagger, Chapter 41, I'm waiting for the talisman. What are you waiting for? Could it be that the mountain god is blessing me? Zheng Yang was secretly delighted, after narrowly avoiding the powerful kick again. He was keenly aware that the opponent needed to briefly accumulate strength before launching each kick, and with his current speed, he was barely able to react. You are such a traitor, yet you are hiding your true abilities. Seeing that his attack failed again, a look of anger appeared on the sturdy man's face. He looked like a beast being teased, with burning anger in his eyes. Zheng Yang tightly grasped the dagger, his chest heaving violently. He knew very well that he could not always be in a passive defense. He had to find a way to actively attack. After all, he could only barely keep up with the opponent's speed, but his physical strength was rapidly depleting. If he continued like this, he would be exhausted to death by the opponent sooner or later. The sturdy man kicked the ground again, raising a cloud of dust, and rushed towards Zheng Yang like an arrow. Not far away where the two were fighting fiercely, Lu Changshan looked calm, but his heart was full of surprise. The effects of this magical talisman and giant strength talisman really vary from person to person, Lu Changshan thought to himself. And that Vajra talisman had shattered like foam when Zheng Yang was hit hard not long ago. Although the Vajra talisman is currently unable to withstand the attack of the Xuanwu warrior, it can help Zheng Yang resist the erosion of his mind by the Wangxiang realm bone weapon. Therefore, when the Vajra talisman was broken, Lu Changshan immediately circulated the spiritual energy in his body without hesitation and controlled a new Vajra talisman to fly towards Zheng Yang. The sturdy man raised his leg suddenly and was about to launch a fierce side kick, but at that moment, he seemed to be struck by lightning and suddenly froze in place. I saw countless black blood threads crawling up his face like little snakes at an extremely fast speed. Combined with his shocked expression, he looked particularly hideous and terrifying. The sturdy man suddenly spat out a mouthful of ink-black blood and stared at the dagger in Zheng Yang's hand. Is this a bone tool? His voice was filled with fear and confusion. Moreover, this is not an ordinary bone dagger, but a bone dagger containing a deadly poison. He could clearly feel that the vitality in his body was rapidly dissipating under the erosion of this poison. Seeing the sturdy man fall down as if all his strength was drained away, Zheng Yang was stunned at first. Then he instantly realized what was happening. He stared at the seemingly ordinary but highly poisonous dagger in his hand with an incredible look on his face, and then turned his gaze to Lu Changshan. Seeing Zheng Yang looking at him, Lu Changshan's expression remained calm, as if all this was within his expectations. It's up to you to decide whether these villagers live or die, but the one from the He family must die. Although his words were light, they carried a majesty that brooked no disobedience and were chilling to the bone. Hearing these words that sounded like an order, Zheng Yang inexplicably did not feel the slightest desire to resist. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a sharp murderous intent rose in his heart. He looked at He Haoran, who was stunned by the sudden change. The next moment, his figure flashed out like a ghost and appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Zheng Yang showed no mercy and thrust the dagger in his hand into the chest of the former second young master without hesitation. You, He Haoran widened his eyes full of fear and confusion. He never expected that death would come to him so suddenly. What's going on? The villagers who were watching from the sidelines were suddenly shocked, their eyes filled with fear. Deep in their memories, Zheng Yang was clearly only at the late stage of the cave vein realm. Just a month ago, they had gone hunting together in the territory outside the protection of the mountain god, and he had not shown any abnormality at that time. At this moment, Lu Changshan suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice coming from his ear. My dear friend, how about you spare them for a little while? Although the voice was soft, it contained an unquestionable majesty. Before he finished speaking, Lu Changshan felt an arm firmly grasping his shoulder. The power contained in this arm was so terrifying that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on his arm, making him unable to move. A warrior in the Tangshuan realm, Lu Changshan was completely unaware of such a terrifying speed. He turned his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the white-haired, slightly hunched old man beside him. "Father-in-law, what do you mean?" Lu Changshan's eyes were burning with a hint of questioning. "It's not me who is going to kill someone now." The old man shook his head slightly and sighed. He captured Lu Changshan just to make Zheng Yang afraid to act rashly. Then Song Yuanshan slowly said, "They are just blinded by the interests and confused for a moment." Village chief, when the villagers saw the person coming, their eyes suddenly flashed with ecstasy of surviving a disaster. "Great, it's the village chief, we are saved." Song Yuanshan shook his head slightly again, his tone seeming to carry a hint of pleading. "They are all the pillars of their families, with elders above and children below. If you kill them today, these families will be shattered. My dear friend, how about giving me a favor?" Song Yuanshan said this to Zheng Yang. After hearing this, Zheng Yang turned around, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Uncle Song, they told me where Jir and I live, right?" When Song Yuanshan heard this, a complex expression flashed across his cloudy eyes, and he avoided answering. "Have they ever hurt you in the slightest? You should know that they are the pillars of their families. They have wives and children waiting for their return and parents waiting for them at home. A single move could affect the entire family. Besides, after what you did, even if Wang Mazi and the others didn't say anything, the He family would find Luoyu village sooner or later. This is an inevitable result." Zheng Yang tightened the dagger in his hand, and a trace of unwillingness and struggle flashed across his face. "That sounds nice." Suddenly, Lu Changshan looked indifferent and said coldly, "Just kill your own people. Why bother with this old man?" Zheng Yang was slightly stunned. His eyes turned to Lu Changshan, who was tightly held by Song Yuanshan. A hint of hesitation and worry flashed in his eyes. "How could I harm you just for my own desires?" Zheng Yang frowned. After hearing this, Lu Changshan looked at the villagers behind Zheng Yang who were about to launch a sneak attack, and his tone seemed a little impatient. "So much nonsense, get started." "Young friend," Song Yuanshan's eyes flashed with coldness when he heard this. He wanted to make Lu Changshan suffer a little. He formed his 5 fingers into claws and grabbed Lu Changshan's shoulders fiercely. However, the next moment, after all the energy in his body was poured into his arms, it was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing the slightest ripple. Song Yuanshan's originally turbid eyes suddenly shrank violently. He only felt that his 5 fingers seemed to be grasping on the sacred iron as solid as a rock, and they could not move at all. "Bone implement." His voice trembled slightly, with a hint of disbelief. The corners of Lu Changshan's mouth rose slightly, outlining a faint arc, but his eyes were full of coldness. He looked at Song Yuanshan quietly, with spiritual energy circulating in his danshan. A fire explosion talisman had already been silently attached to the back of the unsuspecting Song Yuanshan. "Why didn't you come out and act as a peacemaker earlier?" Chapter 42, Letter from His Majesty. Before he finished speaking, Song Yuanshan had not yet touched Lu Changshan's neck. He suddenly felt a burning sensation on his back, as if a scorching sun had exploded at that moment. Boom! In an instant, a thick pillar of fire shot up into the sky like an angry dragon, and the ferocious flames were like a surging tide, spreading wildly in all directions with the force of destroying the world. The raging fire illuminated everything around it red, as if it was going to burn even the air. Zheng Yang widened his eyes with shock as he stared at the horrifying scene before him that was like the fire of the mountain god burning the world. The pillar of fire appeared suddenly and dissipated very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared like a dream bubble, leaving only a trace of hot temperature in the air. The village chief is dead. After seeing Song Yuanshan being engulfed by the flames without even ashes left, the faces of the villagers who had just thought they had escaped death were instantly filled with fear. Zheng Yang and the villagers slowly raised their heads and looked at the figure slowly floating in the sky, their faces full of disbelief. Zheng Yang's lips moved slightly and his voice trembled. "What are you looking at? Go kill your people." Lu Changshan's voice came like a thunder, breaking everyone's astonishment. A second before he activated the fire explosion talisman, he had already cast the wind talisman and the Vajra talisman on himself. Zheng Yang came back to his senses immediately after hearing this, but the shock in his eyes had not completely dissipated. Having witnessed such an astonishing scene, how could he dare to neglect Lu Changshan's words? He immediately clenched the weapon in his hand, and a trace of determination and ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. When the villagers heard this, they were even more horrified and immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions without knowing where to go. However, due to the terrifying speed that Zheng Yang had gained after being blessed by the magic talisman, they did not get far before falling one after another in a pool of blood. But Zheng Yang did not give up. He held the blood-stained dagger and walked towards the house in his memory in the village. Cut the grass at its roots. About 2 hours later, in a deep and quiet forest, a slightly raised earth pit lay quietly. Lu Changshan looked at Zheng Yang, who was immersed in grief, and asked, "Is this kid he how your biological blood?" Zheng Yang, who was in grief, heard this, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Why did Mr. Lu ask this question? Lu Changshan cast his gaze towards He Hao, who was still unconscious on the ground not far away. "I see that you treat him like your own son." Lu Changshan used up all his rejuvenation talismans to barely keep him alive. Zheng Yang shook his head slightly, lost in memories, his expression full of vicissitudes. Hayar is indeed a descendant of the He family. His mother's name is Wan Ziaaji. She and I were childhood sweethearts. We lived in Qingshui village in Bei County. At this point, a trace of pain and resentment flashed in Zheng Yang's eyes, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. When He Hai was young, he had a perverse temperament and acted recklessly. One day, he happened to pass by Qingshui village and saw Ziaaji's beauty. He suddenly became beastly and raped her. Lu Changshan frowned and interrupted. Okay, no need to say more. He could already imagine what kind of love-hate relationship and revenge plot would unfold next. Hearing this, Zheng Yang had to stop talking angrily and did not continue speaking. He is a romantic. Lu Changshan was slightly surprised, but who could have thought that such a seemingly affectionate person could be so cruel and ruthless? Lu Changshan only let him decide the life and death of the villagers who took action, but he didn't expect that he would kill all the witnesses. Seeing that He Hao's mother had been properly buried, Lu Changshan slowly turned around and walked towards the horse. Seeing this, He Hao opened his lips slightly and said, "Thank you for your help today." Although his voice was soft, it was full of sincerity. Lu Changshan jumped onto the horse with a graceful and neat movement and shook his head gently, saying, "No need to thank me. If you are caught by the He family, just don't betray me." When Zheng Yang heard this, a complex look flashed in his eyes, including confusion and admiration. He didn't understand why this person, who had such abilities, would hide his talent. How come Lu Zhengdao's son is so different from his father? Not long after, Lu Changshan returned to the Lu family. He never waits until the next day to take revenge, so he now plans to carve the heart-eating talisman. As soon as I walked into the archway, I saw Jai Qingyu sitting quietly in front of the door. She was like an exquisite statue, except that her eyes seemed a little dull, as if she was in deep thought. It was not until she heard the obvious footsteps that Jai Qingyu seemed to be pulled back to reality from her distant thoughts, and her eyes gradually became bright. "Madam, is there anything bothering you?" Lu Changshan quickly walked up to Jai Qingyu and asked softly. Jai Qingyu heard this, opened her red lips and said slowly, "My father sent me a letter. He mentioned in the letter that he would send someone to pick us up and take us to the imperial capital before the new year." Hearing this, a hint of vigilance flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. He remembered that the god of Luoyu Mountain had once reminded him to be careful of the Jai family. It was too abrupt, so Lu Changshan didn't take it too seriously, but he would rather believe it than not. Compared to going to the capital, he still felt that it was safer in Linen County. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, looked carefully into Jai Qingyu's eyes, and asked in confusion, "My lady, why did His Majesty suddenly want to take us to the capital?" He suddenly discovered that his first wife looked a little haggard, as if she was malnourished. After hearing this, Jai Qingyu stared at Lu Changshan with her beautiful eyes, and her voice seemed a little weak. "Father has received news that the Li family has sent a warrior at the peak of the Myriad Realm to Linen County. I'm afraid that this expert has come with ill intentions, and Father is worried that they will harm you. My Jai family warriors are responsible for guarding various places and cannot be deployed at will at present. In this case, I'm afraid we will have to wait for some time." She paused for a moment while speaking. Her voice was cold, yet a little weak. "It's not winter yet. They don't have time to arrive so quickly. My husband, don't worry too much. The governor of Linen County is from my Jai family. During this period of time, he and I will protect you." Jai Qingyu knew that the Li family wanted to settle all the new and old grudges at once, and have the son pay for the father's debt. When Lu Changshan heard this, his brows slightly frowned and his heart was in a mess. The Li family wants to attack me, and the Jai family wants to protect me. But the warning from the god of Luoyu Mountain to be careful of the Jai family was still echoing in his ears, which put Lu Changshan in a dilemma, not knowing who to trust. But he was sure that the Li family would definitely take action against him. Lu Changshan sighed in his heart. It's still because my own cultivation is too low. The spiritual energy in the Loyu mountain area was too thin, like a dried-up stream, and could hardly meet his needs for cultivation. Lu Changshan had doubts in his mind many times. Could it be that this world has entered the Dharma ending age? Logically speaking, since there are methods of cultivating immortals in the world, there should be immortals roaming the world. But why are there no legends about immortals circulating in the world? No, it's not that there are no traces of immortals and gods at all. In this world, the mountain gods and water gods who protect various places can move mountains and fill the sea, or call the wind and rain. To ordinary people, they are the supreme gods of this world. The Li family, a hint of coldness, suddenly flashed in the depths of Lu Changshan's eyes. When enemies come, we will stop them. When water comes, we will block it with earth. Before this, Lu Changshan still took into consideration the fact that Li Hanyan was his third aunt and was somewhat tolerant of her. But now, the situation forced him to no longer sit idly by. Lu Changshan decided to strike first. Since the Li family was coming, he would collect some interest first. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Jai Qingyu and return to the side room to carve the heart-eating talisman, a trace of pain suddenly flashed across Jai Qingyu's cold face. She frowned slightly, and a trace of blood flashed in the depths of her eyes. My wife, Lu Changshan cried out upon seeing this. Chapter 43, Alien. 3 days later, the sunlight was like a golden arrow, shooting straight into the house through the window lattice, casting a mottled light on the ground. At the door, Lu Changshan looked at the old man in doctor's clothes in front of him, bowed respectfully, and said softly, "Thank you, old sir, for your trouble this time." The old man shook his head slightly, sighed softly, and said humbly, "I am ashamed that I have not been able to find out the cause of Madam's symptoms. I really don't dare to thank you." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the courtyard, ready to leave. At this time, Jai Qingyu's butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Turning around, seeing that Jai Qingyu didn't seem to be waking up, Lu Changshan walked out of the house and slowly closed the door. However, before he had walked far, he heard a slight noise coming from the house behind him. Returning to the house, Lu Changshan was confused as he looked at Jai Qingyu lying on the ground. "Madam, what about you?" He did not help Jai Qingyu immediately, but walked straight to the closet, slowly squatted down, and took out the porcelain bottle from the drawer. "Madam, do you want to take this?" Seeing this, panic surged in Jai Qingyu's eyes, which were always cold and clear. "But I haven't drunk anything for only 3 months. How could I be so weak?" Lu Changshan sighed helplessly, turned around and came to the bedside, carefully held Jai Qingyu in his arms, then gently put her back on the bed and asked softly, "My lady, will drinking this help relieve your condition?" Seeing this scene, Jai Qingyu just lowered her eyes and did not respond. Lu Changshan opened the porcelain bottle and took a light sniff. A strong smell of blood rushed straight to his head, making him frown. "Madam, where did you get this blood?" "I did not kill anyone," Jai Qingyu hurriedly explained. Her voice was weak, but her eyes were full of worry. She was afraid that Lu Changshan would misunderstand her. "This was bought with silver from some poor families." "Then tell me, can drinking what's in here help relieve your condition?" It was the first time that Lu Changshan saw panic in Jai Qingyu's eyes. After hearing this, Jai Qingyu tapped her chin with some difficulty. Seeing this, Lu Changshan put the porcelain bottle close to Jai Qingyu's mouth. She subconsciously wanted to refuse, her heart full of disgust, but the irresistible impulse in her body was like a surging wave, quickly drowning Jai Qingyu and leaving her unable to resist. Seeing his always aloof first wife like this, Lu Changshan suddenly felt a little amused. It's just drinking a person's blood, why hide it like this? As long as it's not obtained by murder, it's fine. In Lu Changshan's memory, he naturally knew that there were many martial arts techniques with strange characteristics. This world is full of wonders. Just like the rock and earth Vajragong that Uncle San practiced, after practicing it, people's reactions will become slow. Lu Changshan still remembered that there was a strange martial art called Tiangang Tongzi Gong. Those who practiced it must remain a virgin forever. Once they lost their virginity and lost their yang energy, all their cultivation would be wasted, and they would be like eunuchs for the rest of their lives. After Jai Qingyu drank all the blood in the porcelain bottle, because there was a trace of blood on Lu Changshan's fingertips when he opened the porcelain bottle, she did not hesitate to open her cherry lips, put Lu Changshan's finger into her mouth, and began to suck it. Then the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his fingertips. Seeing this scene, Lu Changshan frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She found that not only was her blood constantly lost, but even the spiritual energy in her danchan was gradually disappearing. "My wife, if you keep sucking, I will be drained dry by you." Hearing this, Jai Qingyu came back to his senses. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. The bloodthirsty instinct just now made her unable to control herself. However, the next second, Jai Qingyu was surprised to find that Lu Changshan's blood seemed to be different from others, and it actually restored his cultivation to the middle stage of Tongshuan. It's just drinking a person's blood. Why would you hide it from your husband to such an extent? After hearing this, Jai Qingyu, although she had recovered all her strength, still snuggled in Lu Changshan's arms and asked softly, "Drinking the blood of the same race, my husband. Won't you think I'm an alien?" "Why do you ask that?" Lu Changshan asked back. After hearing this, Jai Qingyu pursed her lips. A strange look flashed in her eyes, and she took the initiative to explain. She knew that this matter could no longer be concealed. "This is due to my practice. Not long ago, Lu Zhengdao learned that his father wanted to practice with human blood, which led to a complete break between the two. He felt that such evil things were intolerable to humanity." Hearing this, a hint of assurance flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. No wonder Jai Qingyu was missing a hairpin. "We came here for a transaction and haven't done anything harmful, so there's nothing to hide. My lady, have you regained your strength?" Jai Qingyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Changshan still gently helped Jai Qingyu to lean against the bed. "Ma'am, I'll go get you some hot soup." After saying this, he immediately turned around and prepared to walk out of the house. However, Jai Qingyu reached out and grabbed him. The first wife's palms were still as icy and cold to the touch as before. "No need," Jai Qingyu said softly. Seeing this, Lu Changshan looked confused. "That soup is a tonic soup made from many rare ingredients, and it is very beneficial for warriors' recovery. I can't take it. This is also due to the practice. Ordinary things are like filth to me. I can't swallow them." Jai Qingyu explained with a slightly helpless look, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. After hearing this, Lu Changshan became even more confused. "Madam, where are those cakes I brought earlier?" "In private, I gave it all to Yao," Jai Qingyu responded softly. Lu Changshan was speechless. What kind of strange skill is this? No wonder he also felt that his concubine was hiding something from him. It turned out to be stealing. Recalling Jai Qingyu's previous weak appearance and looking at her current changes, Lu Changshan already had a guess in his mind. The conditions produced by the martial arts practiced by the first wife were somewhat similar to the creatures called vampires in the movies and TV shows of the previous life. They also feed on blood, but if they are not nourished by fresh blood, they will become weak as if they have lost the source of their strength. Since it is caused by the technique, there is nothing strange about it. Lu Changshan sighed softly, feeling a bit helpless. "My dear, there is no need for you to hide this from your husband." Lu Changshan sat down on the edge of the bed again, with a faint smile on his lips. "You said you still want to protect your husband. Given your weak state just now, if the Li family warriors really want to attack me, I'm afraid I will not only have to protect myself, but also have to carry you and escape from danger." Hearing this, Jai Qingyu blinked her eyes, pursed her lips slightly, and said softly, "Sorry." She raised her eyes and fell on Lu Changshan's neck. There seemed to be a magical power there that attracted her attention. If she could absorb a little more, she would be able to return to the realm of all things. Before marrying into the Lu family, Jai Qingyu always believed that the blood she used for cultivation was the blood of demons. But when the truth came out and she learned that what she took every day was the blood of her own people, this cruel truth was like a bolt from the blue, hitting her heart hard and shattering her world. Since then, Jai Qingyu began to resist and even hate it, so much so that her cultivation level was like rowing against the current, not making any progress but regressing. When she was almost discovered by Lu Changshan, she gave up her last bit of support and fell into a state of exhaustion. Looking at Jai Qingyu's eager expression, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes, and he asked softly, "My wife, why are you looking at your husband like this? Is there something around my neck?" Chapter 44, Collect Interest. Lu Changshan sat on the edge of the bed and asked softly, "My lady, if you join hands with County Guard Chen to fight against the Li family warrior who is about to rush to Linen County, what are your chances of winning?" Just now, he realized that his wife was only 21 years old, but she was already a warrior in the early stage of Wangxiang. With such strength, she was even stronger than his father in this body at the same age. However, Lu Changshan did not know that Jai Qingyu's current realm was built with the blood of countless fellow clansmen. This is completely different from Lu Zhengdao's method of practicing, by taking the flesh and blood of demons. 30%. Jai Qingyu's voice was very soft, like a breeze passing by. After learning the news, she planned to secretly purchase enough blood in Linen County to restore her own realm. Her peak period was only the early stage of Wangxiang. Even with the support of the Bone Tool and the cooperation with Chen Feixuan, she could only barely fight against Li Jiashilang. Although she was not his opponent, it was no problem for her to delay him for some time. After all, with the threat from their father, the people of the Li family did not dare to kill them. One Wangxiang early stage plus one Wangxiang late stage, and there is only a 30% chance of winning. Lu Changshan couldn't help but mutter to himself. What if a talisman is added? He thought to himself. After the Luoyu village incident a few days ago, Lu Changshan realized that the best use of talismans such as the Divine Travel Talisman and the Giant Strength Talisman is to bless warriors. Lu Changshan frowned slightly, looking somewhat solemn. At present, many factions of the Lu family have already turned to the Li family. It is only because the old man is still alive that they are like dormant beasts and dare not act rashly. But once the all-seeing realm warrior of the Li family arrives, these people are very likely to attack him with his support. If they just stand by and watch, that would be good enough. It seems that we need to set up the formation in advance and make preparations. Seeing Lu Changshan's worried face, Jai Qingyu opened her red lips and whispered to comfort him, "Don't worry, my husband." As she spoke, she took off the bone device on her wrist and continued. This bone device can confuse the perception of demons below the Vajra realm. With its help, my husband will be able to reach Ancheng safely. The bone tools used by the royal family do not have the power to corrode the minds of low-level warriors. The backlash force was intentionally created by Jai's weapon refiner, and its purpose was to restrict the Li family and others. The county town closest to Luoyu Mountain is Ancheng, which is guarded by Jai's Vajra realm warriors. If you want to go to Ancheng, you must first go to Luoyu village, then leave this protective area, and then go forward about 100 miles before you can arrive. If winter has not arrived, demons and monsters will wreak havoc outside this sanctuary with extreme ferocity. Even if a warrior at the all-seeing realm stepped into it, it would be difficult for him to protect himself. Only when winter comes, and most demons fall into a deep sleep, can we pass safely with a high probability. Lu Changshan was well aware of this, so he had some buffer time to prepare before Li's Wangxiang realm warriors arrive. But before that, he had to collect some interest first. When he thought of this, a hint of coldness suddenly flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. These days, Lu Changshan had been guarding Jai Qingyu's bed, so that the heart-eating talisman was only half carved. "My lady, there is no need to worry. I just suddenly remembered some important things and need to go and deal with them," Lu Changshan said softly. Jai Qingyu nodded slightly after hearing this. She also knew in her heart that every time she fainted in the past 3 months, Lu Changshan never left and always stayed by her side. Lu Changshan walked out of the house and happened to see Chen Yang and his wife slowly stepping into the archway. As soon as she appeared, Lu Zuyan looked at Lu Changshan anxiously, her eyes full of worry. "Changshan, is Her Royal Highness the Princess awake?" Hearing this, Lu Changshan nodded slightly and said gently, "Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Qingyu is fine now." Hearing this, the tension in Lu Zuyan's heart relaxed a little. She knew that this was not the first time Jai Qingyu had fainted in these 3 months. The doctor also came to see me and said that I was just weak and there was nothing serious. But Her Royal Highness the Princess is a warrior. Her physique is far superior to that of ordinary people. How could she faint so easily? "I'll go in and see Qingyu," Lu Zuyan said softly. With the support of Chen Yang, she walked slowly towards the main house. At this time, it can be clearly seen that her abdomen is a little bigger than before, and the time of delivery is approaching. Lu Changshan nodded slightly, stepped aside to make way, then turned and walked towards the room where Su Yao was. When I stepped into the room, I saw Su Yao sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, holding a storybook in her hand. Since she learned to read, she now has one more way to spend her time every day. "Husband," seeing Lu Changshan come in, Su Yao raised her eyes slightly and spoke in a soft voice. Then she turned her gaze back to the storybook in her hand, immersing herself in that wonderful world of words. Lu Changshan nodded slightly in response, and then walked straight to the table. He circulated his spiritual power, and with a thought, he took out the unfinished heart-eating talisman from the Kainkun Sumeru box. This cursed heart-eating talisman is completely different from other talismans. There is a faint bloodlight emitting from its inscription. The bloodlight seems to have life, flowing faintly, revealing a strange and evil aura. Lu Changshan had a stern look on his face. He silently mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and continued to carve without stopping his hands. This heart-eating talisman was carefully prepared by him in order to repay his third aunt. A moment later, a knock on the door broke the silence in the room. When Lu Changshan heard the voice, his movement stopped abruptly. He swiftly put the talisman into the Kainkun Zumi box and hid it in the dark. "Brother, it's me." A familiar voice came from outside the door. Finally, he mustered up the courage to say, "Brother, Mother told us not to participate in the hunting day. She is worried that those people from the Li family will harm us." The Qin family's power is not inferior to that of the Li family. However, since my grandfather passed away, my mother's status in the family has plummeted. Now, facing my third aunt, my mother no longer has the ability to compete with her. It's okay. Lu Changshan shook his head slightly, his expression indifferent. He had already made an appointment with Su Yichen to team up for hunting. You know, the prizes set by the major families for this hunt are quite tempting. Besides, the Li family warriors have not been able to arrive in Linen County so quickly. When it comes to hunting, to prevent any unexpected events, just let the first wife follow in secret. Anyway, the bracelet bone tool she held could block the perception of demons, so it would not have any impact on their hunting operations, and everything would be under control. I don't know how long it had passed, but they were in a luxuriously decorated house of the Lu family. "Mom, when will Uncle arrive?" A voice broke the slightly depressing atmosphere in the room. Li Hanyan lay on the bed, decorated with carvings of dragons and paintings of phoenixes, one hand elegantly supporting her cheek, her expression full of laziness. She opened her red lips slightly. Her tone was as calm as water. Soon, a strong murderous intent inadvertently flashed in Li Hanyan's eyes. "Your fourth uncle will arrive in the middle of the year." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, an unbearable pain swept from his heart. With a puff sound, Li Hanyan's eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth like a delicate red flower, splashing on the gorgeous quilt, dazzling. Seeing his mother suddenly vomiting blood, Lu Chang's face instantly turned as pale as paper. His pupils shrank sharply, his body trembled involuntarily, and he shouted in a lost voice, "Mom!" Chapter 45 Hunting Day, Li Hanyan dies. Fatal error. Uncaught Mongo DB /driver exception connection timeout exception. No servers yet eligible for rescan in /www/www-root/default/txt. PHP 14. Stack trace /www/www-root/default/txt. PHP 14. Mongo DB /driver/manager execute query. 1 main, thrown in /www/root/default/txt. PHP on line 14. Chapter 46 piece. Fatal error. Uncaught Mongo DB /driver/exception connection timeout exception. No servers yet eligible for rescan in /www/root/default/txt. PHP 14. Stack trace /www/root/default/txt. PHP 14. Mongo DB /driver/manager execute query. 1 main, thrown in /www/root/default/txt. PHP on line 14. Chapter 47 The altar rises again. The wheels rolled and the carriage moved slowly forward. The atmosphere inside the carriage was a little solemn. "Madam, what realm are the warriors of the Li family at?" Lu Changshan frowned and asked Jai Qingyu. "Why do you and County Magistrate Chen only have a 30% chance of winning when they join forces?" Jai Qingyu opened her red lips and replied softly, "Late Wangxiang stage." She frowned slightly, not knowing how to explain. The Jai family has the method of refining weapons, and the Li family naturally has something that the Jai family does not have, that is, martial arts. After hearing this, Lu Changshan fell into deep thought. He just learned from his first wife that there was an aura of all things appearing in the Lu family. It was obvious that the warriors from the Li family had arrived. The Chen County Guard mentioned by the couple is the current top master in Linen County, Chen Feixuan, who belongs to the Dacian royal family. "You're here so soon." Lu Changshan's eyes gradually turned cold as he pondered the power of the Flame Explosion Talisman. The last time he faced a Tongshuan stage warrior, the Flame Explosion Talisman killed him instantly. Its power was so strong that even Lu Changshan was a little surprised. "I wonder how much damage this Flame Explosion Talisman can cause to a warrior in the Myriad realm." Unfortunately, although the Fire Blast Talisman is powerful, it also has a tricky side, which is that it must stick closely to the enemy to exert its maximum power. Lu Changshan was well aware of his current situation. The speed at which he controlled the talisman to fly was not very fast. As a result, it would be easily noticed by those sharp warriors in the battle, and they would be able to dodge it easily. The reason why he was able to kill Song Yuanshan last time was because he took advantage of the opportunity of a sneak attack after Song Yuanshan got close to him. A cold light suddenly flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. Is it the late stage of Wangxiang? Now he could only control 13 talismans at most, even if he tried his best. He was still some distance away from being able to cast the Fire and Wind formation. Although the Fire and Wind formation can also be used as a solid formation. But Lu Changshan was not sure whether the flame explosion talisman and the fire and wind formation could hit the Li family warrior. You know, among the many talisman formations, this fire and wind formation is only the weakest. The warriors in the Wangxiang realm have terrifying strength, and with just a wave of their hands and a move, they have the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. And their speed is as fast as lightning and like ghosts. His thoughts returned to reality. Lu Changshan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had already set up a solid formation in his own courtyard. Lu Changshan could never tolerate the fact that there was a sharp knife hanging over his head in the Lu family that could take his life at any time. Seeing that Lu Changshan frowned slightly and seemed a little worried, Jai Qingyu stretched out her jade hand and gently covered the back of his hand, as if silently comforting him and telling him not to worry. Feeling Jai Qingyu's actions, a hint of surprise flashed in Lu Changshan's eyes. He found that since the last time he saw his wife drinking blood, she seemed like a different person. To outsiders, she was still as cold and aloof as ever, like a flower on a high mountain that could not be desecrated. But the way she treated him was completely different from before. Although Lu Changshan couldn't tell the exact changes at the moment, he could clearly feel that she was no longer as cold as before. In addition, Lu Changshan always felt inexplicably tired when he woke up from Jai Qingyu's room every day. In order to recover his spiritual energy at night, he did not do anything else but just slept. But this would not happen in Su Yao's room. This phenomenon made Lu Changshan full of confusion, but he had no idea how to answer it. He turned his head slightly and looked at his first wife. At this moment, Jai Qingyu seemed to sense something and turned her head slightly to meet Lu Changshan's gaze. When their eyes met, the eyes that were like cold stars were still as calm as a cold pond, without the slightest ripple. "Madam, if you join forces with the other 3 county governors, are you sure you can kill the Li family warrior?" Lu Changshan knew that each of the 3 counties in Luoyu Mountain had a county governor who was in the late Wangxiang stage. Upon hearing this, Jai Qingyu shook her head slightly, and the scattered hair on her temples danced with it. The county magistrate of Qingshui County is from the Li family. After hearing this, Lu Changshan fell into silence. Not long, Luoyu Mountain Temple. Master Chen, the stairs leading to the temple go straight up, like a passage to heaven. Wang Xinghui stood on the stairs and saw Chen Feixuan walking slowly towards him from afar. He looked respectful, bowed, and greeted him loudly. "Master Chen, Lord Wang." Chen Feixuan stepped forward and bowed in return. His gaze turned slightly and looked towards the burly man beside him, and a strange look flashed in his eyes for a moment. "Lord Li," he called softly and bowed again. Chen Feixuan's second son also participated in today's hunting. It was for this reason that he came to the Luoyu Mountain Temple with people from the 3 major families to worship, just to pray for safety for their descendants. Although the martial arts he practiced did not come from the god of Luoyu Mountain, Chen Feixuan still held him in awe and hoped that his offspring would be blessed. However, what is suspicious is why Li Yunan and Wang Yue, whose children are far away in the imperial capital, also appear here. Look behind you. Her Royal Highness the Princess is walking slowly towards you with light lotus steps. Could it be that, under this circumstance, they still dared to harm the prince consort? Li Yunan had a distant gaze. When he saw Jai Qingyu and his wife slowly approaching, his expression did not change. He just stared quietly at their gradually receding figures. When everyone arrived at the square, several family heads and the county magistrate met and walked towards the interior of the temple. Behind them were the selected sons and daughters of gods in Linen County. The young people of this generation can start choosing their partners and forming teams in advance in the square. These young faces are filled with excitement and nervousness. After the elders in the family have completed the hunting, these young men can begin their first demon hunting journey in the designated area. Although accidents happen every year in this process, those young lives may be lost under the claws and teeth of demons. But in this world, if a warrior does not go through such a cruel baptism, being devoured by demons is only a matter of time. At this moment, Su Yichen walked towards Lu Changshan with heavy steps, his eyes full of guilt. "Sorry, I can't team up with you." His voice was low and hoarse, and every word seemed to be spoken with all his strength. "It's okay." Lu Changshan shook his head slightly, his tone calm. He had expected this. When the Li family warriors come here, they will definitely find an opportunity to attack him, and Su Yichen's father will never let him get affected. Besides, Lu Changshan has now been disqualified from participating in hunting by the old man. The next second, there was a violent tremor from the soles of my feet. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to the center of the square, and they saw that the altar was slowly rising, just like the last time they competed. Chapter 48, Tangsen Fruit. 50 years Tangsen Fruit. Made from the essence of heaven and earth, taking it can improve your qi and body refining skills. Heavenly Heart Fruit. Taking it can improve both qi and body training. And there are 3 of them. Lu Changshen's eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared at the bright ball of light on the altar. His pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were full of surprise and heat. At this moment, several family heads walked out slowly from the temple. They walked with steady steps, their eyes all cast towards the ball of light on the altar. Their expressions were normal, as if they had expected it. The head of the He family, who had the highest level of cultivation, slowly walked to the side of the altar. With a solemn expression, he slowly stretched out his hand and reached towards the ball of light. The moment his fingertips touched the ball of light, an invisible force seemed to spread in the air. The next second, a magical scene happened. The dazzling light on the surface of the Tangsen fruit suddenly dissipated, revealing its original appearance. The surface of the spiritual fruit is crystal clear, and there seems to be a misty air flowing. Seeing these 3 Tangsen fruits, people from all the families in the square showed desire on their faces, and even a hint of greed. It's actually 3 spiritual fruits, someone couldn't help but exclaimed, with surprise and anticipation in his voice. What's going on this year? Including the one we won in the competition at the beginning of the year, the mountain god has given us 5 this year, right? Everyone began to whisper and discuss, their eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and excitement. The last time, the spiritual fruit was obtained by the fool from the Lu family who chose the Changsheng Gong. Today's spiritual fruit must be a reward from the mountain god for hunting monsters. I wonder if he will be so lucky. A voice filled with jealousy and disdain rang out among the crowd. After hearing this, the people around smiled meaningfully. The head of the He family looked dignified. He slowly raised the spiritual fruit in his hand that was emitting a faint halo and said in a loud voice like a bell, "These spiritual fruits are the gifts of the mountain god." He swept his eyes over the crowd, his gaze carrying an unquestionable solemnity. "It will be given to the most valiant team of demon hunters among this generation of disciples." Hearing this, the faces of the older family members were instantly filled with disappointment and regret. That look was like a dark cloud covering the sun, sweeping away their original expectations. According to the head of the He family, only the descendants of the previous generation who acquired the skills are qualified to obtain this spiritual fruit, and people like them have no chance of getting it. As a result, the prize for this hunt has been expanded to include 3 extremely precious spiritual fruits, making the already competitive hunting activity even more cruel and intense. "Husband, do you really need this spiritual fruit?" Jai Qingyu seemed to have sensed something. She slightly sideways glanced at Lu Changshen beside her. Lu Changshen's eyes were fixed on the 3 spiritual fruits, his eyes full of passion. Hearing Jai Qingyu's voice, which was as cold as an ice spring and carried a hint of doubt, Lu Changshen first nodded slightly, then took a deep breath, quickly suppressed his inner restlessness, and calmed down. His brows furrowed slightly, and he began to carefully think about the reasons behind this. Coincide. In previous hunting days, there had never been such a situation as the mountain god's gift. The prizes at that time were all prepared and set by each major family. At this moment, the voice of the head of the He family rang out again, echoing over the square. "The demons are rampant and unbridled, causing great suffering to the people of the 3 counties. They have long been entrenched outside the sanctuary, watching with eager eyes. The middle of the year is the peak season for these demons to breed, and their numbers grow like locusts. However, the mountain god has sent down his divine power. Only body-refining demons will appear in the outer circle of the hunting grounds this time. This is a challenge and an opportunity for you. Children, you have 1 day to hunt down the demons this time. However, it is not an easy task. Bone tools, which are things that require external force, are not allowed to be used. This is a test from the mountain god. During the test, the mountain god Loyu will be aware of your every move at every moment. You can only rely on your own abilities and your flesh and blood to fight the monsters for life and death, and show your courage and strength to the mountain god." Hearing this, some of the young men's originally tense hearts relaxed a little, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was that Lu Changshen would once again use the princess's bone tool to take the lead. Now that there are such rules, the competition has become much fairer. Although they themselves are also unable to use bone tools, the flesh of the body-refining demons is not invulnerable and can be cut by weapons made of ordinary iron alone. Then the head of the He family spoke again, in an increasingly high-pitched tone. "And the bravest person in this hunt can enter the temple and receive the unique gift from the mountain god." As soon as this voice fell, it was like thunderclapping out of the blue, and the square was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. and flames of envy and curiosity burned in many eyes. The unique gift from the mountain god. These words stirred up a huge wave in everyone's hearts. You know, this situation has never happened in hundreds of years. In the past, the gift bestowed by the mountain god was merely a spiritual fruit that could help warriors break through their realms during the grand competition held every year. And this spiritual fruit in their hearts is like a supreme treasure. It is a rare item that countless warriors dream of. As soon as the words fell, a hint of heat flashed in Su Yichen's eyes. He and Su Yingsu are both at the 5th level of body refining now. With their strength, it is no problem for them to deal with demons at the early stage of body refining alone. Men's chi has an innate advantage, and the Luyang magic art he practiced can make his chi have a burning effect on demons, which has great lethality. This time, he was determined to obtain the unique gift from the mountain god. Above the top of the clouds, suddenly, hundreds of brilliant rays of light fell from the sky like falling stars. This generation of disciples who had acquired the skills and had been practicing for half a year suddenly had a light purple halo appear on their wrists at the same time. Only those with this aperture on their wrists can participate in this hunt. Lu Changshan and Lu Changyu are also among them. "Brother, should we?" Lu Changyu spoke softly while walking towards the two of them. Seeing that Lu Changshan was lost in thought, he turned his gaze to Jai Qingyu and said respectfully, "Sister-in-law." Jai Qingyu nodded slightly in response. In the square, a group of young family members have begun to look for teammates on their own. However, the place where the brothers Lu Changshan and Lu Changyu were seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, and no one cared about them. "Yingsu, where are you going?" Seeing his eldest daughter walking towards the Lu family, Su Yunju frowned slightly and looked suspicious. "Father, please forgive me for being unfilial." Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Yichen hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed. He knew very well that Su Yingsu had a stubborn personality and would never follow her father's arrangements. Chapter 49, Prepare to Win. "Brother, what's going on with you?" Lu Changshan frowned slightly, his eyes full of confusion. Didn't Su Yichen make it clear before that he couldn't team up with him? How come this guy now seems to have the courage to disobey his father, Su Yunju? Hearing Lu Changshan's question, Su Yichen looked embarrassed and stammered, "I." At this moment, Su Yingsu opened her red lips and uttered a few words in a voice as cold as a spring. "We will team up with you." His tone is cold and clear, just like Jai Qingyu's independent charm. Jai Qingyu frowned slightly. She was keenly aware that in the depths of Su Yingsu's eyes, there was a hint of something different towards her. This made her feel a little suspicious. "Sister-in-law," Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes full of surprise. Then he looked at Su Yunju, who was approaching slowly, bowed and said, "Uncle Su." Su Yunju's face was gloomy, his eyes were fixed on Su Yingsu, and he asked loudly, "Yingsu, how can you be so willful?" Su Yingsu's expression remained unchanged, and her tone was still calm. "Father, keeping promises is the most important thing in life. If you insist on doing so, I am willing to give up this hunt." "Nonsense." Hearing this, Su Yunju frowned, anger rising in his eyes. But in just a moment, Su Yunju forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. He knew in his heart that ever since that incident of confusing right and wrong happened, Su Yingsu had been harboring a grudge against him, and the estrangement between them was deepening. But he never expected that Su Yingsu's talent in martial arts would surpass that of his eldest son, Su Yichen. At that time, in his opinion, a girl's future was nothing more than finding a good man, getting married, raising children, and living a stable life. Why would she need to have too many attainments and pursuits in martial arts? Seeing that Su Yingsu had made up her mind, Su Yunju had no choice but to look at Su Yichen, his tone full of helplessness and admonition. "You must do your best to protect your sister." After that, he turned his eyes to Jai Qingyu, cupped his hands, and said slowly, "Your Highness the Princess." With Princess Qingyu by their side, even if the people of the Li family have ill intentions, they would not dare to act too blatantly against the Dacian prince consort. In this way, Su Yichen and Su Yingsu might be able to be protected to some extent. However, Su Yunju did not dare to be careless. He still needed to follow closely throughout the hunting trip to prevent any danger. At this moment, old man Lu Tiancheng walked over slowly with steady steps. His gaze swept over everyone one by one, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. "Changshan, you'd better withdraw from this hunt." Lu Changshan shook his head slightly, although he also knew that the old man was worried about him. "Grandpa, this time the reward includes spiritual fruit, which is very important to my grandson." When Lu Tiancheng heard this, he frowned and sighed inwardly. "Well, in this case, you must always remain vigilant and never be careless. Your Uncle Su and I will follow behind." After saying this, he slowly turned around, and his eyes fell on Jai Qingyu with a solemn and respectful expression. "Your Highness, this journey is filled with many difficulties and dangers. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention. He knew very well that the bracelet worn by Jai Qingyu had magical effects and could cleverly block the perception of demons. If he could follow Lu Changshan closely during the hunting process, the people from the Li family would be afraid even if they had ill intentions and would not dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, Jai Qingyu nodded slightly, as if silently promising that she would protect Lu Changshan and the others. Now that we have agreed on this, let's not delay any further and set off as soon as possible. At this time in the square, many family members could no longer contain their excitement and eagerness. In the gaps between their conversations, many of them had already walked together and rushed towards the hunting ground in a mighty manner. Lu Changyu was slightly stunned, and his mind couldn't help but recall his mother's earnest instructions to him before. Those caring words were still echoing in his ears, making his eyes full of entanglement and struggle. However, after a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind secretly, slowly moved his feet, and closely followed the pace of Lu Changshan and others. Stepping into the carriage, the originally spacious compartment suddenly seemed quite cramped. People were sitting or standing, and their bodies inevitably touched each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Lu Changshan sat between the two women, facing Su Yichen. Su Yichen turned his gaze to Lu Changshan and said seriously, "There are clear regulations for this hunt. Bone tools cannot be used. Just stay back and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Yingsu and I have reached the 5th level of body refinement. We are strong enough to deal with the monsters in the early stage of body refinement alone." There was a hint of confidence and determination in his tone, and it was obvious that he was fully confident in his own and his sister's abilities. Lu Changyu, who was listening, couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Brother, I should be able to deal with the body refining demon alone. Now he has cultivated to the 7th level of body refining. Although he has not yet experienced the real combat training, as the offspring of Lu Zhengdao, he naturally has the confidence in hunting demons in his bones." After hearing their words, Lu Changshan's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a faint smile, and his expression seemed extremely relaxed and comfortable. "Okay, since my brother-in-law has arranged it this way, I will listen to you." Lu Changshan was not very interested in the so-called unique blessing from the god of Luoyu Mountain. The only thing he was thinking about was the Tiangxin fruit that could improve his qi refining skills. Anyway, the Tiangxin fruit is a reward for the team. In this case, let Su Yichen, Su Yingsu, and Lu Changyu fight for the gift from the mountain god with all their strength. All you need to do is stand by and watch the camera move, and you might be able to achieve your goal easily and win without any effort. The wheels rolled slowly, moving forward slowly along the road. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere of conversation was instantly taken away, and for a moment the atmosphere fell into silence. At this moment, everyone seemed to be immersed in their own thoughts. Luoyu Mountain is located in the center of the 3 counties, so everyone needs to return to Linen County along the original route and start again, going to the outer reaches of the shelter such as Luoyu Village. Lu Changshan frowned slightly. With the old man and the head of the Su family following him, he didn't know what kind of tricks Li Hanyan would use to deal with him. He had heard relevant news from the old man before. It was said that Li Hanyan seemed to be afflicted with some strange disease these days and suffered from heart pain all day long. All the doctors of some reputation in Linen County were hastily summoned to her bedside, but unfortunately they were all helpless. Lu Changshan understood clearly that Li Hanyan's miserable condition was caused by his evil and vicious heart-eating talisman. Now he is neither able to live nor to die, and he probably has no time to think about how to deal with himself. As for those people from the Lu family, a hint of coldness flashed across Lu Changshan's eyes. These days he has placed talismans in many places in the Lu family. If they dare to kill each other, Lu Changshan will naturally show no mercy. He slowly stuck his head out of the car window and stared straight into the depths of the vast forest. At the same moment, above the seemingly endless forest with surging green waves, the terrifying figure emitting a chilling aura suddenly spread its broad wings, like a dark cloud covering the sun, and rushed towards the direction of the pillar that reached the sky. Chapter 50. The natural enemy of warriors, the flying giant monster. Outside the perimeter of the asylum, somewhere in a forest with towering ancient trees, Su Yichen's right fist suddenly began to accumulate power. His muscles tensed, and in an instant his fist was like a cannonball fired from a gun, smashing into a demon as strong as a calf. His face was hideous, with red light flashing in his eyes, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. After being hit by Su Yichen, the demon's bloody mouth full of fangs suddenly burst into sharp wails. Su Yichen took advantage of the victory and pursued the demon. His body was as fast as lightning, and he threw another extremely powerful punch, which hit the demon's head as fast as a mountain falling down. There was only a dull sound, and the huge body of the wolf demon fell to the ground with a bang, raising a cloud of dust, and it was completely lifeless. After killing it, Su Yichen did not relax at all. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring at the wolf demon with green hair all over its body and the size of an adult buffalo not far away. The late stage of body refining. Su Yichen secretly groaned in his heart. This gray wolf is a pack of demons that live in groups. They are good at hunting in a team. This time, as soon as he left the edge of the refuge, he was so unlucky to run into a pack of gray wolves. It was really tricky. I saw the Wolf King standing proudly on a huge rock not far away, with a hint of cunning and viciousness in his eyes that only humans could have. It was not in a hurry to jump into the battle circle itself, but kept issuing low, howling commands, driving the wolves to rush towards Su Yichen and others in waves like a tide. This demon wanted to use the wheel tactics to gradually consume the physical strength of Su Yichen and others, and then give them a fatal blow when they were exhausted. Behind Su Yichen, Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu looked indifferent on the surface, as if they were staying out of the matter. However, Lu Changshan had already made preparations in secret without making any sound. He slightly hooked his fingers. The spiritual energy in his body circulated quietly, and the Vajra talisman was ready to go. Although Su Yunju, the old man, Chen Feixuan and others were on high alert 100 meters away, closely watching every move here. The situation on the battlefield changes rapidly, and no one can guarantee that they can arrive in time at the critical moment. If there is any delay, several people may fall into a desperate situation of death. At this time when the wolves are multiplying, the herd urgently needs large amounts of meat to feed their cubs, so each one is extremely ferocious, like a desperado. A demon in the late stage of body refining. Looking at the Wolf King on the rock, Su Yichen couldn't help but frown slightly, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that Su Yichen and Su Yingsu had both learned a martial art, the gap between the 5th level of body refining and the Wolf King was too great. If he was not careful, he might be killed by the monster. Thinking of this, he subconsciously moved forward, wanting to rush into the battle circle to intervene and prevent a possible tragedy. But just as he was about to move, Lu Tiancheng gently raised his hand and stopped him. He looked calm and said slowly, "Nephew Yunju, don't worry so much. Have you forgotten the realm of Her Royal Highness the Princess?" Hearing this, Su Yunju's anxious heart relaxed a little. He naturally knew that Jai Qingyu had profound cultivation skills. The strength of the wolf pack was far inferior to that of the crowd. Those that pounced on them were just demons in the early stages of body training, so they were naturally no match for the crowd. Su Yingsu gradually felt exhausted in the fierce battle. Seeing this, the Wolf King could no longer endure it. In an instant, its figure disappeared from the rock and turned into a black lightning. Its limbs flew, and it pounced towards Su Yingsu like a gust of wind. At this time, Su Yingsu had just killed a wolf demon in the early stage of body refining. Her chest was heaving violently, and she was breathing rapidly. She was completely unaware of the Wolf King who was attacking quietly. "Yingsu, be careful." Su Yichen sensed the danger and hurriedly warned. But at this time, the wolf demon's bloody mouth was already within reach. At this critical moment, before Lu Changshan made a move, he felt a fragrant breeze blowing past him. Jai Qingyu's figure disappeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye she appeared beside Su Yingsu. She raised her jade hand and slapped the Wolf King's body. The Wolf King was hit hard by this attack. His body, which was originally rushing forward, suddenly changed direction and flew to the side. Then he hit a big tree. After a wail, he soon stopped moving. "Thank you." Su Yingsu, who had escaped death, spoke softly with a hint of gratitude in her tone. Jai Qingyu nodded slightly in response. When the Wolf King died, the remaining wolves suddenly lost their leader and fled in all directions, howling. Not far away, Su Yunju witnessed this thrilling scene and breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Lu, the speed of Her Royal Highness the Princess does not seem to be that of an ordinary Tongshuan realm master." Lu Tiancheng nodded slowly, looking relaxed, and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that Her Royal Highness the Princess has already reached the late stage of Tongshuan." After saying that, he stepped forward and led everyone from the Lu family slowly towards the battlefield. After hunting, the next step is naturally to collect the spoils. Before this, he and Su Yunju had already discussed that the hunting spoils of Lu Changshan and others would be divided equally between the two families, half each. Although Lu Changshan had been watching quietly from the side during this battle and did not contribute anything. However, his granddaughter-in-law Jai Qingyu, relying on her own bone tools and strength, always protects the lives of Su Yunju's 2 children. Su Yichen raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead and looked in the direction of Su Yunju and the Su family warriors who were slowly approaching. This time, as soon as we entered the outer perimeter of the refuge, we encountered a pack of gray wolves. It was really bad luck. Now several people have exhausted too much physical strength and urgently need some time to recover. Father, he called out. Hearing this, Su Yunju nodded slightly and signaled the people of the Su family to start cleaning up the battlefield. At this moment, bursts of demonic moans suddenly came from the woods in the distance, echoing in the silent mountain air, making people shudder. Su Yunju frowned immediately, looking a little solemn, although the mountain god had bestowed his divine power, so that only a few demons in the body-refining stage roamed this marginal area. At this moment, with his keen perception cultivated through years of experience, he sensed an unusual aura of danger. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly came, and Lu Tiancheng and Su Yunju were suddenly shocked. The great demon of all things, they blurted out almost at the same time. The next moment, a strong wind came suddenly, roaring like a violent dragon, blowing the leaves of the towering trees rustling and falling, as if announcing the arrival of danger to everyone. Chen Feixuan also raised his head. When he saw the terrifying black figure above his head through the constantly shaking branches, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with fear and horror. The great demon of all things. What's more, this is a flying giant demon. For warriors of the same realm who are outside the protected area, this kind of demon is simply a terrifying existence like a natural enemy. Fear spread quickly among the crowd like a tide. The warriors dropped their spoils and ran towards Luoyu Mountain. Not good. At this moment, someone shouted anxiously. Chapter 51, Hiding the Breath, Hunting the Great Demon of All Things. Husband, be careful. Jai Qingyu shouted tenderly, and her figure flashed, and she pulled Lu Changshan aside in an instant. The next second there was a loud boom, and the earth shook, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. Fortunately, Jai Qingyu reacted quickly and took action in time, so Lu Changshan managed to escape the disaster. However, the Lu family warrior beside him was not so lucky. Under the ferocious claw attack of the terrifying monster, which was like a giant iron hook, the body of the Lu family warrior was instantly crushed into a pool of meat paste, which was a horrible sight. After being rescued by Jai Qingyu, Lu Changshan's pupils shrank slightly and he was shocked. The speed of this great demon was as fast as lightning. Even though he had the magic talisman to help him, he was unable to react at the critical moment. Run to the inner circle, Su Yunju shouted. The area where hunting is allowed belongs to the outer circle of the sanctuary, while in the inner circle, any demons above Tongshuan who break in will be threatened by the power of the mountain god. The strong wind gradually dissipated, and the towering trees returned to calm as if nothing had happened. Su Yunju raised his head and tried to look around, but he could not see the figure of the giant monster at all. He could only feel its terrifying aura circling above his head, like a heavy dark cloud, pressing him to the point of suffocation. Hasn't the mountain god already bestowed his divine power, so that this outer circle is populated only by body-cultivating demons? He had no time to think, and could only rush towards the inner circle. This kind of flying monster, whose figure could not be captured, was simply a dimensionality reduction attack for warriors. Even if he joined forces with County Magistrate Chen and Uncle Lu, they were definitely not its opponents. Lu Changshan glanced sideways slightly. It was the first time he saw such a solemn look on Jai Qingyu's usually calm face. Jai Qingyu took off the bracelet in her hand and handed it to Lu Changshan. Lu Changshan took the bracelet, frowned, and was full of doubts. Come for me. When Jai Qingyu handed the bone bracelet that she had been wearing to Lu Changshan, the huge monster in the sky, like a black cloud, seemed to have suddenly lost its target. Its huge and powerful wings suddenly spread out, and in an instant the strong wind whistled again, and the leaves shook violently. After circling in the sky for a few breaths, the monster seemed to have locked onto its prey again, and a fierce light flashed in its eyes like a sharp blade. Immediately afterwards, it rushed down like a black lightning and pounced towards Lu Changyu, whose face was full of fear. As if he could feel the terrifying pressure coming from behind like a tide, Lu Changyu became extremely panicked. His legs were instantly filled with strength, and he ran wildly. Changyu! Lu Tiancheng's figure flashed, and he instantly knocked Lu Changshan to the ground. Boom! Another loud noise shaking the earth. Where Lu Changyu was just now, there was a deep claw mark which was shocking to see. Feeling that he was being pressed down by his grandfather, Lu Changyu was lucky enough to escape the fatal blow. His heart was filled with both gratitude and fear for surviving the disaster. Grandpa, he called out with a trembling voice which trembled slightly in the air, as if wrapped in fear. Next second, puff, Lu Tiancheng spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, there was a horrific claw mark on his back. His skin and flesh were rolled up and blood was dripping. The white bones were visible, and it was unbearable to look at. Grandfather, When Lu Changshan saw the old man in such a miserable state, he hurriedly cast a rejuvenation talisman. A green light instantly penetrated into Lu Tiancheng's body. The light was like the hope of life and quickly stopped the flow of blood. "My lady, you go first." Lu Changshan broke free from Jai Qingyu's hand. "Husband?" Jai Qingyu looked back, puzzled. Her eyes were full of doubt and worry, as if thousands of words were frozen at this moment. "I have a way to deal with it." Lu Changshan knew in his heart that after Jai Qingyu gave him the bracelet, the demon immediately went towards Lu Changyu. This must be the work of the Li family. Lu Changshan never expected that they could actually tame the monsters. "You must know that in this protected area there is the power of the mountain god, and no demon of any kind dares to set foot here. Only some demons with body-refining cave veins dare to set foot here." At this moment, the great demon of all things was hovering in the sky. Its huge figure was like a dark cloud covering the sky and the earth, occasionally flashing through the gaps between the towering trees, exuding a suffocating feeling of oppression. Those wolf demons that had fled earlier actually came back again, and their number was far more than before. At this moment they were like a raging black torrent, rushing towards everyone. "Changyu, you run first." Lu Tiancheng staggered to his feet, a hint of death flashing in his cloudy eyes. He knew very well that demons were most easily attracted by blood. Only if he stayed would Changyu and the others have a chance of survival. "Grandpa." Lu Changshan's face was trembling. He looked at a loss, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Let's go." Lu Tiancheng's voice was low and full of unquestionable majesty. Seeing this, a Lu family warrior at the cave vein realm quickly returned, knocked out Lu Changyu, who was standing there stupidly, carried him on his back, and continued running wildly. Lu Changshan turned around slowly, looked at the wolves rushing towards him like a tide, and murmured in a low voice as if he was relieved. "Your Highness, from now on, Changshan and Changyu will be entrusted to you." Lu Tiancheng slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist, then swung it violently, hitting a wolf that was flying towards him hard. There was a loud bang, and the place where the wolf was hit instantly broke apart. Its body broke into two halves in the blink of an eye, with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. After killing several wolves that came first, Lu Tiancheng gradually felt something unusual in his heart. Vientiane warriors are like demons. When they exert the power of qi and blood, they will emit powerful pressure. Those low-level demons felt this terrifying pressure and knew they were no match for the opponent, so they did not dare to get close. However, these wolves kept flying towards him like moths to a flame, as if they were receiving some kind of instructions. Every time Lu Tiancheng swung his fist, a demon's body would be shattered. When some wolves in the middle stage of body refining saw this, a trace of fear flashed in their scarlet eyes, and then they passed Lu Tiancheng and chased after the others. The warriors who followed along this time to collect the spoils were at least in the early stage of the cave vein, so these body-refining wolves naturally could not catch up with them. Su Yichen was carried by his father, so he naturally didn't have to worry about his own safety. He was on Su Yunju's shoulder, looking behind him. When he saw Su Yingsu about to be caught up by a galloping wolf, he hurriedly shouted, "Dad, Yingsu can't keep up with us." Hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Su Yunju's eyes. Above his head, the terrifying pressure from the great demon of all things swept over him again. The moment it appeared in the woods, it suddenly felt a strong threat coming. It spread its wings and flew high into the sky again. With a boom, a beam of fire shot up into the sky. Feeling this huge movement, many people looked back. Looking at the rapidly dissipating flames, their eyes were filled with fear, mistakenly thinking that it was the work of the great monster above their heads. Su Yingsu, who was gradually running out of strength, saw her father's back getting farther and farther away, and a trace of loss suddenly flashed in her eyes. She stopped, her chest heaving, and looked quietly at the wolf flying towards her, as if she had already accepted her tragic fate. At this moment, an extremely hot breath came. The wolf in the middle stage of body refining began to burn violently under this terrifying fireball that came from nowhere, and soon turned into a ball of charcoal. Looking at the shocking scene in front of her, Su Yingsu stood there blankly, her mouth slightly open, a little at a loss. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came to my ears. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing standing there like an idiot?" The next moment, Su Yingsu felt her body lose balance, and her sight quickly moved away from the ground. Chapter 52. Please read again on Tuesday. The god of Loyu Mountain takes action. Su Yingsu was held horizontally in Lu Changshan's arms, and the two of them flew quickly between the towering trees. The fallen leaves scratched her cheek like a sharp blade, but Su Yingsu was completely unaware. She just stared at Lu Changshan's profile in a daze, as if she wanted to engrave his appearance in her heart. "Wait for me here." Lu Changshan placed Su Yingsu on an extremely thick branch, and after giving her some instructions, he continued to fly towards the sky. The wolf cannot climb trees, and my sister-in-law is exhausted, so putting her on the tree is undoubtedly the best choice. Standing on the tree trunk, Su Yingsu looked at Lu Changshan, who disappeared in the sea of leaves in an instant, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. Can he fly? Su Yingsu looked at the direction where Lu Changshan disappeared and whispered to herself, her cold tone full of disbelief. Flying out of the sea of trees, Lu Changshan looked at the terrifying figure hovering in the sky, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This bird demon has 2 heads, and its feathers are as black as ink. Its huge body exudes a suffocating sense of oppression. Its 4 scarlet eyes flash with bloodthirsty light, like the eyes of an evil demon from the 9 nether hell. After determining its target, it suddenly spread its wings, instantly transformed into a streak of black lightning, and dived toward the sea of trees again. Fortunately, my wife's bone instrument is here, so this guy can't sense me. Therefore, in Lu Changshan's eyes, this seemingly extremely powerful great demon Wangxiang is nothing more than his living target at this moment. Previously, he felt the danger and escaped from the range of a fire explosion talisman. Lu Changshan had learned his lesson. He mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and controlled the fire explosion talisman to rush towards the great monster of all things. At the same time, he also used the wind talisman to quickly approach the target. In the woods, the terrifying pressure suddenly hit like a tsunami. The warriors from the Su and Lu families felt this heart-shaking breath, and looks of fear appeared on their faces. At this moment, there was still some distance from the inner circle, and everyone was filled with regret and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I shouldn't have coveted this meager reward and chosen to follow him out. The head of the family promised that if one followed Lu Changshan and his friends and brought the spoils back to the family, they would be able to obtain some demon flesh and blood. Chen Feixuan stopped suddenly, and the huge inertia caused his feet to plow 2 deep grooves on the ground, with earth and rocks splashing everywhere. Your Highness, please leave quickly. I'll hold it back. Chen Feixuan's expression was extremely solemn, as if facing a powerful enemy. He shouted loudly without hesitation, and resolutely prepared to deal with the sudden attack of the great demon alone. After he stopped, he quickly drew the sword from his waist and looked up. Chen Feixuan's bone weapon was a scimitar, but facing the huge monster that blocked out the sky above his head, it seemed as small as an ant, as if it was just an insignificant joke. Jai Qingyu turned her head slightly and saw that Lu Changshan had disappeared. A trace of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes like cold stars. Then she stopped and ran towards the wolf demon rushing towards her from behind, determined to determine Lu Changshan's life or death. At this moment, the strong wind swept in again, and the leaves rustled, as if shaking in fear. This time, the great demon Wangxiang's target was still Lu Changyu, who was unconscious on the shoulder of a Lu family warrior. The warrior felt this terrifying and dangerous aura, and his heart was filled with fear. He no longer cared about the unconscious Lu Changyu. He simply abandoned him and ran away desperately. The great demon flapped its wings, and the strong wind it created seemed able to destroy the towering trees. Its eyes were fixed on Lu Changyu on the ground, as if it was completing some kind of instruction. Then, when life and death were hanging by a thread, just before the ferocious claws like iron hooks were about to ruthlessly crush Lu Changyu, everyone only heard a deafening roar above their heads. Then there was a terrified howl. Huge sparks exploded instantly like brilliant and deadly fireworks, and the scorching flames spread in all directions with overwhelming force. The surrounding trees were affected and instantly engulfed in the sea of fire and began to burn violently. Violent, the bird demon roared angrily. The sound shook the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. It flapped its wings frantically, and every flap made the woods below dance like wild waves, with flying sand and rocks and smoke filling the sky. Because Lu Changshan was a little slow, he failed to catch up with the ferocious bird demon in time, and the powerful fire explosion talisman ultimately failed to successfully stick on its feathers. The bird demon flew back into the sky, and its huge body circled above the clouds like a terrifying haze covering the sky and the earth. Its 4 scarlet eyes, flashing with bloodthirsty light, scanned the surroundings vigilantly, trying to find the person who had been attacking it in secret. Seeing this, Lu Changshan lightly hooked his finger, and his figure quickly approached the bird monster like a ghost, and at the same time a fire explosion talisman shot out. Not long after, boom, there was another loud noise in the sky. Violence. The bird demon flapped its wings angrily, its eyes full of ferocity and brutality. Although the fire blast talisman failed to break its tough skin defense, its feathers are not as indestructible as steel. At this time, after being attacked by Lu Changshan's flame explosion talisman, the feather was burning violently. The bird demon flapped its wings vigorously, trying to extinguish the flames on its feathers. However, with the help of the wind, the flames on its wings burned more and more vigorously, like an extremely ferocious fire snake, devouring its body madly and making it fall into extreme mania. After the loud noise, feeling the suffocating pressure slowly dissipate, the people under the woods stopped cautiously, with a hint of surprise and doubt in their eyes. Did the mountain god take action? Someone whispered, with a hint of uncertainty and anticipation in the tone. And the next moment, the terrifying pressure of all things suddenly struck again. First, there was the loud noise of the huge body breaking the branches, and then a shocking scene appeared in everyone's sight. The bird's body was now filled with terrifying flames. It seemed that it could no longer fly because of its burning feathers. It was falling rapidly towards them like a burning, flaming meteor. Boom! The bird demon slammed heavily to the ground. The powerful impact broke many thick trees and wood chips flew everywhere. It fell to the ground, but its ferocity was still undiminished. It howled angrily. The sound seemed to penetrate the soul and make people shudder. Chen Feixian looked at the shocking scene in front of him, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of suspicion. Could it be that the god of Luoyu Mountain really took action? He wondered in his heart. The demon that had lost its wings and could not fly was now just an ordinary demon in his eyes. But even so, that huge body and the fierce aura it exudes still make people dare not underestimate it. At this moment, an extremely dazzling firelight suddenly flashed on the body of the great monster of all things. Boom! Chapter 53. Please read again on Tuesday. The demise of the Wangxiang demons, Su Yingsu's worries. This, Chen Feixian stood there in a daze, his eyes looking straight at the extremely miserable bird demon in the distance. In his eyes, many parts of the bird demon's body had turned black due to the burning he had just suffered. There seemed to be a slight smell of burning and blood in the air, but its two heads were still held high, and the ferocity in its four blood-red eyes was undiminished. When it flapped its wings that once helped it soar into the sky, but realized that it could no longer fly, a look of panic flashed in its four eyes. It roared at the same time with both heads at Chen Feixian, who was approaching it quickly. The deafening roar seemed to tear the surrounding air apart, trying to force the opponent back. However, without wings, it could no longer fly and had lost its greatest support. Even though it was in the early stage of Wangxiang, in Chen Feixian's eyes, it was even weaker than some demons at the peak of Tangshuan. In a flash, Chen Feixian flashed in front of the bird monster. I saw him shrink his shoulders slightly and raise the long sword in his hand high. Then he swung the sword down in one smooth movement. The head of the bird demon fell to the ground with a flash of blood, splashing a pool of blood. Feeling the threat of death approaching step by step, the remaining head became more and more uneasy, screaming, opening its sharp mouth like a hook, and bit Chen Feixian fiercely. However, they were on the ground at this time, and this was Chen Feixian's home court. With his speed, how could he be afraid of such an attack? Chen Feixian swung his knife again with incredible swiftness, and this knife accurately hit the bird demon's vital point. In an instant, the knife flashed, blood mist filled the air, and the two heads of the bird demon fell to the ground. After losing its head, its huge body twisted wildly like an out-of-control prehistoric beast, and every struggle brought up a whistling wind. The towering trees were like ants in front of it. The thick trunks were hit violently by it, making continuous crackling sounds. For a moment the earth shook and wood chips flew everywhere. Gradually its struggles became weaker and weaker, until finally that huge body became completely motionless. All life was gone. Then this towering body that looked like a small mountain suddenly fell down with a dull roar in the dead silence, raising a cloud of dust. Young warriors from the Su and Lu families came like a tide and gathered around. Their eyes all fell on the Wangxiang demon, who was already dead but still exuded a terrifying aura. Everyone's pupils shrank sharply in an instant, and their hearts were filled with shock and awe. After all, most of them had only heard of the notorious reputation of the Wangxiang demon before, but today was the first time in their lives that they saw its true face. Head of the family, when the warriors of the Su family saw Su Yunju walking slowly towards them, they hurriedly saluted respectfully in unison. At this moment, Su Yichen was following behind him, looking back constantly. Su Yunju nodded slightly, his expression solemn, and then walked towards where Chen Feixian was. Lord Chen, he clasped his hands together and saluted, then slowly shifted his gaze to the huge body of the bird demon, a look of deep suspicion in his eyes. You know, this was not the first time he witnessed the power of the mountain god's wrath. The inner circle of Luoyu Mountain is blessed by the mountain god, and no demon or monster can enter. Otherwise, they will suffer the mountain god's extremely majestic punishment. That scene from the past is still deeply imprinted in his mind, as if it happened yesterday. At that time, Lu Zhengdao was still at the peak of Tangshuan realm. For unknown reasons, he had provoked a powerful demon at the peak of Wangxiang realm. When he fled back to the shelter of Luoyu Mountain in panic, the demon seemed to have lost its mind and followed him in regardless of everything. Immediately afterwards, there was a terrifying thunder that seemed to come from the sky, like a light of annihilation striking down. In an instant, the body of the Wangxiang demon, which was originally as towering as a hill, was instantly turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth under the power of heaven that could destroy the world. Dad, Yingsu doesn't seem to have caught up. Su Yichen's voice was filled with anxiety and worry, breaking the slightly solemn atmosphere at the scene. When Su Yunju heard this, a hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. At that time, the pressure from the all-powerful demon spread over his head like a tide. He was in a state of high tension and alertness, and it was difficult for him to have any extra energy to take care of other things. He had planned everything, but he never expected that a flying giant demon would break into this sanctuary, which had always been regarded as a safe haven. You know, the outer circle of Luoyu Mountain is shrouded by the residual power of the mountain god. According to common sense, once all the demons sense this aura, they should not dare to step in easily, but now such an unexpected thing happened. He sighed softly with a hint of luck in his heart, turned to Chen Feixuan and said, "Master Chen, I'll trouble you to take care of this for the time being." After he finished speaking, his figure flashed by like a streak of light and disappeared in an instant, rushing backwards like lightning, wanting to ascertain Su Yingsu's safety as soon as possible. Above the endless sea of trees that undulated like waves, after Lu Changshan realized that the aura of the great demon Wangxiang had completely dissipated, he took out another wind-moving talisman and rushed towards the place in his memory at lightning speed. On the trunk of a tree below, Su Yingsu's beautiful eyes were fixed on the direction where Lu Changshan disappeared, with worry in her eyes. She slowly raised one hand and gently placed it on her heart, with her 5 fingers slightly closed together, as if trying to hold down her heart that was beating violently due to nervousness. Su Yingsu's intuition told her that Lu Changshan must have gone to look for the all-encompassing demon. "Don't be afraid, you go first. Uncle Chen and the others will be here soon." The words that had lingered in her dreams countless times now echoed clearly in her ears again. After the mountain god bestowed the blessing, everyone started to spread the rumor that Lu Changshan chose the eternal life skill because he was afraid of being secretly murdered by the Li family. However, deep in Su Yingsu's heart, she was always certain that there must be some unknown secret hidden in this. How could Lu Changshan, who admired his father so much and was willing to sacrifice his life to save others without hesitation in times of crisis, be easily controlled by fear? At this moment, I thought that Lu Changshan was very likely to go alone to pursue the Wangxiang demon. Su Yingsu suddenly felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation in her heart, as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping her heart. At this moment, a slightly abrupt voice came from behind her. "Sister-in-law, so I put you here." Chapter 54, The Mountain God's Blessing. Ahem. Lu Tiancheng knelt on one knee, and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. The bright red blood merged with the dark demon blood on the ground. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed firmly on the group of wolves, full of doubts. For some reason, these wolves, which were so aggressive just now, suddenly fled like a tide. Ever since he suffered that injury, many years have passed, and Lu Tiancheng has not been able to freely use the energy in his body for many years. Now his energy and blood are like a dying oil lamp, extremely weak. Although he is known as the initial stage of Wangxiang, his actual combat capability is no different from that of the warriors in Tangshuan realm. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Tiancheng started coughing violently again. Each cough was like an old bellows being pulled with difficulty, and more blood gushed out of his mouth. This ordeal once again triggered the hidden injuries deep within his body. However, in the next moment, he felt a warm current surging from deep within his body, which began to slowly repair his broken body. Could it be that the mountain god has bestowed a blessing upon us? Lu Tiancheng's heart was full of doubts. The sudden vitality at this moment made him turn around and look up involuntarily, looking through the towering trees towards the direction of Luoyu Mountain. But who could have imagined that as soon as he raised his eyes, he saw a scene that left him dumbfounded and unbelievable. Changshan, Lu Tiancheng looked at his eldest grandson who was slowly flying towards him, holding Su Yingsu in his arms. His pupils suddenly contracted sharply, and the shock in his eyes was like a surging wave, almost drowning him. "Grandpa." Lu Changshan stepped lightly on the ground, put Su Yingsu back on the ground steadily, and then called respectfully. "Grandpa Lu." Su Yingsu also called out obediently. Her voice was gentle and polite in this slightly tense atmosphere. "Changshan, what did you just do?" Lu Tiancheng had no time to think about the origin of the warm current in his body that was repairing his injuries. All his attention was now completely attracted by Lu Changshan in front of him. "Changshan, what did you just do?" Lu Tiancheng repeated this sentence again with a trembling voice. His eyes seemed to see through Lu Changshan as he stared at his eldest grandson's face, which showed a hint of helplessness. At this moment, he was eager to confirm that what he had just seen was not an illusion caused by his serious injury. Seeing this, Lu Changshan sighed quietly in his heart. He really didn't expect that the old man would suddenly turn around and look at him at this critical moment, so he could only carefully consider his words in response. "Grandpa, this is the blessing of the mountain god," Lu Changshan said solemnly. Hearing this, the tense feeling in Lu Tiancheng's heart suddenly relaxed. Since it is a blessing bestowed by the mountain god, then everything seems to be natural. After all, wasn't he personally feeling the wonder of the mountain god's blessing at this moment? The old physical injuries he had suffered over the years were actually slowly healing themselves. How else can we explain such a miraculous thing, except attributing it to the power of the mountain god? The blessing of the mountain god? At this moment, a voice came from behind Lu Changshan. The voice was full of surprise and doubt, but also carried a sense of familiarity. Su Yunju hurried all the way here, and when he came behind Lu Changshan and Su Yingsu, he suddenly stopped. His tone was full of disbelief, and his eyes were staring straight at Lu Changshan. Just now, not far away, he clearly saw the strange scene of Lu Changshan holding his eldest daughter and slowly falling from the sky. In his understanding, apart from relying on the magical power of the mountain god's blessing, he really couldn't think of any other means that could allow Lu Changshan to fly in the sky like the great demon Wangxiang. "Uncle Su," Lu Changshan called respectfully and nodded. "It is the Lord Mountain God who has bestowed his grace at this critical moment. Did you also kill the great demon Wangxiang?" After hearing Lu Changshan's words, Su Yunju asked again eagerly with burning eyes, his eyes full of exploration and expectation. Seeing Su Yunju so anxious, Lu Changshan hesitated slightly, but after a moment he slowly nodded, giving an affirmative answer. Seeing Lu Changshan nod in confirmation, Su Yunju couldn't help but flash a hint of envy that was hard to conceal in his eyes. He knew it very well in his heart. In the past, Lu Zhengdao also had the experience of being blessed by the mountain god. How come this father and son are so lucky? At this moment, Su Yunju finally realized that Su Yingsu was standing quietly beside Lu Changshan. "Yingsu," Su Yunju called softly. "Father," Su Yingsu just responded coldly. Her voice was as cold as winter ice without any warmth at all. Now she has returned to her previous cold look. Seeing this, Su Yunju sighed helplessly in his heart. "Husband." At this moment, a cold and slightly worried voice came. Jai Qingyu was seen rushing towards this side quickly. Her dress was fluttering gently in the air as she moved quickly, like a dancing butterfly, which was very beautiful. Hearing this familiar cold voice, Lu Changshan quickly walked towards his first wife. "My wife." Lu Changshan waved his hand, and then gently took off the bone bracelet that he had been wearing on his wrist, with a hint of relief on his face. Lu Changshan came in front of her and slowly lifted Jai Qingyu's soft hand, which was as white and flawless as mutton-fat jade, with gentle movements. The bone bracelet passed through Jai Qingyu's slender fingers inch by inch, and then slowly put back on her wrist. "Today, it is all thanks to the protection of your bone instrument that I, your husband, am safe and sound." Lu Changshan's voice was filled with heartfelt gratitude, and he gazed at the beauty in front of him with great sincerity. I saw that her hair at the temples was a little messy because of the rapid run just now. Lu Changshan knew in his heart that if it were not for the function of this bone instrument to help him block the perception of the demon, he would have died here today. Although the wind-flying talisman could help him use the power of wind to soar in the sky like a bird, the speed of the all-seeing demon was extremely fast. If the demon had not circled in the air from time to time, repeatedly confirming the location of its target, it would not have been easy for Lu Changshan to catch up with it so quickly. Looking at this warm scene in front of him, a hint of relief suddenly flashed in Lu Tiancheng's slightly turbid eyes. At first, he was worried that Lu Changshan would be like the righteous one. Looking at the other side, after Su Yingsu witnessed all this, her expression was cold, as if everything around her was not worthy of her attention. She walked lightly, passing Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu as if no one was around, and headed towards the inner circle of Luoyu Mountain. Her lonely and cold figure seemed a little desolate. Seeing this, Su Yunju sighed again with helplessness and melancholy. He didn't dare to delay for even a second, and quickly turned around, quickened his pace, and followed closely behind Su Yingsu. Chapter 55. It's not my wife who is angry. Why are you in such a hurry? Master of the family, seeing Lu Changshan, Su Yingsu, and others return safely, the warriors from the Su and Lu families hurriedly stopped what they were doing, looked respectful, and called out in unison. At this moment, they were surrounding the huge body of the all-seeing demon, which was as big as a hill, and like a group of busy ants, They were cutting its flesh and blood in an orderly manner. Although this all-seeing demon is dead, its body still exudes a heart-pounding deterrent force. But these warriors were not afraid at all, and their eyes were full of desire for these rare training resources. Lu Changshan supported Lu Changyu, who looked a little weak and walked slowly towards them. His eyes were slightly cold and were directed directly at a cousin of the Lu family. He saw it clearly. At that critical moment, this man ruthlessly abandoned Lu Changyu and fled away on his own. Although Lu Changshan also knew that in such a situation, everyone instinctively wanted to protect themselves. Moreover, the 10,000 demons were obviously coming for the two brothers, as if they had already locked onto their breath. Yingsu, Su Yichen saw Su Yingsu returning safely from afar, and his face immediately showed joy. He quickly walked forward with an undisguised sense of relief in his voice. During his escape, he repeatedly persuaded his father Su Yunju to return to rescue Su Yingsu. But every time he was ruthlessly ignored by Su Yunju, so he was always worried. Now that he saw his sister was safe and sound, he finally felt relieved. Go to the family and call some more people over. Lu Tiancheng looked up at an older family member and instructed solemnly. Not long ago, in order to cover the retreat, he killed many body-refined gray wolves alone. Although with his current level of cultivation, the effect of the demonic flesh and blood of these body-refining wolves on his cultivation is minimal. But for those young members of the family who have little cultivation, these are extremely precious resources for cultivation and must not be wasted in the slightest. The young man who was ordered responded respectfully, not daring to be negligent. Then he flashed and rushed towards the direction of Linen County, disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Yingsu, why are you ignoring me? Su Yichen followed Su Yingsu closely, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. However, Su Yingsu acted as if everything around her did not exist, and just walked towards Linen County with an expressionless face. That cold back figure seemed like an insurmountable gap, separating Su Yichen behind him. Su Yichen's heart tightened, his brows furrowed. He quickened his pace and hurriedly caught up. He knew very well in his heart that Su Yingsu must be angry with her father and himself because of the way she looked. After all, he once again chose to abandon her at that dangerous moment, which made the already strained relationship between the siblings even worse. Lu Changshan glanced sideways at his slightly embarrassed brother-in-law and his cold-looking sister-in-law, then quickly retracted his gaze and turned to look at Jai Qingyu beside him. My wife, let's go back too. I'm afraid we can't continue this hunting trip. There was a hint of helplessness and sigh in Lu Changshan's voice. His mind was full of doubts. He really couldn't understand why all kinds of demons would rashly break in after the god of Loyu Mountain had brought down his divine power. But somehow, Lu Changshan always felt that this must be inextricably linked to the Li family warriors, but he couldn't figure it out for the time being. Yeah, Jai Qingyu nodded slightly to show her agreement. Watching the backs of the few people gradually going away, Lu Changshan just stood there quietly without saying anything more. He also knew that if he forced himself to continue the hunt, something unexpected might happen again, leading to an accident. Giving up decisively at this time is undoubtedly the wisest and safest choice. Lu Changshan walked slowly, supporting Lu Changyu, and soon caught up with Su Yichen, who was standing there in a daze, with a look of helplessness on his face. Brother-in-law, it's not like your wife is angry. Why are you so anxious? After hearing this, Su Yichen slowly turned around and looked at Lu Changshan. A speechless look instantly appeared on his face. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he just sighed helplessly. Out of fear, he abandoned Yingsu and left alone. This incident was like a heavy rock that had been weighing on his heart, and to this day, he still feels full of guilt. From time to time, I would dream of Su Yingsu's helpless, tear-stained face when she was a child. If Lu Changshan had not disregarded his own safety and risked his life to save her at the critical moment, I am afraid that my sister and I would have been separated by the yin and yang and would never see each other again. It is also because of this that Su Yichen's heart is full of gratitude towards Lu Changshan. Lu Changshan, can you help me persuade Yingsu? Su Yichen blurted out subconsciously, looking at Lu Changshan with a hint of expectation in his eyes. When Lu Changshan heard this, he immediately showed a puzzled look on his face. He frowned slightly and responded in confusion. Brother-in-law, what can I do about the matter between you two siblings? Besides, he and his elder sister-in-law were not very familiar with each other. Although they were from the same Linen County, they had only met a few times over the years and had not even spoken a few words. Just today, he took the initiative to talk to Su Yingsu, but she ignored him. "Forget it, just pretend I never said that." Su Yichen sighed softly, and then continued to quicken his pace to catch up with Su Yingsu. Not long after, he returned to the Lu family. Yuer, Qin Shuang, was in the courtyard. When she saw Lu Changyu being supported by Lu Changshan and coming back, a look of deep worry flashed in her eyes. She didn't care about anything else at the moment and hurried to the front of the few people. "Mom, I'm fine. I just got a minor injury." "Mother," Lu Changshan was the first to greet her, with a hint of alienation in his eyes. When Qin Shuang heard the voice, a complex look flashed across his eyes for a moment. There seemed to be guilt, hesitation, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in that look. "What happened before? I was wrong, I'm sorry." Her voice was a little low and filled with some regret. Qin Shuang had learned about the relevant matters from Lu Changyu before, but because of his own face, he never took the initiative to go to Lu Changshan's courtyard. After hearing this, Lu Changshan just shook his head slightly and said nothing. Then he took Jai Qingyu and left. At the same time, in the quiet and somewhat eerie forest, the previously majestic and terrifying great demon of all things has disappeared. Its huge carcass had already been carved up by the people from the Su and Lu families like hungry wolves. All that was left at the scene was a pool of smelly blood that had not yet dried up, and the pungent smell filled the air. Just then, a man in gorgeous clothes walked towards this side slowly at a leisurely pace. Every step he took was on the blood-stained ground, but the soles of his shoes seemed to have some kind of magical power, always remaining spotless and not stained by the slightest bit of filth. He was seen pacing, while gently throwing something in his hand up. The object drew an arc in the air and was then caught steadily by him. He repeated this over and over again, as if he was playing with it or thinking about something. "A Dharma seeker?" He narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself, seeming a little surprised. After saying this, he slowly moved his gaze downwards, looking at the sachet in his palm that was stained with a little blood and had the word peace engraved on it. Chapter 56, Mountain God Summons. Husband. Under the archway, Su Yao's pretty figure saw Lu Changshan and Jai Qingyu returning together from afar, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She was like a happy little deer, stepping lightly on the bluestone slabs, trotting all the way over with an expectant look in her eyes. After waking up today, she felt an inexplicable feeling of depression lingering in her heart, as if there was a dark cloud weighing heavily on her heart, which could not be shaken off. The moment he saw Lu Changshan appear in front of him safe and sound, the depressed feeling suddenly disappeared without a trace. However, when her eyes fell on Lu Changshan's clothes, she saw that there were many tears on them. Those eyes that were originally full of joy were now covered with a veil of worry. "Husband," Su Yao called softly, concern in her voice. Seeing this, Lu Changshan smiled slightly, raised his hand and gently rubbed her head, his action full of pampering. Then he took out a bag of cakes like a magic trick, handed it to Su Yao, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, my husband lost the sachet that Zhao Yao worked so hard to sew." This was also discovered by Lu Changshan when he returned to Linen County. Hearing this, Su Yao did not immediately reach out to take the cake, but shook her head gently, pursed her lips slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter as long as my husband likes it. Yao will sew another one." At this moment, she suddenly recalled the scene in her dream last night. In that dream, her husband was covered in blood. The horrific scene only flashed by, but it was extremely clear. Su Yao didn't dare to think about more details. After returning to the room, Lu Changshan slowly sat down beside the bed, his eyes falling on the Kaienkun's Yumi box he had just taken out. Today's hunting was a huge loss. Not only did he not get any spiritual fruit, but he also lost almost all of his flame explosion talismans. The flame explosion talisman can be considered his life-saving trump card. It takes about a day to carve one. Now that such a large amount of it has been consumed, Lu Changshan is really in pain. Today's fight with the great monster made Lu Changshan once again clearly aware of a fatal weakness of his own, which is that his speed is too slow. The great demon of all things soared freely in the sky, as fast as lightning. If it hadn't circled in the sky from time to time, stopped to confirm the target, giving Lu Changshan an opportunity to take advantage of it. Otherwise, with the speed of his wind talisman, it would not be so easy for him to catch up with the monster. What surprised Lu Changshan even more was that the power of the flame explosion talisman was unable to break the tough skin and flesh of the all-seeing demon. Fortunately, the feathers on the body of the great monster were relatively easy to burn, which allowed him to barely find a way to deal with the monster. Without its feathers, it could not fly, and on the ground it was no different from an ordinary Wangxiang early-stage demon. It eventually died under the sword of Chen Feixuan, who was in the late stage of Wangxiang. This hunting experience undoubtedly sounded a wake-up call in Lu Changshan's heart. After Lu Changshan killed a Tongshuan warrior from Luoyu Mountain in seconds, he gained great confidence in the power of the flame explosion talisman. However, today's experience was like a heavy hammer, severely shattering his previous confidence. It couldn't even break the skin and flesh of a Wangxiang demon in the early stage of the demon realm, let alone the Wangxiang warriors who could wear bone tools. Moreover, today's experience also made Lu Changshan truly realize the terrifying speed of the Wangxiang realm. When Jai Qingyu, Chen Feixuan, and others took action, although Lu Changshan's senses had been greatly improved compared to before due to the increase in his qi refining cultivation. But even so, he still found it difficult to accurately capture their speed. In his eyes, those figures were like swift streams of light, flashing by and leaving only some blurry afterimages, making it impossible for Lu Changshan to know their specific movements. Even when the all-seeing demon pounced towards him, he could clearly feel the terrifying pressure that surged like a tidal wave. But as for where the all-encompassing demon was, Lu Changshan had no idea at all. It seemed as if it could break out from the void at any time and kill him by surprise. The series of experiences he had today really dealt a heavy blow to Lu Changshan, making him deeply aware that he had underestimated the Wangxiang realm before. However, he is currently only in the qi refining stage, which is only at the body refining stage according to the realm classification of warriors. The fact that the body refining realm can cause damage to the all-seeing realm, which is 3 major realms higher, is already an extremely heaven-defying existence. Moreover, his talismans can enhance the combat effectiveness of the first wife and others, and can also help the old man heal the hidden injuries that have accumulated over the years. There were 3 Wangxiang warriors by his side, which was why the Li family warrior did not attack him openly. Lu Changshan's mind moved, and he unfolded the panel. Host Lu Changshan, Cultivation, 5th level of Qi Refining, Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Techniques, Daoshan Talisman Canon Volume 1, Daoshan Formation Canon Volume 1. Practice Benefit, 1200%. His eyes were fixed on the information on the panel, his brows slightly furrowed, and he thought secretly in his heart. Could it be that there are disciples of Daoshan sect in the Li family? In the Daoshan Fu Dayan Volume 1, there is a record of a talisman called the Mother and Child Talisman to defend against demons. Its effect is extraordinary, and it takes the Mother Talisman as the core hub, so that it can control the demons controlled by the Child Talisman, and make them obey its orders, just like using an arm. However, the requirements for drawing such high-level talismans are extremely strict, and Lu Changshan's current level of Qi Refining Level 5 is still far from enough. According to the classics, one must at least reach the late stage of foundation building to have enough spiritual energy and exquisite control ability to carve this talisman. Otherwise, forced drawing will not only be futile, but may even cause spiritual energy depletion and backfire on oneself. His thoughts returned to reality. Lu Changshan slowly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and concentrated, gradually entering the state of cultivation. Without the spiritual fruit, you still have to rely on yourself to practice. He also discovered that, after reaching the 5th level of Qi Refining, his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy became clearer. Why is the spiritual energy in Luoyu Mountain so thin? There is no time in cultivation, and time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Changshan suddenly opened his eyes full of confusion and surprise. Just as he was wondering why the voice of the god of Luoyu Mountain rang in his mind, there was a clear knock on the door. "Brother, it's me." Lu Changyu's voice came into the room with a hint of uneasiness. Lu Changshan stood up and opened the door, only to see Lu Changyu looking a little excited, with a mixture of surprise and expectation in his eyes. "Brother, did you hear what the mountain god said?" Chapter 57, Brother Nagasawa, please move aside. Luoyu Mountain Temple. Above the square, a heavy atmosphere quietly spread like a haze. After every hunt, there always seemed to be some unpredictable accidents. Some familiar faces disappeared completely and became eternal memories in people's hearts. However, everyone still couldn't suppress their curiosity. They whispered to each other, trying to find out what other teams had gained in this hunting trip and how many demons they had killed. Lu Chang stood proudly with his hands behind his back. Although his clothes were tattered, they could not hide the confidence in his expression. In this hunt, he joined forces with the top seeds of other families and achieved remarkable results. They hunted down a total of 9 demons in the early stage of body refining, and a demon in the middle stage of body refining became their trophy. However, this brilliant record is not the biggest source of his confidence. Not long ago, he heard news from his cousin that Lu Changshan and his group seemed to have encountered some inexplicable changes, and had to return to Linen County early, giving up the hunting trip. Lu Changs knew very well that this must be the result of his fourth uncle's careful planning and tactics. although he was full of doubts and didn't understand how Lu Changshan and Lu Changyu were able to survive. But when he thought about it carefully, he thought that his grandfather and the prefect Chen might have secretly helped to save the two of them. Damn you, Lu Changshan, let you two brothers live a little longer. Lu Chang's cursed inwardly, with a hint of resentment and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. He knew in his heart that his fourth uncle had come to Linen County with more important matters to deal with. His thoughts returned to reality, and Lu Chang slowly raised his eyes, looking directly at the spiritual fruits above the altar that were emitting a faint glow. However, in his heart, those spiritual fruits were not the real purpose of his trip. What he coveted was the unique gift from the mountain god. After all, in the process of hunting down the body-refining demon, he was the one who contributed the most and made the greatest contribution. In order to successfully kill the demon, he even used the martial arts that his mother had carefully taught him, which shocked the other three people in the group. At this moment, Dihai, the head of the He family, began to walk slowly towards the solemn altar with a solemn expression, ready to publicly announce the fruitful results of each team in this hunting operation. He Zheng, He Guang, Su Chengkai, and Lu Cheng, who have hunted 5 body-refining demons together. He Dihai's voice was steady and powerful, echoing over the square and clearly reaching everyone's ears. He Heaguang, Su Yuanqing, Qin Tianzang, Lu Chang's. When He Dihai read this, he paused for a moment, as if to attract everyone's attention, and then continued loudly. This team is hunting 10 body-refining demons, one of which is a demon in the middle stage of body refining. They are the leading team in this hunting operation. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the square couldn't help but cast envious glances at Lu Chang's and the others. Bathed in these blazing gazes, Lu Chang's couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on his face. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he was secretly despising in his heart. A bunch of frogs in a well. Lu Chang's took the lead and led the other 3 people, striding towards the altar with their heads held high. Seeing several people walking up to the altar, a smile suddenly broke out on He Dihai's face, which was usually solemn. Congratulations. Lu Chang's hurriedly bowed his hands, his posture extremely respectful, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Uncle He. It is a great honor for us to receive this honor." The other 3 were also full of anticipation and walked towards the center of the altar with burning eyes. However, just as they reached out their hands with longing to touch the spiritual fruit that was emitting a bright glow in the center of the altar, they were shocked to find that their fingers seemed to have touched a layer of invisible and intangible mysterious barrier. No matter how hard they tried, they could not move forward even a little bit, as if the spiritual fruit behind the barrier was in another mysterious space that was out of reach. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other, with confusion in their eyes. "What's going on?" One of them couldn't help but mutter, his voice full of doubt and confusion. When Lu Chang's heard the noise, he turned his head slightly and saw the 3 people like this. His brows slightly frowned, and he thought to himself, could it be that the mountain god wants me to personally distribute these spiritual fruits to the 3 of them? Thinking of this, Lu Chang's no longer hesitated, took the lead, and strode towards the altar with a determined look. But who would have thought that the moment he stretched out his hand, he instantly encountered the same embarrassing situation as the other 3 people. His hand froze in mid-air, and he was also unable to touch the spiritual fruit. The scene fell into awkwardness for a moment. Seeing this, He Dihai frowned slightly, thinking that this matter was quite strange. He immediately turned around and walked hurriedly into the temple, ready to respectfully ask the god of Loyu Mountain what was going on. Just when the atmosphere was becoming a little solemn and everyone was full of doubts, suddenly there were cries of surprise coming from outside the square. Why them? Didn't they encounter an accident yesterday and withdraw from the hunt? Why are they coming to the mountain temple again today? Lu Changshan was at the front, walking out of the crowd slowly, raising his eyes slightly and looking towards Lu Chang's above the altar. How is this possible? Why would they come to the mountain temple? Lu Chang's eyes suddenly widened with disbelief, and even a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Lu Changshan continued to move forward, leading the 3 people behind him straight towards the top of the altar. When Chen Yang witnessed this scene, an extremely absurd and bold idea suddenly came to his mind. He also heard from others that Lu Changshan and others encountered some unexpected changes during the hunting trip, so they had to withdraw from the hunting trip. Since he knew that Lord Taishan was accompanying him, he did not return to the Lu family immediately, but helped the other members of the Lu family collect the spoils. However, no one knows the details, and no one knows what kind of accident they encountered. At this moment, seeing Lu Changshan and the others were safe and sound, with excitement in their expressions. Could it be that they encountered a demon in the late stage of body refinement and successfully hunted it down? But because they consumed too much energy, they had to give up the hunt. Chen Yang knew clearly that Su Yunju's 2 children were no ordinary people. Lu Changshan and his group of 4 quickly climbed onto the altar. Lu Changshan looked at Lu Changs and said calmly, "Brother Changs, please give way for a moment." When Lu Changs heard this, he was struck by lightning. He stood there in shock, muttering to himself, This is impossible." Lu Changyu didn't give him any face and said, "Why is this impossible? Let me tell you, it was the mountain god who summoned us personally." Chapter 58, Brother Changs, do you want to kill me? Lu Changyu knew that his brother was now protected by the mountain god, so he was very confident and did not take Lu Changs seriously. After saying that, he walked straight forward and gently pushed Lu Changs aside. Then Lu Changyu turned around and looked at Lu Changshan eagerly, his eyes full of admiration. "Elder brothers." Lu Changshan nodded slightly and slowly reached his hand onto the altar. His arm seemed to penetrate the invisible barrier, and he took a spiritual fruit easily. Then he turned around and handed the spiritual fruit to Lu Changyu. Lu Changyu quickly stretched out his hands and carefully took the spiritual fruit, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Thank you, brother." He had a hunch that after taking this spiritual fruit, he would most likely be able to break through to the cave vein stage. After Lu Changyu took the spiritual fruit, Lu Changshan immediately took the remaining 2 spiritual fruits and handed them to Su Yichen and his sister, respectively. "Thanks." After the brother and sister took the spiritual fruit and expressed their gratitude, they did not choose to eat the spiritual fruit immediately like Lu Changyu did. Seeing that Lu Changshan could take the spiritual fruit so easily, the people under the altar, and even the family heads, all showed expressions of shock. "How is this possible?" For a moment exclamations rose and fell, echoing in the square. Everyone knew that the Su Yichen siblings were already very powerful, and with the addition of Lu Changyu, who was at the 7th level of body refining. Even if there is a burdensome person with no physical training in the team, with their lineup, they are very likely to win the championship in this hunting event. Therefore, after learning the news that several people had to withdraw from the hunt, although everyone did not show it, they were actually secretly extremely grateful in their hearts. However, things are unpredictable, and the changes happened so quickly that everyone began to feel dazed and felt that what was happening before their eyes was a little unreal. But they all knew in their hearts that they could obtain the spiritual fruit so smoothly only because they had the approval of the god of Loyu Mountain. Otherwise, they would be like Lu Changs and others, with their hands stuck in the air, unable to touch the spiritual fruit at all. But the problem is, they had clearly withdrawn from the hunt before noon yesterday, so how did they manage to take the lead? This question was like a haze, lingering in everyone's mind and unable to dissipate for a long time. Why? Lu Chang's face was full of confusion. He stared at Lu Changshan with wide eyes, his tone full of questioning. "You seem surprised." Lu Changshan raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Chang's, then stepped forward and walked towards the interior of the temple. The moment Lu Changshan passed Lu Chang's, he slightly tilted his head and said in a low voice, "Brother Changs, do you want to kill me?" Hearing this, Lu Chang's pupils suddenly shrank and his eyes were filled with shock. He turned around slowly, his eyes closely following Lu Changshan's back as he slowly walked down the altar and headed into the temple. As he watched, he couldn't help but shake his head slowly, muttering to himself, This is impossible. How could he know? Could it be true, as fourth uncle had guessed before, that mother was really killed by the Jai family? When he thought of this, a gleam of fire called hatred instantly flashed in Lu Chang's eyes. He roared in his heart, "Lu Changshan, when your uncle has dealt with the matter, I will make you pay with blood." At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Li Yunpeng looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him, frowned slightly, and said softly with a hint of respect in his tone, "Mr. Luo, you didn't tell me before that the person I wanted to help you kill was a seeker of Dharma." A seeker of Dharma? Li Yunpeng's eyes narrowed when he heard the words from the person in front of him. He immediately realized that his 5th sister was most likely killed by Lu Changshan, or Lu Changyu. After all, the object he had given to Mr. Luo's pet to identify smells was taken from Lu Changshan and Lu Changyu. When he thought of this, a hint of fear flashed involuntarily in Li Yunpeng's eyes. He did not dare to slack off and quickly bowed his head and saluted, saying earnestly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Luo, I didn't know about this." "It's okay." The man looked calm, just waved his hand lightly and said in a calm tone, "Business is more important." Loyu Mountain. In front of everyone, Lu Changshan calmly walked into the temple. At this point, new problems arise. The mountain god has clearly stipulated that bone tools cannot be used in this hunt. If their team wins the championship, it should be Lu Changyu or Su Yichen who should enter the temple to receive blessings. Why should it be Lu Changshan? After entering the mountain god temple, Lu Changshan did not look up at the statue as he did the first time, but instead cast his gaze directly at the offering table where offerings were usually placed. 100 years old Tiangxin fruit, made from the essence of heaven and earth. Taking it can improve your qi and body refining skills. 100 years old, Lu Changshan walked slowly to the tribute platform and reached out to take the spiritual fruit. I thought all the talismans were wasted this time. Carefully feeling the powerful and surging aura contained within the spiritual fruit, Lu Changshan secretly estimated. If he took this Tiangxin fruit, based on conservative estimates based on its effectiveness, he would be able to at least break through to the 7th level of qi refining in one fell swoop. In this way, he could control the 19 talismans, cast the fire and wind formation, and even try to carve an immobilization talisman. Using the immobilization talisman and the fire and wind formation, Lu Changshan was fully confident that the Li family would die in his own formation. Having made up his mind, Lu Changshan put the 100-year-old Tiangxin fruit into his mouth without any hesitation. As soon as the spiritual fruit entered his mouth, it instantly melted into a stream of warm air, like a spiritual snake rushing straight towards his danchan. The next second, Lu Changshan felt the spiritual energy in his danchan surging, as if it was about to break out of his body at any time. Seeing this, he did not dare to be negligent at all. He immediately sat cross-legged, quickly practiced his skills, and began to digest this vast spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Changshan opened his eyes, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He thought about it and unfolded the light curtain. Host Lu Changshan, Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 9, Kung Fu, South Pole Immortal Secret of Immortality. Techniques, Daoshan Talisman Cannon Volume 1, Daoshan Formation Cannon Volume 1. Practice Benefit, 1200%. 9th Level of Qi Refining. At this time, the effect of the Tiangxin fruit had not been completely absorbed, with about 1/3 remaining. If he could digest it all, Lu Changshan would be able to directly enter the foundation building stage in one fell swoop. However, at this critical moment, an ancient, vicissitudes and extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lu Changshan instantly realized that this was the voice of the Loyu mountain god. Not only that, a strange force suddenly appeared, like an invisible shackle, stopping the constantly surging spiritual energy in his danchan. Lu Changshan slowly stood up and looked towards the endless staircase that seemed to lead to heaven. Chapter 59, Mother, the true gift from the god of Loyu Mountain. My dear, Mother is just taking a nap. Lying on the bed, the woman's face was haggard, as if all the life force had been drained out of her body. However, even so, it still couldn't conceal her former unparalleled beauty. Mother is just taking a nap, don't cry, Tianer. The woman's voice was weak, but filled with endless tenderness. She lay on her side on the bed, like a candle in the wind, using her last bit of strength to raise her arm that was like a dead branch. This raising of her hand seemed to have used up all her remaining vitality. In the helpless gaze of the child, the light in the woman's eyes gradually dimmed, and her fingertips fell down weakly before they could even brush the child's cheek. Thoughts returned to reality. At this moment, Lu Changshan seemed to be in a mysterious fairyland, with clouds floating under his feet. On the ice platform right in front of him, there lay a pale but extremely beautiful woman. She looked serene, her chest rising and falling slightly, as if she was in an endless sleep. How is this possible? Lu Changshan's pupils shook. In his original body's memory, he clearly witnessed his mother being placed in a coffin and then buried. That cold scene had lingered in the original body's mind for many years like a nightmare. But at this time, why did my mother appear in this Loyu mountain temple safely and soundly? Clouds and mist were rising all around, and a mysterious atmosphere filled the air. The woman on the ice platform seemed to be wrapped in a strange halo, and her pale face looked particularly sad and beautiful among the wispy clouds. Lu Changshan stared blankly at the scene before him, his heart full of astonishment and confusion. He didn't even notice that 2 lines of tears were quietly sliding down his cheeks. At this moment, a cute girl's voice came into my ears. You must be curious about why there are things like resurrection from the dead in this world, right? Hearing the voice, Lu Changshan suddenly raised his head and looked to the left. I saw a girl in a flowing white dress, like a fairy, walking slowly to the front of the ice platform as if she was walking on clouds. She squatted down slightly, stretched out her hand, and gently stroked the woman's pale cheek. Lu Changshan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because he had some impression of the girl in front of him. This person was the girl who was sent to serve the Loyu mountain god when he and Jai Qingyu first came to the mountain temple. Who are you? Lu Changshan frowned slightly and tried to open his mouth to confirm. You can call me you or sir. The girl did not move her gaze away and responded softly. Thanks to the mountain god's appreciation, I am now the chief maid. Chief maid? When Lu Changshan heard this, a flash of suspicion flashed across his eyes, and he thought to himself, could it be that all my previous guesses were wrong? Soon, he shook his head in his heart again, unwilling to dwell on this matter any longer, and then turned his gaze in the direction of his biological mother with a look of doubt on his face. Miss Ewer, what is going on, my mother? Hearing this, Ewer stood up slowly and calmly, her figure light and graceful. Her bright eyes looked straight at Lu Changshan, meeting his eyes. Since there are spiritual fruits in this world that can improve one's cultivation, why can't there be spiritual objects that can bring a person back to life? Ewer's voice was as clear as a bell, echoing in this mysterious space that looked like a fairyland. Lu Changshan bowed slightly and said, Miss, please thank the mountain god for me. Now is not the time to thank you. Ewer smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Lu Changshan frowned slightly, his tone full of doubt. Why? Although the mountain god is using spiritual objects to maintain your mother's life. As Ewer spoke, she delicately put her hands behind her back, then began to walk slowly around the ice platform with light steps. But in order for her to wake up and regain consciousness, one more thing is needed. What? This item is too rare. Given your current situation, you can't touch it at all, so I can't tell you for the time being. Ewer shook her head slightly and said helplessly. Hearing this reply, Lu Changshan couldn't help but look at his biological mother lying on the ice platform again, his face full of confusion. Why could it be that the mountain god doesn't have this thing either? Young master, you are too greedy. Ewer responded without hesitation. Hearing this, Lu Changshan sighed inwardly. It really is true as the old saying goes. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What do I need to do? Lu Changshan looked up at Ewer. You are very smart. Ewer walked lightly to Lu Changshan, raised her face slightly, looked directly into his eyes, and said solemnly, Lu Zhengdao was appreciated by the mountain god many years ago because of his extraordinary talent and was named the Son of God. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly flashed like a wisp of smoke, and in the blink of an eye she was sitting on the ice platform, next to her original mother. Since you have been able to comprehend the true practice method of the eternal life skill, it means that you have not only inherited the amazing talent of the Son of Righteousness, but also inherited his unparalleled understanding. As she spoke, she slowly spread out her two jade hands. Now you have two choices. First, inherit the position of the son of the falling moon god, serve the Lord Mountain God, and rescue your mother. Second, just leave. That 100-year-old heavenly heart fruit is the reward from the mountain god to you this time. With the power of the mountain god, it will take about 10 years for your mother to wake up. Lu Changshan took a deep breath. I am a follower of the mountain god, so I am willing to serve him. Ewer smiled brightly. A wise choice. After saying that, she remained silent, but stared at Lu Changshan with burning eyes, as if waiting for him to speak. So, Miss Ewer, what do I need to do for the Lord Mountain God? When Ewer heard this, her charming voice, which used to be as melodious as the chirping of an oriole, suddenly seemed to be shrouded in frost, becoming cold and gloomy. Of course, we must destroy those false gods who stole the power of the mountain gods and deceived the people of the world, and restore the falling moon god system. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changshan could clearly feel the air around him suddenly become 3 degrees colder, penetrating into his bones. However, in just a moment, her tone changed like that of a lively lark, and she sighed softly. Your current cultivation is too weak. Lord Mountain God does not expect you to destroy those false gods at this moment. Sir, your first priority now is to collect these 9 talismans for the mountain god. As she spoke, Ewer nodded slightly, and then lowered her head slightly, as if she was searching for some rare treasure in her sleeves. Lu Changshan stared and saw a dark area in the other person's sleeves, as if there was a boundless magical space. Yeah, I found it. Ewer cried out in joy and took out a scroll with her slender hands. Then she opened her red lips and spoke in a voice as sweet as a silver bell. The specific locations of the 9 magic talismans are recorded on this scroll. Your father, Lu Zhengdao, has found 2 for the mountain god. After saying this, she raised her other soft hand slightly and gestured slightly with her slender jade fingers. Now you just need to find the other 7. Lu Changshan took the scroll with both hands and slowly unfolded it, revealing a magnificent landscape with flowing ink. However, the locations of the remaining 7 talismans are not depicted. Seeing this, Ewer sighed helplessly and raised her hand to support her forehead. I almost forgot that you haven't opened your spiritual sense yet. As soon as she finished speaking, Ewer floated in front of Lu Changshan like a ghost. She took the scroll from his hand with light steps, and then waved her jade hand and stuffed the scroll directly into Lu Changshan's mind. Seeing this, Lu Changshan's pupils suddenly shrank. In an instant, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind like a tide, and these messages are exactly the location of the remaining 7 talismans. But demons are rampant outside the sanctuary. How can I get out?